Chapter 808. 808 Scamming Wang Haoxian. The second one was filled with elixirs, spiritual herbs of very high levels. There were level 6, level 7 and even level 8. They were all packed in jade boxes and sealed with arrays so that their spirituality would not be lost. Lu Ming almost drooled. Zhou Xian quickly turned his attention to the third storage ring. There were a total of 3 storage rings here. The third storage ring contained some miscellaneous items. Lu Ming's gaze was immediately attracted by the mountain-like pile of raw gemstones. Yes, raw stones were piled up like a mountain. No one knew how many pieces there were. And NBSP. Also on the other side were many large metal boxes. When he opened them he saw that they were all intent crystals. There were all sorts of profound meaning crystals and they were all middle-grade ones. There were more than 100,000 pieces. More than 100,000 middle-grade intent crystals. What kind of concept was this? Lu Ming's heart was thumping. I'm rich, I'm really rich. As expected of the Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy. The Nine Suns Supremacy had said that there were no treasures, but in Lu Ming's eyes they were all treasures. How long would these resources be enough for Lu Ming? Senior Juyong, I will definitely make good use of these resources. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he focused his mind on the storage ring that was filled with elixirs and spirit herbs and carefully examined it. This is the innate original liquid. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that the 2 huge jade bottles contained the primordial origin liquid. Moreover, they were both high-grade primordial origin liquid. Each bottle was a full 50 kilograms. In total, there were 200 caddies of primordial origin liquid, which was the supreme spiritual liquid for cultivating the body. This is the mother of the water spirit spring. Lu Ming recognized a treasure in the other jade bottle. The mother of the water spirit spring was a type of spirit liquid. It was even more precious than the upper-grade innate original liquid. Haha, the mother of the water spirit spring is perfect for cultivating the path understanding ancient tree. With a thought, the path understanding ancient tree appeared on the ground. Lu Ming took out the mother of the water spirit spring and poured the entire bottle of it on the Xianhuang silicoid soil. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. With this bottle of mother of water spirit spring, would the path understanding ancient tree be able to grow? Then he put the path understanding ancient tree into the supreme shrine and started to look at it in his storage ring. Green lotus fruit, snake lump flower, dark een grass. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual herbs one by one. Suddenly his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared in his hand. It's actually dark een grass. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He thought of a medicine called dark een powder. He had learned about this medicine when he was refining the 7-colored Daoist's mental energy fire. The dark een powder was specifically used to deal with women. As long as a woman breathed in a little, she would be powerless and unable to circulate her true yuan, allowing her to be slaughtered. The main ingredient of the dark een powder was the dark een grass. Initially Lu Ming had no interest in such a herb. But when he saw the dark een grass he thought of Wang Haoxian. Didn't Wang Haoxian want to kill him? Then he would let her have a taste of the dark een grass. Immediately, Lu Ming selected a few supplementary ingredients and began to refine the dark een powder. 2 hours later Lu Ming had successfully refined the dark een powder. Wang Haoxian, I hope you haven't left yet. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. He left the cave abode and appeared outside the cliff. Then he rose into the air. Now he was going to take the initiative to look for Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming flew at high speed in the sky and circled the area. More than an hour later Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In front of him a flash of fire was approaching at high speed. It was Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming, I finally found you. Wang Haoxian shrieked, his face twisted. She was clearly beautiful, but at this moment there was no sense of beauty. Wang Haoxian, you've been chasing me for a few days and you miss me so much? Why don't you forget about your brother and become my concubine? Lu Ming chuckled, deliberately provoking Wang Haoxian. You're looking for death. Wang Haoxian shouted angrily and rushed over at top speed. She did not think much about why Lu Ming did not run away. He was furious. I, Lu Ming, am a heaven-sent talent. I won't let you down if you become my concubine. Lu Ming continued to provoke Wang Haoxian. As expected, Wang Haoxian was even more furious. He pounced on Lu Ming and threw a punch at him. The flames were burning and it was terrifying. Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. In his palm, a wisp of dark yin powder spread towards Wang Haoxian. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He felt his qi and blood churning and he almost vomited blood. I hope it's useful. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Wang Haoxian was surrounded by raging flames that could burn everything. However, the dark yin powder contained the qi of the netherworld and was extremely cold. Could possibly resist the burning of flames. Die. After Wang Haoxian pushed Lu Ming back with one punch, he threw another punch. Lu Ming swung his palm again and there was still a trace of dark yin powder in his palm. Wang Haoxian was so angry that he didn't notice it at all. Just like that, Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian exchanged 5 moves in a row. Lu Ming retreated 5,000 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. This won't do. The dark yin powder will probably take a while before it takes effect. Let's go. Lu Ming turned and ran. You want to run? Dream on. Wang Haoxian gave chase. The chase continued for a few thousand miles. Wang Haoxian, who was in pursuit, suddenly had a change in expression. His body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. It's working. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stopped and turned around to look at Wang Haoxian with a cold smile. What did you do to me? Wang Haoxian glared at Lu Ming. Nothing much. It's just a little bit of poison. Right now, do you feel like your body is soft and you can't use your true qi? Lu Ming sneered. Despicable. Wang Haoxian's face turned pale. Despicable? Can I compare to your Wang clan in terms of despicability? Now you're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth and turned to run. Lu Ming gave chase. However, Wang Haoxian had been hit by the dark yin powder, and it became more and more difficult for her to mobilize her vital essence. Her speed rapidly decreased and slowly she could not even fly. She landed on the ground, trembling all over and almost fell to the ground. Boom. Lu Ming landed as well. He took a step forward and threw a palm at Wang Haoxian. At this point, Wang Haoxian could no longer use his true energy. He could only use his will to resist. However, there was no vital essence, only the will, so the power was limited. Lu Ming destroyed Wang Haoxian's will with one palm. Wang Haoxian grunted and flew far away. He fell to the ground and spat out blood, his face pale. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward, his killing intent surging. Wang Haoxian closed his eyes in despair. She did not expect that her revenge for Wang Haoxian would not only fail to kill Lu Ming, but she would also lose her life. However, she waited for a while and did not feel Lu Ming's palm landing on her. She could not help but open her eyes and saw Lu Ming sizing her up carefully, an evil glint flashing in his eyes from time to time. In her eyes, Lu Ming was shining with this kind of light. Chapter 809. 809 Not interested. Wang Haoxian's heart turned cold. Lu Ming, if you want to kill me, just kill me. If you want to humiliate me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Wang Haoxian screamed. Humiliate you? You're thinking too much. Lu Ming's expression was cold. The reason he didn't kill them was that he had thought of a better way. He thought of an inscription formation that he learned from Lian Tsang, the god-splitting formation. This kind of inscription formation was extremely powerful. If it was engraved in a person's mind, it could penetrate into the soul. Life and death were completely controlled by the person who engraved the formation. This Wang Haoxian was extremely powerful in both talent and combat. If he could control him, he would be of great use. He would be able to obtain a lot of useful information. However, to inscribe such a formation, the opponent had to be completely defenseless. Wang Haoxian could not use his vital essence and was weak, which was the perfect time to do it. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming pointed his finger at Wang Haoxian, sealing her completely. Not only could she not use her vital essence, but she could not even use her intent and mental energy fire. Then Lu Ming took out a drop of Wang Haoxian's blood. Blue spiritual fire spread out from his finger and he began to inscribe runes in the void. What do you want to do? Wang Haoxian said in a trembling voice. He was really panicking. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with her. He concentrated on inscribing. The inscriptions continued to enter Wang Haoxian's forehead. Wang Haoxian felt that something new had appeared in his mind and his face turned pale. The soul-splitting array was very complicated. It contained 18,000 inscriptions. Lu Ming spent an hour inscribing all of them. Who? Lu Ming often exhaled. Tell me, what did you do to me? Wang Haoxian shouted. It's just an array. This array is called the soul-splitting array. It can penetrate your soul and contain my mental energy fire. As long as I want to, the soul-splitting array can tear your soul apart and turn you into an idiot. Lu Ming chuckled. Wang Haoxian's face turned even paler. He screamed, You're despicable. You're shameless. You'll die a horrible death. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He pointed his finger at Wang Haoxian like the wind and undid her seal. He then sat cross-legged to the side and quietly waited. He was waiting for Wang Haoxian to recover his true energy. An hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Boom. Wang Haoxian's body was engulfed in terrifying flames. Her killing intent was as cold as ice. Lu Ming, it's your biggest mistake not to kill me. Now die. Wang Haoxian shouted angrily. Oh really? Have you forgotten that I've engraved the soul-splitting array in your mind? Lu Ming sneered. No matter what you've inscribed, everything will be so levered after I kill you. Wang Haoxian moved and charged toward Lu Ming. But the next moment Wang Haoxian's body froze and his face showed a painful expression. Ah! Wang Haoxian screamed in pain. She held her head and rolled on the ground. Stop, stop! Wang Haoxian screamed in pain. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stopped controlling the god-splitting formation. Wang Haoxian stopped and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. In just a short while she was drenched in cold sweat. Her face was pale. She looked at Lu Ming in fear and shouted, You're despicable. You're shameless. Kill me if you have the guts. Kill you? Why would I kill you? You're very useful to me when you're alive. Lu Ming chuckled. And I'm telling you, the soul-splitting array was engraved by my mental energy fire, and it's completely at my will. As long as I want it to happen, it will take effect. Moreover, don't even think about asking the elders of your Wang family to undo it for you. Apart from me, no one can undo it. If you try to forcefully undo it, the soul-splitting array will tear your soul apart and turn you into an idiot. Lu Ming's words made Wang Haoxian's face even paler. What do you want? Wang Haoxian said in despair. It's very simple. As long as you follow me from now on and be my maidservant, it'll be fine. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? To be your servant? You're dreaming. I'd rather die than be your maid. Wang Haoxian screamed. What was her status? The Wang family's proud daughter, a famous beauty in 9 Dragons. She was both beautiful and talented, and countless people surrounded her. She was a god-tier heaven's favorite who was revered by many. As long as she continued down this path, she would have a great chance of reaching the spiritual god realm in the future. Now Lu Ming actually asked her to be his maidservant. Maidservant? How could she possibly agree and accept it? She would rather die than submit. You'd better agree. As long as I want to, the god-splitting array will turn you into an idiot. Believe it or not, I'll sell you after I turn you into an idiot. Tiskehe, it'll be interesting if the god-tier genius Wang Haoxian is sold. Lu Ming sneered. Wang Haoxian's face was deathly pale and her body trembled violently. If that was the case, it would be a great humiliation to her. It would be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than killing her. She looked at Lu Ming with fear and a strong murderous intent. She wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move, but she did not dare to. No matter how fast she acted, she could not be as quick as Lu Ming. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would turn her into an idiot and sell her. I forgot to tell you something. The soul-splitting array is closely related to me. As long as I die, the soul-splitting array will automatically explode. So, don't even think about killing me. In the future you must protect me. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. Wang Haoxian was even more desperate. What do you want me to do? I'm telling you, if you want to do something to me or do something I can't do, I'd rather die than obey. I'd rather kill myself. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth and agreed. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. He reached out his hand and gently lifted Wang Haoxian's chin. Wang Haoxian trembled and his eyes flashed with killing intent. She was really humiliated. The anger in her heart was about to burn her whole body. She was too aggrieved. Lu Ming was the enemy who killed her brother. She was here to kill Lu Ming for revenge. However, in the end, not only did she fail to kill Lu Ming, but she also ended up in Lu Ming's hands. She even had to become Lu Ming's maidservant and listen to his orders. Not only that, but she also had to protect him. Was there anything more depressing than this in the world? Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a few steps back. His casual words made Wang Haoxian's body tremble with anger. To be honest, Wang Haoxian was very beautiful. He was a stunning beauty with a graceful figure and many suitors. Now that Lu Ming said that he was not interested, it was a blow to Wang Haoxian. What I want you to do is very simple. After this, you will accompany me in this wild beast forest to hunt demonic beasts and obtain their blood essence. In the future, you will have to come here every 7 days to hand over 70% of the demonic beast blood essence of the 5th level spiritual ocean realm and above. For the time being, this is all you have to do. Lu Ming said. Chapter 810. 810. A sincere attitude. Since he had a free helper, he naturally had to make full use of it. In the wild beast forest, there were countless powerful demonic beasts. If he were to hunt them and devour their blood essence by himself, the speed would be too slow. With Wang Haoxian, he could put more energy into cultivation. All right, I promise you. Wang Haoxian said through gritted teeth. This request was not difficult and she could accept it. She was just afraid that Lu Ming would make some unreasonable requests. In 7 days, she had to hand over 7 portions of demonic beast blood essence at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above. On average, she only had to kill 1 5th level spiritual ocean realm demonic beast a day. This wasn't difficult for her. We'll meet here in 7 days. If you don't show up, I'll take it as you've betrayed me and I'll activate the soul-splitting formation. Lu Ming said coldly. With that, his figure flashed and he left the place. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His body trembled violently and his beautiful face was twisted. She hated it, she was angry. After a while, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She planned to listen to Lu Ming's instructions for the time being. In the future, she would find an opportunity to get the method to break the array from Lu Ming and then kill him. But he had to endure the humiliation first. Thinking of this, she completely calmed down. With a flash, she also left the place to hunt demonic beasts. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what Wang Haoxian was thinking. Even if he did, he would not care. He was confident that he would surpass Wang Haoxian in terms of combat power after some time. When he returned to Nine Suns Supreme's cave abode, he was still sitting cross-legged under the soul-condensing tree. It seemed that he would need some time. Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and sat cross-legged. His 9-dragon bloodline appeared and he devoured 100 raw gemstones in one go. After that, he would refine it with all his might and increase his true essence. After refining 100 pieces, another 100 pieces were refined. Boom, boom, boom. In the spirit sea, the waves roared and the rivers and seas churned. When Lu Ming had refined 800 raw gemstones, the area of his spirit sea had doubled once again. Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. After that, he continued to refine the raw gemstones. Another 4 days passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. At the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm, Lu Ming had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to continue improving, he had to cultivate the earth and thunder concepts to the 2nd level small completion before he could continue to improve. 7 days have passed. Let's go and see if Wang Haoxian has obtained the blood essence of the demonic beast. Lu Ming had an idea. He left the cave abode and went to the place where he had agreed to meet Wang Haoxian. From a distance, they could see Wang Haoxian sitting cross-legged, his body covered in a layer of fire, like a goddess of fire. To be honest, Wang Haoxian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed and no killing intent around him, was still very beautiful. The flames around him danced, giving off a kind of illusionary feeling. Wang Haoxian opened his eyes when Lu Ming arrived. Have you obtained the demonic beast blood essence? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Here you go. With a wave of Wang Haoxian's hand, 7 jade bottles flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up one of the bottles and saw 9 drops of blood essence that looked like blood-red pearls. They were demonic beast blood essence. The blood essence of demonic beasts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above, if taken out and sealed in a jade bottle, could be preserved for a month without dissipating. The more powerful an existence was, the stronger the energy and activity of the blood essence and the longer it could be preserved. Wang Haoxian turned and left after throwing the blood essence to Lu Ming. Stop! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Wang Haoxian shuddered. He turned around and looked at Lu Ming. What do you want now? Don't forget your identity. You're my servant now. Is this how a servant should treat her master? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. What do you want? Wang Haoxian said through gritted teeth. A servant girl should have the attitude of a servant girl. Otherwise I'll make you warm my bed. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into an evil smile. Don't even think about it. Wang Haoxian's face was red with anger. He looked at her with his big eyes and finally gave in. He bowed slightly and said through gritted teeth, Young Master Lu Ming, young master, this servant will take her leave. It seemed to take all of Wang Haoxian's strength to say this. She panted slightly. Besides, you were not sincere enough. If you gnash your teeth like this, people who don't know you will think that you are going to eat me. They will think that there is some deep hatred between us. Speak properly and remember your attitude must be sincere. You must treat me as a young master from the bottom of your heart. A young master that you respect, understand? Lu Ming started to give instructions. Wang Haoxian almost vomited blood. She was roaring in her heart. There was already a deep hatred between the two of us, all right? And sincere? How? If she was not controlled by the array, she would have chopped Lu Ming into 8 pieces. How could she be so sincere? Young Master Lu Ming, I'll take my leave. Wang Haoxian took a deep breath and spoke. His voice was softer than before. Forget it, it's just so. You should practice more in the future. Go. Lu Ming waved his hands in dissatisfaction. This made Wang Haoxian's body fluctuate again. She kept telling herself to endure. She must endure. Only by enduring would she have a chance to seek revenge on Lu Ming. After Wang Haoxian left, Lu Ming returned to his cave abode. Then he opened the 7 jade bottles one by one. Of the 7 portions of blood essence, 5 were at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 2 were at the 6th level. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing all 70% of the blood essence and starting to refine it. Now Lu Ming had used all the power of blood essence to improve his 9 dragon bloodline. He would first upgrade his 9 dragon bloodline to the divine level. Once the 9 dragon bloodline upgraded to the divine level, he would have 2 divine level bloodlines and his combat power would be even stronger. In less than a day, 70% of his blood essence had been refined. Clearly, this blood essence was still not enough to advance the 9 dragon bloodline to the divine bloodline. Senior Jiang will need some time to recover here. Little Qing and Fatty are not in danger now, so it's best for them to cultivate here. I'll just cultivate here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, thinking about the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps isn't far from the 5th step. There's also the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. I'll have to find time to integrate the earth will into it. This way I'll have another way to fight my enemies. Of course, the most important thing is the comprehension of the will. Also, I can't neglect the Tao of inscription. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's fingers glowed and the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. Senior Jiang, you have a lot of precious metals here. You can use them to refine the infinite dragon spear. With a thought, a piece of metal appeared in his hand. This piece of metal was called Star Moon Iron. On it there were patterns that looked like stars. It was very beautiful. A blue mental energy fire appeared in Lu Ming's hands. It wrapped around the Star Moon Iron and started burning. Not long after, the Star Moon Iron softened and finally turned into a pool of liquid that wrapped around the infinite dragon spear. Lu Ming waved his fingers and runes bloomed in the air, flying toward the infinite dragon's spear. As the inscriptions were carved, the star moon iron was slowly integrated into the infinite dragon spear. Chapter 8:11. 8:11-9 Dragon Bloodline promoted to divine rank. The infinite dragon spear contained an infinite amount of black gold. It could continuously fuse with other precious metals to increase the grade of the infinite dragon spear. Although there were even higher-grade spiritual weapons in the storage ring of the Nine Suns Supreme Master, such as 7th grade and even 8th grade spiritual weapons, there was no lack of spear-type spiritual weapons. However, even though the quality of those spirit weapons was high, they had no potential and their grades were fixed. As for the infinite dragon spear, it was Lu Ming's natal spiritual weapon and it had unlimited potential. Naturally, Lu Ming would choose to use it. 3 hours later, the infinite dragon spear buzzed and glowed brightly. Level 6, top quality. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. After integrating a piece of precious star moon iron and Lu Ming's inscription, the infinite dragon spear was refined again. It was upgraded to a level 6 premium item. In the sky, there seemed to be a force of inscription that fell from the sky and fused into Lu Ming's mental energy fire, causing it to slowly improve. This was the reward given to him by the law of inscription after he had forged a top-grade 6th-level spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was not satisfied with the level 6 premium product. He took out another piece of precious metal and started to refine it. A day later, the infinite dragon spear trembled again and reached the peerless level 6. With Lu Ming's current level of inscription and the good materials, it was not difficult for him to refine a level 6 masterpiece. Next, Lu Ming had to refine the infinite dragon spear to level 7. This would be more difficult. He took out a few pieces of precious metals in succession. The blue mental energy fire spread out and Lu Ming began to refine. This time it took a full 3 days. Buzz. The infinite dragon spear trembled continuously as its spear radiance shot into the sky. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand and entered the supreme shrine with the infinite dragon spear to avoid disturbing the Nine Suns Supreme. The infinite dragon spear glowed with a dazzling light. The spear's radiance soared into the sky and a powerful aura spread out. Lever 7, upper lever 7. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. It was a success. Lu Ming had upgraded the infinite dragon spear to upper 7th level. It was a huge leap and he had forged a 7th level spiritual weapon. If others were to know about this, they would be scared to death. It was already very impressive for an inscription master to be able to refine the highest grade or peerless grade of their own grade. It was too difficult to refine a spirit weapon that was 1 grade higher. Ordinary true inscription blacksmiths could not do it at all. Furthermore, the higher the grade of the spirit weapon, the harder it was to forge. Currently, only one of Lu Ming's level 6 blue spirit lamps had been lit up. If he lit up a few more, it was not impossible for him to refine a level 7 premium or even a level 7 supreme grade. In the dark, wisps of the power of inscription descended and Lu Ming's mental energy fire continued to grow. Suddenly, the second lamp of mind lit up and a blue flame started to burn. Lu Ming lit up the second blue spirit lamp and his mental energy was stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He held the long spear and waved it casually. The space trembled and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Thereafter, Lu Ming kept his infinite dragon spear. The path understanding ancient tree has changed. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved and appeared on another platform. The path understanding ancient tree was placed there. At this moment, the path understanding ancient tree was sparkling. It was surrounded by rings of light, and a mysterious aura floated out. There was a green leaf on the black branch. It was dark green and crystal clear. There were mysterious patterns on it as if it contained the universe's truth. Next to the dark green leaf, a second tender green leaf appeared. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming had watered the Mother of Water Spirit spring on the Xianhuang silicotic soil. As expected, the Mother of Water Spirit spring was a rare treasure in the world. It successfully made the path understanding ancient tree grow its second leaf. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully pondered over it. After a while he opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. The second leaf of the path understanding ancient tree had indeed increased Lu Ming's speed of comprehension. In the past it was equivalent to 10 times the normal state. Now it was 20 times. Yes, under the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's state of comprehension was 20 times that of normal circumstances. Naturally, Lu Ming was overjoyed. In that case, his cultivation speed would increase again. The path understanding ancient tree was indeed a rare treasure in the world. In the ancient times, only the strongest had it. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and quietly comprehended the essence realm of heaven and earth. Soon another 7 days passed. Lu Ming went out to retrieve the demonic beast blood essence that Wang Haoxian had sent over. This time, there were 4 sets of 5th-level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast blood essence and 3 sets of 6th-level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast blood essence. After refining them, the 9-dragon bloodline still did not advance. Just like that, Lu Ming refined the blood essence once every 7 days and spent the rest of his time on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming took control of Wang Haoxian. During this period of time, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects, especially the heaven and earth mentality, thunder mentality and earth mentality. They had reached level 2 lower tier and were about to reach that level. At this time, the bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally reached its limit and was about to advance. This was the 4th time Lu Ming was refining the demonic beast blood essence that Wang Haoxian had given him. In the Supreme Shrine. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky. Its body twisted and rolled in the air and its body was covered in light. As the 9 holes bloodline howled, its body began to grow longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more dazzling and crystal clear. A claw extended out from the abdomen of the 9-dragon bloodline. The 5th claw. 5 claws, a true dragon. A moment later, a 1,000-meter-long wriggling true dragon with 5 claws under its belly appeared above Lu Ming's head. There was a golden chakra on the true dragon's body, shining with a dazzling light. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally advanced to the divine level and transformed into the body of a true dragon. Afterwards, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and its aura soared into the sky. At this moment, in the depths of 9 dragons, where the 3 dragon veins converged, there was a palace. This palace was suspended in the air. It seemed to be in the depths of the void. It could be seen but it could not be approached. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the void. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a black battle robe and had a burly figure. He sat quietly with his eyes closed, but there seemed to be endless majesty exuding from his body. It was as if this man was a peerless overlord, a peerless emperor who could sweep across the universe and control countless creatures. Suddenly he opened his eyes. At this moment the whole world lit up, and the surrounding space was instantly annihilated, as if it couldn't withstand the huge pressure and turned into a dark chaotic space. The bloodline of the 9 dragons has finally appeared? It seems to have evil levered to the god rank. Jiang, you've put in a lot of effort to isolate the aura of the blood essence of the 9 dragons with a seal. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. You can't see through my means. Even if there's a seal, I have my own way to detect it. The blood essence of the 9 dragons seems to be in 9 dragons. There's actually a treasure blocking it. The middle-aged man muttered. After a while he frowned. He could sense that the bloodline of the 9 dragons was in 9 dragons, but he could not sense its exact location. Chapter 8:12. 8:12 The Top 10 War Beasts. Jiang, you must have found a young heaven's favorite to be your successor, right? Do you want to take revenge on me? How naive. Since you're in 9 dragons, I'll definitely find you. Let's leave this matter to the ancient families. The middle-aged man muttered. Then his lips moved as if he was speaking. Not long after, 6 middle-aged men entered the place. Each of these 6 middle-aged men had an overbearing aura. It was obvious that they were in high positions and had the aura of an overlord. However, these 6 middle-aged men were very respectful in front of the man in black. Your Majesty, Force Emperor. The 6 middle-aged men bowed in greeting. Obviously, the black-robed middle-aged man was the ruler of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and one of the overlords of the Eastern Barren Land, Martial Emperor D. The other 6 middle-aged men were the family heads of the 6 ancient families. Your Majesty Force Emperor, may I know why you've called the 6 of us here? The head of the Dongfang family bowed and asked. During this period of time, pay close attention to the geniuses of 9 dragons, especially those who have awakened the true dragon bloodline. If there are any, bring them here. Martial Emperor De ordered. Yes. The heads of the 6 families bowed and accepted the order. Go. After Martial Emperor De gave the order, he closed his eyes again. The family heads of the 6 ancient families bowed and left. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and its aura was shocking. Buzz. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragon bloodlines, fusing with them. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a true dragon with the power to destroy the world. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodlines slowly shrank and turned into Lu Ming's appearance. I wonder if there are any other functions after the 9 dragons' bloodline is upgraded to a divine bloodline? The devouring power should be even stronger, right? Let's find an opportunity to give it a try. Lu Ming thought excitedly and sensed carefully. What? All of a sudden he felt a strange power in his spine and the blood of the 9 dragons. This power gave off a terrifying feeling, and Lu Ming seemed to be able to draw this power out at any time. What kind of power is this? Let's go out and try. Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and appeared on a mountain peak thousands of miles away. With a single thought, Lu Ming drew out the power in the 9 dragon bloodline. This power was similar to true essence, but it was completely different. Lu Ming could feel that this energy was much stronger than the essential core. Roar. Once the energy was drawn out, it let out a shocking dragon's roar. Following that, the energy fused into Lu Ming's body. At that moment, Lu Ming's muscles swelled up and scales appeared on his skin. Dragon scales, these are dragon scales. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch. Wherever his fist passed, the air turned into liquid and then evaporated. The space was folded in front of Lu Ming's fist like a piece of paper. A terrifying fist force burst out. Boom. Boom. Wherever the fist force passed, 7 huge mountains were penetrated and exploded. Many demonic beasts roared crazily and flew far away. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The power of one punch was so terrifying. This was just a casual punch from Lu Ming. What is this power? He's too strong. While Lu Ming was shocked, he was also excited. Dragon power, the power of a true dragon. Kid, this is the power of a true dragon. On his shoulder, Dandan shouted. Dragon power. Lu Ming was puzzled. Dragon power is a power that can only be mastered by a true dragon. It's extremely powerful and is many times more advanced than true essence. It's a top-tier power. Kid, you can actually master dragon power? Dandan exclaimed. I didn't master it. It's just a power born from my bloodline, Lu Ming said. As he spoke, Lu Ming could feel the dragon energy in his body weakening slowly. Very soon, the dragon energy seemed to have been exhausted, and the dragon scales on Lu Ming's skin had disappeared. Why is there no more? Lu Ming was shocked. It could not have been used up just like that, right? Kid, don't worry. It will recover later. Even if it's just a little bit, you'll still be rich. The power of dragon power is not something Jinyuan can compare with. You've seen it just now. Dandan said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could this be the benefit of advancing to the divine level with the 9 dragon bloodline? He had actually condensed a surge of dragon power in his blood. After Lu Ming's outburst, his combat strength would increase greatly. This could be Lu Ming's trump card. I remember now. Kid, the bloodline you awakened isn't the bloodline of the 9 dragons, is it? Dandan suddenly shouted, her eyes fixed on Lu Ming. Yes, why? Lu Ming said. Haha, it's really the bloodline of the 9 dragons. How did you awaken it? Did you use the blood essence of the 9 dragons? Dandan asked again. Didn't you already know that? Lu Ming was speechless. Dandan was by his side every day. She had long known his secret. In the past, I only thought that it looked familiar. Now I finally remember. Zhong is that kid Zhulong. It seems that he has already died in battle. Dandan suddenly sighed. That kid Zhulong. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, he was already used to Dandan's bragging tone. He asked curiously, Dandan, do you know Zhulong? Nonsense, of course I know him. I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts, and that kid Nine Dragon is also one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was me who guided him back then that his devouring talent could be displayed to its greatest extent. Didn't you also master it? Dandan put her hands behind her back and said in a mature tone. The 9 dragons are also one of the top 10 war beasts? What are the top 10 war beasts? Lu Ming was extremely curious. He had been hearing Dandan talk about the top 10 beasts every day and he had long wanted to know. Kid, the top 10 battle beasts are existences that have surpassed the divine beast. Each of them is unique and incomparably powerful. With your current cultivation, it's useless for you to know about them. I'll tell you later. Dandan said proudly. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. I'll ask around myself in the future. Lu Ming said. Then he returned to his cave and continued cultivating. After the 9 dragons' bloodline advanced to the divine level, its devouring power had increased dozens of times, and refining blood essence was extremely fast. Under the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. As for 9 Suns Supreme, he was still under the soul consolidation tree and had not woken up. Time passed by quickly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Soon 5 months had passed since Lu Ming arrived at the wild beast forest. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had been improving rapidly in all aspects. First, he lit up 2 more lamps on the inscription Dao. Just a few days ago, Lu Ming had lit up 4 blue spirit lamps. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated to the 5th step and was moving toward the 6th step. The power of the 5th step, 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, was definitely comparable to the highest level of demigod-level martial techniques. Chapter 813. 813 Great Improvement in Strength. Apart from the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming had also successfully integrated the earth concept into the Divine Dragon's 3 absolutes. This turned the Divine Dragon's 3 absolutes into a demigod-level martial arts technique that Lu Ming had cultivated to the highest level. In this way, Lu Ming undoubtedly had many more means to deal with his enemies. His heaven and earth essence realm was also progressing at an amazing speed. The wind, fire, and thunder essence realms had all reached the upper tier of level 2. Only the earth essence realm had been stuck at the peak of level 2 lower tier for a few months. It was very difficult to cultivate the intent of earth and there were many bottlenecks. It was much slower to improve than the 9 common intents. Most importantly, Lu Ming had to multitask. If he only cultivated one kind of earth concept, his speed would definitely be much faster. With the improvement of his intent, his cultivation naturally increased rapidly as well. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level spiritual ocean realm. Compared to 5 months ago, he had improved by 3 levels. Their overall combat strength was much stronger than it was 5 months ago. The path understanding ancient tree and the massive resources left behind by the 9 Suns Supreme Master were inseparable from his great progress. Lu Ming turned around and looked in the direction of the 9 Suns Cosmos. The 9 Suns Cosmos was still sitting cross-legged under the soul consolidation tree. It had been 5 months and he had not moved. However, the remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme Master was much more solid than it was 5 months ago, giving off a heavy feeling. The soul-consolidating fruits on the 2 soul-consolidating fruit trees had long since disappeared. Not only that, but the 2 soul-consolidating fruit trees had also completely withered and turned into dried branches. Lu Ming had a feeling that it would not be long before the 9 Suns Supreme would wake up. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he left the cave abode. It was time to collect the blood essence once every 7 days. Not long after, he saw a figure standing in the air facing the wind. It was Wang Haoxian. Seeing Lu Ming, Wang Haoxian waved his hand and threw 7 jade bottles to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the bottles and threw the 7 empty bottles to Wang Haoxian. What do you want so much demonic beast blood essence for? Your refining pills? Wang Haoxian asked curiously. After 5 months, Wang Haoxian's state of mind had gradually calmed down. It seemed that he had gotten used to coming here every 7 days to hand over 7 portions of blood essence and meet Lu Ming. For the past 5 months, Lu Ming had only asked her to hunt demonic beasts and obtain their blood essence. He had not asked her to do anything else. "How about a battle with me?" Lu Ming suddenly spoke. After 5 months of hard work, Lu Ming wanted to test the results of his cultivation. Wang Haoxian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. "You want to fight me? When I attack, I won't show any mercy. When I beat you up until you lose an arm or a leg, don't use the soul-splitting array to threaten me." Wang Haoxian's eyes flashed. "Don't worry. As long as you have the ability, I won't use the soul-splitting array to threaten you even if you cripple me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "All right, you asked for this." Wang Haoxian's eyes turned cold. His body was covered in blazing flames. He took a big step forward and punched. The scorching fist ray blasted toward Lu Ming. The infinite dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He waved it casually and the fist radiance was destroyed. "No need to probe, use your full strength." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Haoxian frowned slightly. Her punch just now had 80% of her strength 5 months ago. If it were 5 months ago, Lu Ming would definitely have been sent flying. But now Lu Ming had easily destroyed her fist radiance. It seemed that Lu Ming had made great progress in the past 5 months. Boom. The next moment Wang Haoxian's aura exploded. In an instant, it reached the aura of the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, this wasn't the limit and continued to rise. Early 6th level spiritual ocean tier, middle 6th level spiritual ocean tier. It rose all the way to the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm before stopping. Obviously, Wang Haoxian's cultivation had improved greatly during this period of time. This was for sure. It was impossible that Lu Ming was not the only one who was improving. The others were also improving at all times. Boom. Wang Haoxian stepped forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. "This is more like it." Lu Ming laughed heartily. His aura burst forth and his long spear thrust forward like a dragon. A true dragon of 4 colors flew out and pounced forward. With a loud boom, Wang Haoxian's fist force was destroyed. Although the 4-colored true dragon had shrunk a little, it still pounced forward. How can he be so strong? Wang Haoxian's expression changed. He waved his fists again and 2 fist auras shot out. One of the fist radiance and the 4-colored true dragon dispersed at the same time, while the other one was aimed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's spear radiance exploded and shattered Wang Haoxian's fist radiance. He strode forward and his spear radiance was like a mountain as it smashed towards Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian let out a long roar and the flames were boiling as he fought Lu Ming with all his might. But the more the battle went on, the more shocked Wang Haoxian was. He was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, 1 level lower than her, but he was still able to suppress her. What was shocking was that Lu Ming did not seem to be using a bloodline martial arts technique. This was even more shocking. In fact, this was normal. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming's 4 intents had all broken through and improved. Wang Haoxian's intents had reached the completion of level 2 5 months ago. Although they had improved this month, they were still at the completion of level 2. Therefore, in terms of artistic conception, Lu Ming's improvement was much greater than hers. That was why Lu Ming could skip a level and easily suppress her. "No, I can't be defeated by him." Wang Haoxian roared in her heart. A purple flame appeared above her head. Her body was fused with the purple flame. The purple flame twisted and turned into a purple firebird, which pounced at Lu Ming. Bloodline fusion. I was just waiting for this move. Lu Ming smiled and his infinite dragon spear disappeared. He struck at Wang Haoxian. Bang! As the palm passed through, the space trembled. The firebird wailed and flew back, turning back into Wang Haoxian. His face was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming did not even use blood meridian fusion. He had destroyed her blood meridian fusion with 1 move and returned her to her original form. How could he be so terrifying? She felt that the power of Lu Ming's palm seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth. giving her a feeling that she could not resist it. What followed was frustration and dejection. 5 months. It had only been 5 months. 5 months ago Lu Ming was no match for her at all. He was chased around by her and was almost killed by her. 5 months later, even though her cultivation level had increased by 1 level, she was still easily defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. This was a little hard for her to accept. In the future, was there any hope of seeking revenge on Lu Ming? The hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. Wang Haoxian felt a sense of helplessness. She had only felt this kind of powerlessness when she was facing those freaks on the top of the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that Lu Ming could compete with those perverts? The prison-suppressing heaven art is equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique. It's indeed powerful. Lu Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Chapter 814. 814 2 Rays of Dragon Power. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had devoured more than 150 portions of demonic beasts' blood essence that were at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above. It was naturally impossible for his bloodline to not improve. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the 9 dragons bloodline had both advanced by 1 level, reaching the 2nd level of the divine level. When the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline reached level 2 of the divine level, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique's power increased again, reaching the power of an upper-grade demigod martial technique. However, it should be equivalent to the first stage of an upper-grade demigod martial technique. Even so, its power was still several times stronger than the highest level of a low-grade demigod martial technique. A high-grade demigod martial technique was usually only mastered by a spirit embryo realm expert. Only then could it unleash its full power, and its might was terrifying. When his 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the 2nd level of the divine level, Lu Ming realized that there was an additional dragon energy. There were 2 dragon energies in his bloodline. This made Lu Ming look forward to the upgrade of his blood meridian even more. However, when it came to divine bloodlines, it was even more difficult to upgrade one's bloodline. However, the 3rd bloodline had yet to awaken. It was as if it was still brewing and accumulating. This made Lu Ming feel rather helpless. He could only wait. Let's go. Follow me to hunt demonic beasts. Lu Ming instructed Wang Haoxian. In the past 5 months, Lu Ming had not engaged in any major battles. He had spent most of his time cultivating. It was not possible to just cultivate blindly. There must be a great battle. Only by combining the 2 could one cultivate the path of martial arts. Lu Ming planned to kill the demonic beasts in the Wild Beast Mountain range while collecting blood essence. Once the 9 Suns Supreme woke up, he would head to the Sea Cloud sect. He had agreed to meet Xian Yanqing and Kong Jin at the Sea Cloud sect half a year later. Wang Haoxian bit his lips and followed behind Lu Ming. He did not know what she was thinking. Lu Ming could not be bothered. She and Wang Haoxian went deep into the wild beast forest in search of high-level demonic beasts. Lu Ming could not be bothered to hunt demonic beasts at the 5th and 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Their blood essence was too poor for him. He had to at least hunt demonic beasts at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier and above. Very quickly, the 2 of them had traveled a distance of 100,000 miles. Roar! A giant black bear 10 meters tall with blood-red eyes, exuded a terrifying and powerful aura. This was a demonic beast at the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. It charged at Lu Ming fearlessly. A spear light condensed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the spear light pierced through the void and pierced through the giant bear's head. Lu Ming could casually kill an ordinary cultivator at the peak 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. The devouring power burst out from his palm, devouring the giant bear's blood essence and refining it. The refining power of the 2nd level divine level 9 dragon bloodline was extremely terrifying. In just a few minutes, the giant bear's blood essence was completely refined. The 2 of them continued to venture deeper. Not long after, a demonic beast at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier appeared, but it was still easily killed by Lu Ming. As the 2 of them advanced, the number of demonic beasts at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm and above that had died at Lu Ming's hands reached 10. Lu Ming used it to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not cause any waves. Boom. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise in front of them. Sword chi soared into the sky, and there were roars of demonic beasts. There were people fighting with demonic beasts. In the wild beast mountain range, there were often people who entered to hunt demonic beasts, obtain materials and also look for some spiritual herbs. Lu Ming was not bothered. He bypassed that place and continued to move forward. Before long they had traveled another 10,000 miles. That seems to be a blood flower. Suddenly, a few spiritual flowers appeared in front of him. The spiritual flower was dark red in color, and it gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. The blood flower was an upper level 6 spiritual medicine. Although Lu Ming did not think much of it, he would not miss it since he had seen it. Just as Lu Ming was about to walk over, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. A group of dark red flying insects flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. There were at least 10,000 of these dark red insects. A bloodstained bug that's equivalent to a peak-tier king. Lu Ming had an idea and recognized this type of flying insect. Who? Lu Ming did not make a move, but Wang Haoxian did. With a wave of her hand, purple flames filled the air and enveloped the sky. The next moment, tens of thousands of blood bugs were burned to ashes. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Suddenly dash. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of air being torn could be heard as 7 to 8 figures flew over at an extreme speed. Little fellow, those blood-stained flowers are ours. An old voice rang out. 8 figures appeared and stood above Lu Ming and the others. A vast aura filled the air. These 8 people were no doubt experts. 5 were at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 3 were at the 8th level. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into the wild beast forest. Among the 8 people there were white-haired old men and middle-aged men. Get lost. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Little Z, what did you say? Don't you know how to respect your elders at such a young age? It seems that I have to teach you a good lesson on behalf of your elders. A short and chubby old man looked furious and glared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. A tremendous aura, the aura of the peak 7th level spiritual ocean realm, filled the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. If you still don't get lost, kill him. Lu Ming did not even look at the short and fat old man. He walked towards the blood-stained flower. He was talking to Wang Haoxian. You're looking for death. The short and fat old man roared in anger. A saber appeared in his hand. In a flash he slashed at Lu Ming. However, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of the old man. A scorching aura filled the air as he threw a punch. Bang! The short and fat old man was like a firework, instantly turning into a flame and exploding, not even leaving a residue. Sky-burning flames, the Wang family's sky-burning flames. She's so young and yet so powerful. Could she be the Wang clan's god-tier prodigy Wang Haoxian? It should be her. The other 7 people exclaimed. They came from a big force in 9 dragons, but that force was much weaker than the Wang family. Get lost or die. Wang Haoxian shouted coldly. The eyes of the 7 people flashed with deep fear. Although their cultivation was high, they still felt deep respect for such a god-tier heaven's favorite. The battle prowess of a god-tier heaven's favorite was too strong. It couldn't be measured by cultivation. But what shocked them the most was that Wang Haoxian seemed to listen to the young man. Just now the young man had given Wang Haoxian an order. Who was that young man? It was unbelievable that he could command a god-level talent like Wang Haoxian. They looked at Lu Ming with a look of awe. It was a misunderstanding. Let's go, we'll leave immediately. The other 7 people laughed and flew forward at top speed, deep into the wild beast forest. Lu Ming could not be bothered and picked the blood-stained flower. After that he continued to search for demonic beasts to kill. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Roar. Suddenly the earth-shaking roars of a few demonic beasts came from the front. Then Lu Ming and the rest saw 2 figures flying wildly outside with frightened faces. These 2 people were 2 of the group who had wanted to snatch the blood-stained flower. Chapter 8:15. 8:15 Overpowering a peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast. They were two old men and they were covered in blood as they fled in fear. Behind them there were a few huge demonic beasts that were chasing them. The auras on those demonic beasts were extremely terrifying. They were demonic beasts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. At this moment the two elders also saw Lu Ming and his partner. Their eyes lit up and they rushed toward them at top speed shouting, "Help! Help!" Lu Ming furrowed his brows. These two old fellows were obviously trying to shift the blame to them. Lu Ming would not let them have their way. "Retreat!" Lu Ming whispered and retreated with Wang Haoxian. "Save us!" The two elders chased after Lu Ming and the other man while the few powerful demonic beasts behind them continued to pursue them. "You two, you can't just leave me in the lurch." The two old men called out. "What did you take from those demonic beasts? Otherwise, why would they chase after you?" Lu Ming snorted coldly. The two old men's expressions changed and one of them said, "We didn't take anything. We just went deep in and encountered these demonic beasts. They were crazily chasing us. Our other companions were all killed by them and we are the only two left." The two old men said as they flew towards them. "Hand over your storage rings and I'll save you." Lu Ming sneered. These two old men must have taken something from those demonic beasts. Otherwise, why would those demonic beasts keep chasing them? "You're robbing me," the two old men said. "If you don't give it to me, then get lost. If you continue to pester me, I'll make a move," Lu Ming said. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the two elders. They did not say a word and continued to pester Lu Ming and the rest as they flew toward them. Since Lu Ming and the rest did not take action, he would implicate them. Roar! A giant black wolf roared and charged at them at the fastest speed. This giant wolf had combat strength at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. With a swipe of its claw, it enveloped the elder, Lu Ming and the others. The two old men cried out in alarm and ran for their lives. Boom! Wang Haoxian took a step forward and threw out a fiery fist radiance, which collided with the wolf's claw. The giant wolf roared and a large part of its claw was burnt. However, Wang Haoxian was also forced to retreat. The giant wolf's eyes were blood red as it howled madly and pounced on the two old men without a care for its life. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." At this moment Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. The infinite dragon spear appeared and swept out. The spear's radiance expanded and formed a huge spear pillar that swept toward the two elders. "I can't." The two elders were shocked and tried their best to block it. However, how could they block Lu Ming's attack with their cultivation at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier? They were hit by the spear radiance and spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies flew towards the huge wolf demonic beast. Ow! The giant wolf demonic beast let out a long howl and slashed out its claw. Under the despairing eyes of the two elders, it tore them apart. Then the giant wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the two elders' storage rings. It glanced at the two of them and actually turned to leave. "You want to leave? Stay." Lu Ming would not let them leave. He strode forward and took a few steps. Boom! Boom! With 5 steps, the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded. The giant wolf demonic beast wailed as its huge body was stomped down, crashing into the ground below and creating a deep pit that was thousands of meters wide. Roar! At this moment the other 2 demonic beasts also pounced over. These 2 demonic beasts, a giant tiger and a giant snake, both had peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier combat strength. With a shake of the long spear, 2 spear lights shot out. 2 wounds were left on the bodies of the 2 demonic beasts, causing blood to flow out. Roar! The fresh blood made the 2 demonic beasts pounce on Lu Ming even more frantically. The giant wolf struggled to its feet and stomped on the ground. The earth rumbled and gravel flew everywhere. The giant wolf soared into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. "You don't need to do anything, I'll do it." On the side, Wang Haoxian was about to make a move but was stopped by Lu Ming. Coincidentally, there were a few opponents that Lu Ming could use as practice. The long spear trembled and was swung out. The spear light swept across the void, constantly sweeping and stabbing at the 3 demonic beasts. The 3 demonic beasts' roars were like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. 3 attacks fire, ice and lightning burst out from their bodies and headed towards Lu Ming. The giant tiger, giant wolf and giant snake had claws as sharp as knives and bodies as hard as steel whips. They carried a terrifying attack power that could tear the body apart if hit. Lu Ming used the 3 absolutes of the Divine Dragon and the 9 Dragon's Heaven Stomping Steps from time to time to battle 3 peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier demonic beasts. He even had the upper hand. Wang Haoxian was shocked. Lu Ming had clearly not unleashed his full power yet. He had not used his bloodline martial arts technique, and he had also fused with a divine bloodline. Yet he was able to suppress 3 peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier demonic beasts, while Lu Ming was only at the peak 5th level spiritual ocean tier. If it were her, she would only be able to suppress one of the demonic beasts if she fused with a divine level bloodline. At most she would be able to fight to a draw with 3 demonic beasts. Gah! Just as Wang Haoxian was lost in his thoughts, a shrill scream rang out in the sky. Essilivir light flashed and appeared in front of Wang Haoxian in the next moment. Like the most terrifying heavenly blade, it slashed towards Wang Haoxian's head. Wang Haoxian's pupils shrank sharply and his body was covered in flames. He threw a punch and a scorching fist radiance was thrown out. Bang! The Essilivir light and the fist radiance collided. In an instant the fist radiance dissipated, and the Essilivir light came again. Wang Haoxian retreated quickly and threw 2 punches at the same time. The 2 fist auras were dispersed again, but they were blocked for a while. Wang Haoxian had time to prepare. His divine bloodline appeared. Wang Haoxian merged with the bloodline and turned into a purple firebird, pouncing forward. Bang! The purple firebird and the Essilivir light collided. With a loud boom, the purple firebird flew back and the Essilivir light also stopped. It was a giant Essilivir bird with a wingspan of 50 meters. Its entire body was Essilivir, as if it was cast from Essilivir. Essilivir ROC. Wang Haoxian's pupils shrank. The Essilivir ROC had the bloodline of the divine beast, the golden-winged ROC. It was a descendant and was extremely powerful. Ordinary demonic beasts couldn't compare to it. Ordinary demonic beasts were like ordinary human martial artists, while demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of divine beasts were like the prodigies of the human race. They had powerful combat strength and could fight across levels. Moreover, the higher the concentration of the divine beast bloodline, the stronger the talent and power. This Essilivir ROC was also at the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. Gah! The Essilivir ROC let out a shrill cry and pounced at Wang Haoxian again. Wang Haoxian had no choice but to flap his wings to face the attack. However, the Essilivir ROC was much more powerful than the other 3 demonic beasts combined. After a few clashes, Wang Haoxian dispersed the flames and returned to his human form, spitting out blood. Buzz! The Essilivir ROC turned into a flash of Essilivir lightning. Its wings were like heavenly blades and it slashed toward Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's eyes were filled with despair. She had nowhere to run. Clang! The next moment, a figure appeared in front of her and struck out a palm, sending the Essilivir ROC flying. Wang Haoxian widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 816. 816 Soul Gathering Stone. The person who appeared in front of Wang Haoxian was naturally Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure was much bigger and stronger than usual. His skin was covered with dense scales and his aura was extremely violent. Wang Haoxian looked in the other direction and realized that the 3 demonic beasts had all been killed by Lu Ming. Gah! The Essilivir ROC let out a loud cry and pounced toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch, which collided with the Essilivir ROC's wings. Kacha! The Essilivir ROC's huge body was sent flying and it wailed in pain. One of its wings was deformed and its bone armor had been broken by Lu Ming. The Essilivir ROC's blood-red eyes actually revealed a look of fear. It flapped its wings and turned to leave. You still want to run? Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up to the Essilivir ROC. The violent force of the kick landed on the back of the Essilivir ROC. The Essilivir ROC wailed in pain and was sent flying to the ground. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it out, piercing through the Esilavir ROC's heart and killing it. Wang Haoxian was shocked. The Esilavir ROC, a descendant of the golden-winged giant roc, was killed by Lu Ming with a crushing force. This Esilavir ROC had almost killed her just now. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. In that case, it would not be too difficult for Lu Ming to kill her now. Also, what kind of secret technique was that? It was so terrifying. His body was covered in scales like a demonic beast, and his aura was violent and terrifying. He felt extremely complicated. In her eyes, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Ming flew down and secretly devoured the Esilavir ROC's blood essence. It's indeed powerful to release a burst of dragon power. Lu Ming thought to himself. Just now he had used a burst of dragon power. After that he used the prison suppressing heaven technique, which was so powerful that he killed 3 demonic beasts, blocked the Esilavir ROC's attack on Wang Haoxian and killed it. I wonder how powerful it would be if 2 dragon powers were to burst out at the same time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. When the 9-dragon bloodline was raised to the 2nd level of the divine level, there would be 2 dragon powers. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming said. You don't want these demonic beast corpses? Wang Haoxian asked. There were a total of 4 9th-level spiritual ocean tier demonic beast corpses, especially the Esilavir ROC. The materials from its body were extremely valuable. If you want it, you can take it. Lu Ming waved his hands. With the wealth left behind by the 9 Sons Supreme Master, he didn't care about these demonic beasts at all. The spirit stones he exchanged for them wouldn't even be enough for him to swallow in a few bites. With that, Lu Ming stepped forward. Wang Haoxian looked at Lu Ming a few more times. After making sure that Lu Ming really did not want the bodies, she put the 4 corpses away. On a mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining his blood essence. Wang Haoxian stood by Lu Ming's side, protecting him. The blood essence of the 4 demonic beasts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier was extremely dense. However, with the refining power of the 9-dragon bloodline, it didn't take long for it to be completely refined. All the power of the blood essence flowed into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, but the bloodline did not improve. It was still at level 2 of the divine level. What did those guys steal from those demonic beasts? And those demonic beasts were a little different from the other demonic beasts. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The demonic beasts in the wild beast forest were all affected by the killing intent here. They were all extremely violent and fearless. They had lost their intelligence and would not show any signs of fear. However, those demonic beasts showed fear after being injured by Lu Ming. The Esilavir ROC's fear was even more intense. It even turned around and ran away. It was very different from the other demonic beasts, which made Lu Ming feel a little strange. Could it be because of the high level? Lu Ming shook his head. He decided not to bother about it for now. He wanted to see what the 2 elders had taken from the demonic beasts that caused the demonic beasts to chase after them. Lu Ming rummaged through the 2 storage rings. They were all spiritual crystals, a few rough stones, pills and secret manuals. Lu Ming did not think much of them. In the end, Lu Ming found a metal box. The box was not big, but it was placed in a very important place. Lu Ming took it out and opened it to find a red stone inside. The stone was the size of a fist. Once the metal box was opened, a wondrous aura emanated from the stone. Lu Ming immediately felt his mind clear and he was in high spirits. Could it be the soul-gathering stone? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The soul-gathering stone was a rare treasure that had a magical effect on the soul. Legend had it that when a person had just died and their soul had yet to disperse, if a soul-gathering stone was used to gather it, there would be a miraculous way to bring them back to life. Of course, there were some exaggerations in the legends, but it was definitely useful to the soul. Those guys must have taken this soul-gathering stone from the demonic beast. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Those demonic beasts must have regained some of their intelligence because of the soul-gathering stone. That was why they knew fear. That was why they had been chasing after the 2 old men to get the soul-gathering stone back. This soul congregation stone will definitely be of great use to Senior Jiuyang. At the thought of this, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. If the soul of the Nine Sons Supreme was strengthened to a certain extent, he might really be able to be resurrected in the future and reappear in the world. Let's go back to the cave. Lu Ming stood up and flew back to the cave abode with Wang Haoxian. A few thousand miles away from the cave. I have at most a month before I leave the wild beast forest. During this time, you don't have to hunt demonic beasts. Cultivate on your own. I will send you a voice transmission when I am about to leave. Lu Ming instructed Wang Haoxian and flew to the cave abode alone. Soon he returned to the cave abode. The Nine Sons Cosmos was still sitting cross-legged, but the soul-consolidating tree had completely shriveled up. There was no energy left. Lu Ming guessed that the Nine Sons Cosmos would wake up soon. As expected, 3 days later the Nine Sons Supreme woke up. Senior Jiang, how's your recovery? Nine Sons stepped forward to pay her respects and asked. My soul power has increased a lot. Finally, I won't fall into a deep sleep so easily. The supreme martial artist of the Nine Sons smiled. Good. Senior Jiang, I've obtained a soul gathering stone. It might be useful to you. Lu Ming took out the soul gathering stone and held it in his palm. The eyes of the Nine Sons Supreme Master lit up instantly like two small suns. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the soul gathering stone in his hand. He examined it for a moment and then laughed. It really is the soul gathering stone. Ah, good. With this soul gathering stone, my soul power will be greatly restored. Then I can help you. It's good that it's useful to you, Senior. Lu Ming was very happy. Lu Ming, thank you. I'll go back to the Supreme Shrine to refine it now. With that, the Nine Sons Supreme wrapped himself in the soul gathering stone and turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's glabella and disappearing. I'll cultivate for a while more, then I'll go to the Sea Cloud sect and meet up with little Qing and the others. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Chapter 817. 817 Not good. Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. During this period of time, Lu Ming continued to use the origin stone to break through, raising his cultivation to the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm in one fell swoop. However, the Earthwell was still stuck at the peak of the lower tier of level 2, unable to break into the upper tier of level 2. At this time, there were less than 10 days left until the half-year agreement. Little Qing, Fatty and the others have already come out from the Tianqiang relic. I should also make a move. Lu Ming thought to himself. During this period of time he had been communicating with Xianxia and the rest through voice transmission. Otherwise, Xianxia would be worried about Lu Ming's safety and would not be able to cultivate in peace. Knowing that they were safe, Xianxia and Kong Jin were able to cultivate in Tianqiang relic in peace. At the same time, Lu Ming could cultivate in peace and wait for the Nine Sons Supreme. Lu Ming packed his things and left the cave abode. He quickly flew out of the wild beast forest. Thousands of miles away on a mountain peak, Wang Haoxian was standing against the wind. When she saw Lu Ming, she followed him obediently and flew out. Not long after they were out of the wild beast forest. Suddenly their bodies felt lighter. Their speed increased and they turned into two rainbow lights flying toward the east. Half a day later they were close to the dragon vein in the east. Lu Ming brought Wang Haoxian and flew directly to the Sea Cloud sect. Lu Ming, how have you been? When Lu Ming arrived at the Sea Cloud sect, Zhou Xian stepped into the air and said with a smile. Ah, Zhou Xian, congratulations on breaking through to the Spirit Ocean and becoming a powerful being of the Spirit Ocean. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Zhou Xian and could tell that she had already broken through to the Spiritual Ocean tier. She was now at the peak of the first level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. I did break through, but you should be even more unfathomable. Zhou Xian smiled and looked at Wang Haoxian who was behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have such a beautiful woman with you. Be careful, Miss Nianqing will be jealous if she sees you. Don't worry, she's just my servant. Why would Shaoqing be jealous? Lu Ming said with a smile. Wang Haoxian, who was standing behind Lu Ming, gritted his teeth and felt hatred in his heart. Maidservant. Zhou Xian was taken aback. She turned to Wang Haoxian and said, May I know elder sister's name? Wang Haoxian glanced at Zhou Xian and snorted, but he didn't answer. How could a disciple from a small power like Zhou Xian enter Wang Haoxian's eyes? She is Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming answered on her behalf. So it's Lady Wang. What? Wang Haoxian? Which Wang Haoxian? Xiao Xian started to nod, but she immediately reacted. Her pupils contracted and she looked at Lu Ming in shock, asking a few questions. Isn't it Wang Haoxian from the ancient Wang family? Lu Ming said casually. What? He was a god-level prodigy Wang Haoxian? Your maidservant? Xiao Xian's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with shock. Who would believe that Wang Haoxian, a god-level prodigy, had become Lu Ming's maidservant? Xiao Xian thought she was dreaming. Wang Haoxian gritted his teeth unhappily. She knew that if this matter were to spread, her reputation would be tarnished, but what could she do? She was also helpless. Well, let's not talk about this first. Little Qing and Fatty should be here soon. Lu Ming said casually, his gaze looking into the distance. Xiao Xian kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. This matter was simply too shocking. Soon, 2 rainbow lights appeared from the horizon. In a few breaths, they arrived in front of the sea cloud sect. As the rainbow light dissipated, Xianxia and Kong Jin's figures appeared. Ah, Lu Ming, we meet again. I missed you so much. As soon as Kong Jin appeared, he burst into laughter and pounced on Lu Ming like a bear. However, the next moment he swept his gaze and saw Wang Haoxian standing behind Lu Ming. He felt as if his butt had been pricked by a needle and his body bounced up like a round ball. Wang Haoxian, is that you? What are you doing here? The fatty cried out in disbelief and his aura burst out. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. After not seeing each other for half a year, Fatty's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, only 1 step away from the 6th level. On the other side, Xianxia's cultivation at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm erupted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Haoxian. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Do you think you're my match? Wang Haoxian laughed coldly. A powerful aura burst out and pressed down on Fatty and Xianxia. What are you doing? Retract your aura. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wang Haoxian and snorted. Wang Haoxian snorted and retracted his aura. He stood obediently behind Lu Ming. Fatty and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Don't be nervous, she's my maidservant now. Lu Ming said with a smile. A maidservant? Fatty's mouth was as wide as a lamb leg, while Xianxia's eyes were wide open. Previously, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not mention that Wang Haoxian had become his servant through voice transmission. The jade talisman could not explain clearly, but he said that he was fine and that they did not have to worry. Therefore Xianxia and the others were naturally shocked. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xianxia's eyes widened. It's like this. Lu Ming explained how he subdued and toyed with Wang Haoxian, but he skipped the part about the 9 Yang Supreme. He only said that he had accidentally found the darkine grass and refined it into darkine powder, then controlled Wang Haoxian. It's actually like this? Lu Ming, I really admire you. It's so cool to have such a beautiful woman serving you every day. No, I also want to learn the Tao of inscription, I also want to learn. The fatty was the first to shout, his 2 little eyes were full of stars. It was as if he could already see countless proud girls surrounding him, serving him and becoming his maidservants. Fatty, don't talk nonsense. I've been cultivating alone all this time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly explained. Lu Ming, both of you will be in the wild beast forest during this period of time. A cold voice came. Xianxia's eyes swept between Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian with hostility. Little Qing, although we're both in the wild beast forest, we're all cultivating on our own. Lu Ming quickly explained. Young Master Lu Ming, the bed is ready. Do you need me to help you warm it up? At this moment Wang Haoxian spoke. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. He turned around and glared at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's lips curled up slightly and he looked smug. Nest, this is revenge, pure revenge. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. As expected, Xianxia gritted his teeth and his eyes widened. With a cold expression he squeezed out a sentence. Pervert Lu Ming, you're indeed a perverted man. I'm innocent. Lu Ming was speechless. What did he mean by perverted? When was he lecherous? Wang Haoxian, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming berated. Wang Haoxian immediately put on an aggrieved expression. He pinched his fingers and lowered his head, pretending to be obedient and not say a word. Chapter 8:18. 8:18 Killing their way to the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming, you're amazing. You've managed to train that violent woman Wang Haoxian to be so obedient. I'm impressed. Fatty had touched a sore spot. Lu Ming. Xianxia shrieked. A powerful aura burst out of his body and the sky demon force field enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He moved his body and penetrated the heavy force field. He appeared beside Xianxia and wrapped his arm around Xianxia's waist. Xianxia's body trembled and the force field disappeared. Silly girl, can't you tell that she did it on purpose? I only have you in my heart. How can Wang Haoxian touch my heart? Lu Ming whispered in Xianxia's ear. This action was really intimate. Xianxia looked around and saw Fatty, Zhou Xian and Wang Haoxian staring at them with wide eyes. His face turned red and he struggled. Lu Ming, let me go. If you don't believe me, I won't let go. Lu Ming said with a smile. I believe in you. Xianxia admitted defeat. Lu Ming's arm then loosened. Xianxia struggled and flew out, his face red. The weather's pretty good today. Don't you think so, Sister Zhou Xian? Fatty laughed and turned to look elsewhere. Yes, I am. Zhou Xian also turned in another direction. Xianxia's face turned even redder and he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked at Xianxia with a smile. After the banter, the few of them started chatting. Xianxia and Kong Jin had some fortuitous encounters in the Sky Dome relic. Their cultivation had reached the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and their comprehension of concepts had far surpassed Lu Ming's. However, just like Lu Ming, their third bloodline had not been awakened yet. It seemed to be still accumulating. Now you're no match for me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't be so smug. When I awaken my third bloodline, I'll definitely defeat you. Xianxia snorted and pouted. Especially when he looked at Wang Haoxian, his eyes were extremely unfriendly, as if he was still brooding over it. Hey, someone's coming. Lu Ming suddenly looked into the distance. A sword light cut through the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before him. The sword light dissipated and a beautiful woman appeared. Ting ting. The fatty was overjoyed when he saw the woman and hurriedly went up to her. This young woman was Ruan Tingting. Fatty, Lu Ming, Miss Nianqing, I didn't expect you to be here. Ruan Tingting was overjoyed to see Lu Ming and the rest. Tingting, long time no see. Lu Ming and Xianxia also greeted Ruan Tingting. After not seeing each other for half a year, Ruan Tingting had already pulled through that period of sadness. There was a heroic spirit on her body, making her look heroic and cool. Tingting, aren't you cultivating in Di Tian's royal guards? What are you doing here? Fatty asked. I came here with Big Brother Long Qianli. Recently, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley have sent their geniuses to 9 dragons to challenge the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There are geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect blocking the entrance of a holy land on the Dragon Vein in the east. They are very arrogant, so Big Brother Long Qianli wanted to meet them, so I followed them. I'll also go to the Wind Sword sect to avenge my parents. Ruan Tingting explained. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the geniuses of the Heavenly Demon Valley are all here. Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest were stunned. Yes, I heard that the most powerful group of future geniuses, such as the Heavenly Corpse sect, sent the sovereigns ranked below the 100th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ruan Tingting said. This is normal. Before every battle of Kismet, the Overlord forces will send their geniuses to each other's territory. The purpose is to test the strength of each other's geniuses. In the past, the Empyrean Divine Palace also sent their geniuses to the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley have come together. Said Wang Haoxian. She was a genius of the Wang clan and knew the situation better. Lu Ming nodded. This was understandable. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were mortal enemies, they didn't kill the envoys. When the other party's geniuses came, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could only send their geniuses to face the enemy. Ting, let's go to the Wind Sword sect first. After we deal with them, we'll go take a look together. Lu Ming said. He also wanted to see the strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect's paragons. All right. Wan Tingting nodded. The group of them then headed towards the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming could tell that Wan Tingting's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. It was obvious that Wan Tingting had been heavily nurtured in the Detian Royal Guards for the past 6 months. In addition to the inheritance of blue-gold supremacy, her cultivation had progressed so quickly. Naturally, Lu Ming and the rest were not together to help Wan Tingting take revenge. Back then, Lu Ming had said that he would let Wan Tingting take revenge herself. They were going together to prevent any accidents. Soon the Wind Sword sect's mountain gate came into view. Who's there? This is the Wind Sword sect, stop right there. At the Wind Sword sect's mountain gate, the disciples guarding the mountain shouted. Don't you guys recognize me? Wan Tingting strode forward with a gloomy expression. Wan Tingting, you're Wan Tingting. The expression of the disciples guarding the mountain changed drastically. I won't kill you, go get old man Yif, come out and face your death. Wan Tingting said. Just you wait. The disciple turned around and ran away. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, urgent bell chimes came from the Wind Sword sect. Then a large number of figures appeared in the depths of the Wind Sword sect. Yifei Yiqing and a few elders from the Wind Sword sect. However, they stopped in the depths of the Wind Sword sect and did not walk out. Yifei's eyes swept across them and said, Tingting, what happened back then was our fault. However, because of this, the Wind Sword sect's patriarch died in battle. A few other experts also died. Qing Er's cultivation was also crippled. Can we just let this matter end? Shut up. Don't call my name. End it. Sure, but I'll end it after I cut off your head. Wan Tingting said coldly, her killing intent extremely thick. During this period of time she had been cultivating with all her might, hoping that one day she would be able to charge into the Wind Sword sect and avenge her parents. How could this matter be easily wrestle-levered? Yifei's eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. Since you're not coming out, I'll kill my way in. As soon as Wan Tingting finished speaking, the sound of a sword rang out. A blue sword chi soared into the sky. As the sword chi crisscrossed, Wan Tingting strode forward. 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Yifei and the others' expressions changed. They were in disbelief. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the surroundings and a cold smile appeared on his face. Let's go in and take a look. Then they followed Wan Tingting and stepped out. Seeing that Lu Ming and the rest had entered the Wind Sword sect's territory, Yifei's eyes turned cold. His killing intent flashed as he shouted, Great formation, rise. Then, dense runes appeared all over the mountains and plains of the Wind Sword sect. Streaks of sword chi condensed in the air and a powerful pressure permeated the air. This was a killing formation, a level 6 killing formation, and it was extremely powerful. Back then, Lu Ming and the others had caused a huge commotion in the 100 Venerates Mountain. In the end, Wan Tingting had been taken away by the Detian Imperial Guards. Naturally, Yifei had heard about it. Chapter 819. 819. What a trashy formation. Although they didn't know the exact process of that incident, they heard that Wan Tingting had a great opportunity. During this period of time, Yifei was filled with worry and anticipation. He hoped that Wan Tingting would be killed in the brutal competition. At the same time, he was also making preparations. He had paid a huge price to hire a 6th-rank true inscription alchemist to inscribe an extremely powerful killing formation in the Wind Sword sect. As long as Wan Tingting and Lu Ming stepped into the Wind Sword sect, he would activate the killing formation and kill them. Little bitch, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Even a 6th-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist will die if he steps into this array. Now let's see how you're going to kill me. Yifei's face was extremely gloomy as he spoke coldly. Wan Tingting's brows twitched as she cursed in her heart. She had been too careless. Hee, sect leader Yi, you think you can kill us with this formation? You're too naive. At this moment Lu Ming chuckled. Humph, it's more than enough to kill you. Yi Fa said coldly. However, his eyes flashed with a serious look. In reality, the one he feared the most was not Wan Tingting but Lu Ming and the rest. In his eyes, Lu Ming and the rest were unfathomable. More than half a year ago in that competition, the Wind Sword sect had been completely defeated by Lu Ming and the rest. He had built this large array mainly to deal with Lu Ming and the rest. You think too highly of your array. To be honest, I don't know what kind of inscriber you've hired. They're complete trash. You want to trap us with a trash array? You're too naive. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. With every step that Lu Ming took, a circle of dense inscriptions would appear on the ground. These inscriptions seemed to be alive and were actually moving on the ground. Yi Fa's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "You're also an inscription master? Take control of the formation and kill them." The formation around them shook. In the sky, endless sword qi gathered, exuding a terrifying power as it shot toward Lu Ming and the others. Xianxia, Fatty, Wan Tingting and even Wang Haoxian didn't move at all, as if they didn't see the sword qi. They had all seen how strong Lu Ming's refinement path was. However, Lu Ming still had a smile on his face. He took a step forward and said softly, "Break." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword qi that was stabbing at them from all directions collapsed. The inscriptions around the Wind Sword sect were like fire falling into ice. With a sizzling sound, they disappeared without a trace. As Lu Ming finished speaking, the large array was broken. Yifa Yiqing and some of the Wind Sword sect elders' faces paled. They turned pale and bloodless. Yi Fa had paid a huge price to hire a 6th-rank true inscription alchemist and spent half a month to perfect the formation that could kill a 6th-level spiritual ocean tier expert. To think that it was broken by Lu Ming while he was talking and laughing. This was too shocking. Could it be that not only was Lu Ming's martial arts cultivation so powerful, but his Tao of inscription was also so terrifying that all his plans were useless in an instant? They felt a chill in their hearts and were in despair. Wan Tingting, didn't you want to take revenge? If you want to take revenge, then do it yourself. Why did you call for help? Since that's the case, I admit defeat today. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Ye called out to Wan Tingting. Ye, you don't have to use such a low-level method to provoke me. If it was a direct battle, I wouldn't interfere. But if you use such a method, I will definitely interfere. Lu Ming smiled. You won't interfere? You said it, don't go back on your word. Yi Fa shouted. Naturally I won't. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wan Tingting, what about you? Ye Fa was still worried and looked at Wan Tingting. I will kill you all with my own hands. Wan Tingting's answer was very obvious. Alright, since that's the case, let's attack and kill this little bitch. Yi Fa gritted his teeth and said in a dark voice. Suddenly, 2 old men rushed out from behind Yi Fa, and their powerful auras filled the air. 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Zhou Xian exclaimed. These 2 old men were actually at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The Wind Sword sect definitely did not have such powerful experts. Yi Fa must have paid a huge price to invite them. What Yi Fa said just now was to get Lu Ming and the rest to not make a move. Then he would let 2 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier kill Wan Tingting. His intentions were vicious. Lu Ming, Tingting Shi. Zhou Xian looked at Lu Ming worriedly. No problem, Tingting should be able to handle it. Lu Ming said. He had long noticed that there were 2 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier behind Yi Fa, but he trusted Wan Tingting. Wan Tingting had received Supremacy Lan Jin's inheritance, which was a god-grade cultivation technique. In addition, Wan Tingting's talent was unparalleled. In the past, it was only buried in the Wind Sword sect. Otherwise, she would not have received Supremacy Lan Jin's inheritance. With a divine-grade cultivation technique as a foundation, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to cross 2 levels and deal with 2 ordinary 5th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators after cultivating in the Emperor Heaven Royal Guards for so long. Buzz. The sword radiance whistled, and the blue sword qi soared into the sky as if it could tear everything apart. Sword concept. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Wan Tingting had levered the mentality of sword from the mentality of metal. Kill! Wan Tingting shouted and stepped forward. Her sword chi whistled as she charged towards the two elders. The two old men used all their strength, but after a few moves they began to be at a disadvantage. Wan Tingting's blue sword light was condensed from a god-tier cultivation technique, and with the sword intent, it was simply invincible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi tore through the two old men's attack and defense. Spare me! The two old men wanted to beg for mercy, but the sword chi pierced through the void and pierced through their throats. The two old men were dead. How did this happen? Yifei Yiqing and the others turned pale and despaired. Wan Tingting's eyes were filled with killing intent as she stepped forward. Her sword chi shot into the sky as she walked towards Yifei. Tingting, Tingting, please spare us. I treated you well back then. Yifei screamed and began to beg for mercy. You're treating me well? Marrying me to the two monsters of Qing He in exchange for your children's opportunities, is this treating me well? You used my parents to force me and caused them to die in the end. Is this how you treat me? Wan Tingting sneered. That was just a moment of confusion. Tingting, if you kill me, the Wind Sword sect will no longer exist. It will fall apart and be erased from the world. Yifei did not give up and continued to shout. What does the Wind Sword sect's non-existence have to do with me? Wan Tingting remained unmoved and strode forward. Her sword chi whistled out and pierced forward. A few Wind Sword sect elders shouted in anger as they unleashed their full strength in an attempt to block the attack. However, it was all in vain as the sword chi pierced through their foreheads. Run, run! The other higher-ups of the Subsword sect ran for their lives. However, the sword chi pierced through the air and killed those people one by one. In the end, only Yifei and Yiqing were left. The two of them trembled, their faces pale. They were in despair. Back then they had forced Wan Tingting into a corner, but they never expected this to happen. Buzz! Yifei and Yiqing could not resist the sword light at all. The two figures fell to the ground. The upper echelons of the Wind Sword sect had all been annihilated. Chapter 820. 820 Heavenly Corpse Sect's Paragon. Father, Mother, Tingting has avenged you. Wan Tingting held the sword in her hand and whispered. Tingting, let's go. The Wind Sword sect's upper echelons have been completely annihilated. It will soon be swallowed up by other forces. From then on, the Wind Sword sect will no longer exist. Fatty walked up and patted Wan Tingting's shoulder. He was afraid that Wan Tingting would sink into hatred and murder, unable to extricate herself. Taking a deep breath, Wan Tingting shook her sword and the blood on the blade evaporated. She put away the sword and smiled. Fatty, thank you. He then walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Monsieur, thank you. The reason why she could reach this stage and take revenge was all because of Lu Ming and a few others. Back then, when she had obtained the legacy and was hunted down by the Wan family and the Jiang family, Lu Ming and the rest had protected her with their lives. Otherwise, she would not be where she was today. Since we're friends, there's no need to thank me. Let's go and see the Heavenly Corpse sect's elites. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Under the shocked gazes of many Wind Sword sect disciples, they left the Wind Sword sect and flew in the direction of the Dragon Vein. According to Wan Tingting, at the entrance of a cultivation sacred ground in the Dragon Vein, there were geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect who set up a battle platform to challenge the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It had been a few days and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was completely at a disadvantage. That was why Long Qianli had brought his men here, hoping to stabilize the situation. Before the Battle of Providence, the Overlord factions would send their elites. First, it could be used as a form of training and to test the other side's strength. Second, it could also strike a blow to the other side's morale. Together with Wan Tingting, Lu Ming and the rest flew toward the Dragon Vein. The Wuxiang Valley was a relatively famous cultivation holy land on the Dragon Vein occupied by the Wang family. It was of a higher level than the 100 venerated mountains, and there were more geniuses cultivating here. For example, many quasi-god heaven's favorites ranked 300 to 400 would choose to cultivate here. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect pulled up a stone platform from the ground at the entrance of the Wuxiang Valley and used it as a battle platform. The 8 paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect stood on one side of the fighting ring. They were all wearing black robes and had cold smiles on their faces. Another paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect stood in the middle of the platform looking around. There were many figures surrounding the fighting ring. They were all geniuses and geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Long Qianli stood at the front. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace only has so few geniuses. Those at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Who else wants to come up for a fight? In the middle of the fighting ring, the paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect looked around with a smug expression. For a moment no one dared to go up. Just now, that paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect had already defeated 3 paragons at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier in a row. He was extremely powerful. Damn it. The Heavenly Corpse sect must have selected the top figures of all levels through a series of selections. Our Empyrean Divine Palace naturally has such figures. It's just that they're not here for a while. That's right, we were just caught off guard by them. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were discussing animatedly. They were extremely indignant. The geniuses from the Heavenly Corpse sect were naturally the best of their respective levels. They were invincible among their peers. They had no way of finding so many experts in such a short time. Blood Sword 19, if you have the ability, let's fight. Long Qianli took a step forward and stared at the man in the middle of the 8 Heavenly Corpse sect elites. Blood Sword 19 was a god-grade genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect, ranked 294th, while Long Qianli was ranked 295th. The two of them were equal in rank. Why are you so anxious? Wait a moment, let the others compete first. After that I will naturally fight you. Blood Sword 19 looked at Long Qianli and sneered. Long Qianli's expression was ugly. In the past few days, the Heavenly Corpse sect had continuously sent out geniuses at the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been completely defeated, and they could not afford to lose again. 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, who is going to fight me? On the stone platform, the disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect continued to issue challenges. I'll do it. A voice came from the distance and a ray of light flew over at extreme speed. Boom. Then a figure landed on the stone platform. It's Gai Chong, it's Gai Chong. Gai Chong, 359th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is a potential heaven's favorite. Good, we have hope now. Everyone was excited. Finally, a quasi-heaven's favorite at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier arrived. The list of top 1,000 talents hadn't been updated for a long time, and many geniuses had emerged. It was no longer authoritative to use the previous list to determine the combat strength of the current geniuses. Some people rose up, some progressed slowly, and some even rose to the sky and awakened divine bloodlines. Therefore, the strength of the top 1,000 talents on the list was in a mess. However, he could probably use it as a reference. Those who were ranked at the top previously would not be too bad. Gai Chong, I hope you won't disappoint me. The expert from the Sky Corpse sect said. I also hope so. Gai Chong said coldly. Then the two of them started fighting. However, after a dozen or so moves, everyone was shocked to find that Gai Chong was completely suppressed and at a disadvantage. After another dozen or so moves, Gai Chong was sent flying and coughed up large amounts of blood. He was defeated and defeated again. You really can't take a single blow. Let me tell you, in the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, I'm not the strongest. There are still many stronger than me in the Heavenly Corpse sect. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. What's there to be proud of? Our heaven's favorite is just not here now. At the exchange in half a month's time, let's see how arrogant you can be then. Some people were indignant. Those from the Heavenly Corpse sect coldly laughed. They naturally knew that there were more geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There were many of them who were in closed-door cultivation. But so what? Their goal was to crush the morale of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this time a few more beams of light flew over in the sky and 6 young figures appeared. As soon as these figures appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. This was because there were 4 young women in this group of 6. Each of them was extremely beautiful, especially Xianxia, who firmly attracted the attention of many people. The 6 people were Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, it's you. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard and several figures flew out with undisguised killing intent. Chaotic wind cloud. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. The one who had spoken was none other than Luan Fengyun. Lu Ming would never forget how Luan Fengyun had injured Xianxia in a sneak attack at the Battle of the 100 Venerates Mountain half a year ago. He did not expect to run into chaotic wind and cloud here again. Lu Ming, you guys have been hiding for half a year. Let's see where you can hide today. Luan Fengyun glared at Lu Ming and the rest with killing intent. His gaze lingered on Ruan Tingting for a moment before he looked at Long Qianli. The only person he was afraid of was Long Qianli, and he was afraid that Long Qianli would interfere. He hid for half a year. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, we meet again. Suddenly, another person was born in the crowd. A figure stepped on the air and ascended. Wang Ju. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Chapter 821. 821 Chapter 821 Crushing Chaotic Wind and Cloud. He hadn't seen Wang Ju since the Battle of the Heavenly King list. He should have been cultivating in seclusion, but now he had appeared. What's wrong? You've been defeated and now you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, I lost in the Battle of the Kings, but what's the big deal about losing in the King's realm? The spiritual ocean tier is the realm where geniuses compete. Now I can defeat you as easily as turning my hand. Wang Ju's body emitted a burning aura. On the other side, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect watched with great interest. They didn't expect that the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would actually have an internal strife. They were naturally happy to see this happen. Long Qianli frowned slightly. He recognized Lu Ming, but he had already helped Lu Ming and his group once. He could not interfere in their personal affairs every time. After all, the other party was from an ancient family. Furthermore, his gaze was on Wang Haoxian, who was standing behind Lu Ming. He was very surprised. Why was Wang Haoxian standing behind Lu Ming? If Wang Haoxian were to make a move, he was not confident. Wang Ju, how about letting me have this person? Luan Fengyun looked at Wang Ju. All right. Wang Ju nodded. It would be best if Luan Fengyun could take care of Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a figure flashed and blocked Lu Ming's path. If you want to touch Lu Ming, you'll have to get past me first. Wang Haoxian said coldly. Wang Haoxian, what are you doing? Luan Fengyun's expression changed drastically. He had seen Wang Haoxian just now. He was puzzled as to why Wang Haoxian was with Lu Ming and the rest. He thought that they were on the same path. If you want to touch Lu Ming, you have to defeat me first. Wang Haoxian continued to speak coldly. This caused Luan Fengyun's expression to turn even uglier. Wang Haoxian was a god-tier genius who had awakened a god-tier bloodline. How could he be a match for him? Wang Haoxian, why are you doing this? Wang Ju said, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. He was from the same clan as Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian was extremely arrogant, extremely talented and focused on cultivation. He had never been nice to others, especially men. Other than loving her brother Wang Haotian, she had almost no friends. Now she was standing in front of Lu Ming and helping him block the strong enemy. This was a little unbelievable. He was not the only one. The others were also in disbelief. Many people who did not know Lu Ming were guessing who he was to be able to make the god-level prodigy Wang Haoxian act this way. I'll let you off today for the sake of Wang Haoxian, said Luan Fengyun coldly. He then turned around to leave. Did I ask you to leave? Even if you didn't look for me, I would have looked for you. Lu Ming's voice was heard. He took a step forward and said, Wang Haoxian, there's no need for you to interfere. I will settle this myself. Luan Fengyun stopped and cast a glance at Wang Haoxian. However, Wang Haoxian took 2 steps back. He seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming and had no intention of interfering. This made many people feel surprised. Wan Fengyun also frowned and said, Lu Ming, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, a powerful aura rose from his body. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It was clear that Chaotic Wind Cloud had also made great progress in the past 6 months, and had advanced by a level. A large bow appeared in his hand and the aura around him became sharp. Buzz. He retreated and knocked an arrow on his bow. An arrow pierced through space and shot towards Lu Ming. It was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Many people were secretly shocked. As expected of a quasi-heaven's favorite on the list of top 1,000 talents, Wan Fengyun's combat strength was extremely powerful. Not many people of the same level could avoid this arrow. Xianxia, Fatty and the others didn't move at all. They didn't seem worried at all. Lu Ming did not move and allowed the arrows to hit him. It was as if Lu Ming had not reacted at all. Lu Ming was going to die. Many people had this thought. The arrow tore through the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming's glabella in an instant. At this moment Lu Ming finally moved. He stretched out his hand. Not many people could see when he reached out and caught the arrow. The arrow stopped firmly in front of Lu Ming's glabella, less than an inch away from it. Almost everyone widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming had actually caught the arrow with his bare hands. This wasn't an arrow shot by an ordinary person, but by Wan Fengyun. An arrow shot by Wan Fengyun, who had reached the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, was absolutely terrifying and could kill an ordinary expert at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, Lu Ming casually grabbed it in his hand. This kind of visual impact was really too great, making people's minds go into a daze. Wan Fengyun, it's been half a year since we last met, and you haven't improved at all. Lu Ming smiled. He exerted force with his fingers and the arrow in his hand shattered. Wan Fengyun's pupils contracted and he quickly retreated. At the same time he drew his bow again. Whoosh, whoosh. The 9 arrows were shot in a straight line. The arrows from the back hit the arrows in front, causing the speed of the arrows in front to increase dramatically. The speed of the first arrow was even more terrifying. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The arrow was shattered into pieces. Wan Fengyun's heart was filled with shock and he frantically retreated. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Wan Fengyun in an instant. Terrified, Wan Fengyun exploded with all his might. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the saber shattered. Lu Ming's claws grabbed onto Wan Fengyun's throat. The quintessential essence in Wan Fengyun's body had been completely sealed. He was struggling in Lu Ming's hands. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Wan Fengyun was a quasi-heaven's chosen and was incomparably powerful. However, in Lu Ming's hands he was like a little chick, unable to withstand a single blow. All of Lu Ming's attacks were easily dispersed and nullified. A few people who knew about the battle at the 100 Venerated Mountains were even more shocked. Back then Lu Ming was completely suppressed by Wan Fengyun and was no match for him. However, only half a year had passed and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased to a terrifying level. He could completely suppress Wan Fengyun. It was truly terrifying. Release him. The 2 young men shouted from behind Chaotic Wind Cloud and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Bang! Lu Ming's kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The 2 youths were at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, but they were not prodigies and were far inferior to Lu Ming. They both spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. A ray of light appeared on Lu Ming's finger and he slashed it. Poochie! Blood splattered in all directions. One of Wan Fengyun's arms flew out and was cut off by Lu Ming. Wan Fengyun let out a low growl and his body began to struggle with all his might. Lu Ming swung his arm and threw Wan Fengyun away. This arm will be used to repay you for that sneak attack. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight me again, Lu Ming said coldly. Wan Fengyun bellowed in anger. He circulated his cultivation to stop the bleeding and looked at Lu Ming with some resentment and some shock. On the other side, Wang Ju's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart was in turmoil. Wang Ju's combat strength was strong and his talent was amazing. Otherwise he would not have been able to enter the Heavenly King ranking. Once he broke through to the Spirit Ocean realm, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now at the peak of the 4th level of the Spirit Ocean realm. He originally thought that it would be enough to crush Lu Ming and take revenge for the day he was ranked on the Heavenly King ranking. Chapter 822. 822 Chapter 822 Retreating without fighting. However, he now realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was unfathomable. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even Wan Fengyun was crushed by Lu Ming. This made him extremely shocked. At this moment Lu Ming's gaze turned to him. "Now do you still want to fight?" A calm voice was heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Ju. "Do you still want to fight?" There was no need for him to answer this question. If Wan Fengyun was easily defeated, then if he were to fight, wouldn't he be even more defeated? Wang Ju's face turned green and then white. Finally, he gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. He turned into a rainbow light and left this place directly. He retreated without fighting. No one felt that Wang Ju's retreat was a sign of cowardice. In fact, many people agreed with Wang Ju's actions. When faced with an opponent that he could not defeat, perhaps retreating was the wisest choice. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned to Xianxia and the rest. In front of the stone platform, Long Qianli's eyes glowed as he looked at Lu Ming. He was shocked that he could not see through Lu Ming. He still remembered that half a year ago in the 100 Venerates Mountain, Lu Ming and the others had to rely on his reputation to leave the mountain. However, in just half a year Lu Ming had already given Long Qianli an unfathomable feeling. Interesting. On the stone platform Blood Sword 19 sneered. Then he looked around again and said, "Since there's no one else at the 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier to fight, then let's have a battle at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Blood Glow, you go." "Yes." A young man beside Blood Sword 19 nodded and stepped forward, appearing in the center of the stone platform. The aura on his body burst out. The peak of the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Who's going to come up and fight? Shuemang's face was pale, but his eyes were as red as blood. The surroundings of the stone platform were completely silent. This time the Sky Corps sect had obviously sent out top experts of all levels. Their combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level. This bloody light was obviously such a figure. If one didn't have the confidence, going up would only be embarrassing. "I'll go." After a while a voice was heard. A young man in a red robe flew up to the fighting ring. Everyone recognized that this person was a quasi-god prodigy of the Wang clan. He was extremely powerful. Boom! Blazing flames filled the air as the Wang clan's heaven's favorite roared and charged toward the blood-red light. Buzz! The sword hummed as the blood-colored sword chi surged. The blood-colored light emitted a dense blood chi as it fought with the Wang clan's heaven's favorite. The blood intent realm of the Heavenly Corpse sect is extremely powerful. The Wang family is no match for it. Lu Ming shook his head. Sure enough, after a dozen moves the Wang clan's paragon was no match for him and was suppressed. After a few more moves he was forced to cough up blood from the blood-red light and lost. Who else wants to fight? The bloody glow continued to challenge him with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Damn it, I'll fight you. A burly young man roared and rushed up the stone platform. However, this young man was even weaker than the Wang clan's Heaven's Pride expert. He was defeated in less than 10 moves. For a time no one went up the stage to fight. It's a pity that Wan Fengyun was defeated. Originally Wan Fengyun was an important battle power of the 5th level Spiritual Ocean tier, and might be the strongest 5th level Spiritual Ocean tier at the scene. He might have been able to fight the other party. Now that Wan Fengyun's arm has been severed, no one at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier can fight him. Soft discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Chaotic wind and cloud is nothing. Let me teach him how to behave. When the fatty heard this he was instantly displeased. He grinned, carried his battle axe and stepped forward onto the stone platform. Lu Ming and the rest smiled. They were not worried about the fatty. In a battle of the same level, unless Fatty encountered a genius who had awakened a divine bloodline, he would not lose. Brat, you're very arrogant. Let me serve you. The fat man held the axe in one hand and spun a few times in the air. The door-sized axe whistled with the wind as it looked at the blood-red light provocatively. It was as if he was a peerless master. This Fatty, can he do it? Some people expressed their doubts. I should be able to, right? Back at the 100 Venerated Mountains, this Fatty and Lu Ming fought against the Luan family and the Jiang family's experts. The combat strength they displayed was also extremely powerful. Someone replied. Some of them looked at Fatty with hope, hoping that he would win. Fight. The blood-red light was very straightforward. The blood-red sword Chi soared into the sky and slashed at Fatty. Nest, I haven't even told you to start and you've already made a move. You're cheating. The fat man shouted. He turned the broad axe in his hand and blocked in front of him. Clang. The blood-red sword light stabbed the fat man's broad axe, making a sound of metal clashing. You dare to sneak attack me, take this. The fat man's battle axe shook and the blood-red light felt a great force. His expression changed and his body could not help but retreat. The moment he retreated, he was greeted by Fatty's storm-like attacks. The battle axe was like a whirlwind, continuously slashing at the blood-red light. Every strike seemed to be able to split the sky. The blood-red light's expression changed drastically. It tried its best to block, but with every move it blocked, it would take a step back. After 10 consecutive axe strikes, the blood-red light spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He won. The Fatty had won with a crushing force. Many people didn't even have time to react. Haha, you're really weak. The fat man laughed. All right. Fatty, you're amazing. Many people laughed out loud, revealing carefree expressions. He had finally won one battle. He had lost too many battles in the past 2 days. He had been caught off guard by the Heavenly Corpse sect and lost many battles in a row. Now he had finally won one battle. This Fatty is standing together with Lu Ming. Of course he's not bad. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who are able to walk together are most likely geniuses of the same level. Indeed. The discussions around him made Fatty feel even more comfortable. Heavenly Corpse sect, do you have any stronger ones? Hurry up and send them out. I'll take care of them one by one. The battle axe in Fatty's hand swayed back and forth, causing a strong wind to blow. Humph. Blood Sword 19 snorted coldly. This time Shuemang was the strongest among the 5th-level spiritual ocean tier geniuses that he had brought. He had originally thought that he would be able to obtain consecutive victories by catching the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace off guard and dampen their spirit. He didn't expect a Fatty to appear out of nowhere with unbelievable battle prowess. Did you awaken a divine bloodline? The 19th Blood Sword asked coldly. If Fatty was a god-tier prodigy who had awakened a god-tier bloodline, there would be no glory even if he won. Nonsense. If I had awakened a divine bloodline, I wouldn't have needed so many moves to defeat him. One move would have been enough. The fat man pouted. All right, you guys win this battle. The 19th Blood Sword then turned to Long Qianli and said, Long Qianli, why don't we have a battle between god-tier geniuses? As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled and their eyes lit up. The main event was about to begin. It was finally time for the battle between the god-tier prodigies. Awakening a divine bloodline and not awakening a divine bloodline were two different concepts. Most of the Heaven's Pride experts only awakened a king-level bloodline, and many of them were only at the 9th level. It was too difficult to awaken a divine bloodline. Chapter 823. 823 Chapter 823 Battle between God-tier geniuses. The last time the list of top 1,000 talents was made, only the top 300 had awakened the divine bloodline. 300 people, including the Talisman Amulet Sect, Heavenly Corpse Sect and Emperor Sky Divine Palace, were from hundreds of large domains. In such a large domain there were only 300 people. How rare was that? Even with the addition of some rising stars, it wouldn't be too much. Therefore, under normal circumstances, It was rare to see a battle between god-tier geniuses. It was only before the Battle of Providence, when all the supreme geniuses gathered, that there would be clashes between god-level supreme geniuses. As time passed and the Battle of Providence neared, the clashes between god-level supreme geniuses would definitely increase and become more intense. Haha, Bloodsword 19, are you finally going to fight? I'll play with you. Long Qianli laughed and stepped onto the stone platform. Long Qianli, you've misunderstood. This time I'm not the one fighting. It's my junior brother Dai. You can fight. Bloodsword 19 laughed. Buzz. As soon as Bloodsword 19's voice fell, a figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Long Qianli. So fast. Many people were shocked. They almost didn't see when Ghost Moon appeared in front of Long Qianli. It was as if he had been standing there the whole time. Your Ghost Moon? Long Qianli asked with a frown. Not bad. Zhou Xian was born indifferently. Looking at her appearance, she was very young, not more than 25 years old. Many people's eyes flickered because the name Zhou Xian was very unfamiliar. He wasn't on the list of top 1,000 talents at all. He should be a newly rising heaven's favorite. Make your move. Long Qianli did not let his guard down at all. A powerful aura emanated from his body as a black spear appeared in his hand. The spear radiance soared into the sky. Peak 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Just like Wang Haoxian, Long Qianli's cultivation had also reached the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm. His eyes were bright as he stared at Ghost Moon. Since Ghost Moon dared to fight him, she must be a god-tier heaven's favorite. She must be very powerful, and he naturally didn't dare to underestimate her. However, Ghost Moon shook his head and said, "You're not my match." As soon as he said that, the scene was in an uproar. This guy is so arrogant. We haven't even fought yet and he's already saying that Long Qianli is no match for him. He's too narcissistic. That's right. Who is Long Qianli? He's a god-tier prodigy. How dare he talk so big? How detestable. Brother Long, teach him a good lesson. Some people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace roared in anger, feeling extremely indignant. Make your move. Wei Zhan, you're too full of yourself. Long Qianli's eyes were filled with anger. He had been looked down upon even before the battle. A genius like him was naturally unhappy. Swish. A scimitar appeared in Ghost Moon's hand. I've already said that you're not my match. If you add her, it'll be interesting. Then he pointed his scimitar at Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian, you're also a god-tier heaven's favorite. Come at me together with Long Qianli. I'm more interested in fighting you. Ghost Moon said indifferently. His tone was not loud, but it revealed a strong self-confidence. Wang Haoxian frowned and his eyes were sharp. Since he was challenged in public, there was no reason for him not to fight. She looked at Lu Ming. If she wanted to fight, she had to get Lu Ming's permission. If you want to fight, just go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's jaws almost dropped. Wang Haoxian had to get Lu Ming's permission to fight. Could it be that Wang Haoxian had been conquered by Lu Ming and had become his woman? Many people could not help but have this thought. They looked at Lu Ming with a look of jealousy and envy. In fact, many of them even looked at him with admiration. To be able to conquer a woman like Wang Haoxian, he had to be impressed. Humph. Xian Yanqing snorted and pouted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose, pretending that he did not see it. Wang Haoxian nodded. He took a step forward and appeared on the stone platform. Long Qianli, since he wants to challenge us, let's fight. Wang Haoxian said coldly. Chapter 824. 824 Chapter 824 Striking the Moon with a Palm. The next moment, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian merged their bloodlines and turned into a three-headed demon dragon and a purple firebird. Roar. The three-headed demon flood dragon's three heads roared as its dragon claws tore forward. It was as if it could tear the world into two. The purple firebird also let out a cry and spat out a purple flame that burned everything. Boom. The space trembled and countless blade lights exploded. The evil ghost will was destroyed and Ghost Moon's body appeared, floating back. Hehe, you've already used your trump card. Come on. While sneering, a moon appeared above Ghost Moon's head. However, this moon was extremely strange. It was black and ghostly shadows flickered on it. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that on the pitch-black moon, there were 2 golden chakras that were emitting a dazzling golden light. 2 golden chakra, second-level divine level bloodline. Ghost Moon actually had a second-rank divine bloodline. No wonder he was so arrogant. Buzz. Ghost Moon's figure flickered, and his body blended into the pitch-black moon. Buzz. The moon trembled and endless black light spread out. Each of these black lights seemed to be a blade of light, and they spread toward Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. A dragon's roar resounded. The 3-headed demon flood dragon's 3 heads spewed out attacks of 3 attributes. There were flames, lightning, and so on which spread forward. The purple firebird flapped its wings and flames spread out. It was as if the space was about to be burned through. Boom. Boom. In the sky there was a violent roar. The stone platform below was instantly reduced to ashes. In the previous battle, everyone had intentionally controlled their qi to prevent the stone platform from being broken. But now they could no longer control it. The surrounding people retreated again. Only Lu Ming, the Bloodsword 19, and a few others stood still. Suppress. Die. A cold voice came from the dark moon. Everyone saw that the dark moon was shining with black light. Like a ghost moon falling, it pressed down on Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Boom. With a violent boom, the 3-headed demon snake and the purple firebird were sent flying far away. Then they shrank rapidly and turned into the real bodies of Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. The 2 of them staggered back, their faces pale, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. They had been defeated. The 2 of them had joined forces, but they had both been defeated by Ghost Moon. Hee kill. The black moon laughed coldly and didn't stop. It continued to press down on Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli, emitting terrifying waves. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had both been defeated, but Ghost Moon still continued to attack. Was she trying to kill them? Despicable, shameless, stop. They've all been defeated. Many people in the surroundings began to shout. However, the pitch-black moon did not seem to have any intention of stopping. It continued to attack. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian shouted angrily and launched their attacks to resist. However, the 2 of them were already injured. Now that they had transformed into their true forms, their strength was slightly weaker. How could they block it? Instantly, the 2 of them were sent flying and 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. Their faces were pale and they coughed up another mouthful of blood. However, the black moon continued to press down. Despicable, you still want to fight. Angry roars could be heard from the surroundings. Bloodsword 19 sneered. And NBIS-P, the pitch-black moon exuded boundless might as it continued to press down. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared under the pitch-black moon. He struck out with his palm towards the pitch-black moon. Boom. The space seemed to have been shattered and the black moon trembled violently. Then it was sent flying into the sky by the terrifying power. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a person hitting the moon. A palm strike that sent the moon flying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the figure. It's him. Lu Ming. A name appeared in everyone's mind. This figure was Lu Ming. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had been defeated, but Ghost Moon was still attacking. Therefore Lu Ming had to stop her. It's you. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. An angry roar came from the pitch-black moon. The black light was like a blade. However, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and all the blade gleams were shattered. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the moon. He struck out with his palm. Bang. The pitch-black moon was like a rubber ball. It was sent flying high into the sky by Lu Ming's palm. Buzz. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and his body was like a stream of light. He soared into the sky in an instant and appeared above the black moon. A terrifying, devouring power erupted from his left hand and enveloped the dark moon, causing it to tremble violently. What's going on? My bloodline. A terrified scream came from the dark moon. Bang. The next moment Lu Ming struck his palm heavily on the dark moon. The pitch-black moon instantly burst like a black balloon. Ghost Moon's figure appeared and rapidly fell to the ground. Ta! Lu Ming took a few steps forward, his figure falling like a meteor at high speed. The violent energy blasted Ghost Moon's body. Boom! Ghost Moon's body heavily hit the ground. The earth shook, rocks flew and dust filled the air. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, everyone could see a huge pit that was a few hundred meters wide and a few dozen meters deep on the ground. Lu Ming stood straight in the middle of the pit, one of his feet stepping on Ghost Moon's face. Ghost Moon lay in the deep pit like a dead fish, blood spewing from her mouth and her body twitching non-stop. Ghost Moon had completely passed out. His body twitching was just an instinctive reaction. The scene fell silent all of a sudden. It was so quiet that only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Zhou Yu, who had been arrogant and defeated Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, was now trampled under Lu Ming's feet like a dead fish. It was a terrible sight. It had only been less than a minute, but the impact it gave was too strong. Suppression. This was a complete suppression. The next moment the crowd burst into loud cheers. Ah, good hit, good stomp. This is so cool. Isn't this Ghost Moon very arrogant? A new genius who wanted to step on the older geniuses to rise up is now a dead fish. How dare you be so arrogant in Nine Dragons? Don't you know how to spell the word death? Many people laughed out loud, expressing the comfortable thoughts in their hearts. Long Qianli looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had just fought with Ghost Moon and knew how terrifying she was. He and Wang Haoxian were crushed even when they joined forces. But Ghost Moon was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Ghost Moon easily in his normal state without even using his blood meridian. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He did not use his profound cultivation to suppress Ghost Moon, but he relied on pure combat power. Long Qianli smiled bitterly. It had only been half a year. Half a year ago he had not taken Lu Ming seriously. The reason why he had brought them out of the 100 venerated mountains was entirely because of Lu Ming and the group's loyalty as well as Ruan Tingting's sake. That was why he had helped them. However, in just half a year he realized that Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Chapter 825. 825 The Exchange Meeting. Lu Ming was very calm. There was nothing to be proud of. He was not afraid of anyone in a battle of the same level. Although Zhou Yu's bloodline was at the 2nd rank of the divine level, it was impossible for the bloodline martial technique he had comprehended to reach the upper-grade demigod level. Zhou Yu had only executed a low-grade demigod-level martial arts technique. Even if the cultivation technique that she cultivated was also of the divine level, she was still crushed by Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming did not even use his dragon power or blood meridian fusion to defeat Ghost Moon easily. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Blood Sword 19. Do you still want to continue fighting? Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Blood Sword 19 as he stepped on the Ghost Moon. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to look at Blood Sword 19. Lu Ming's intention was clear. He was clearly challenging Blood Sword 19. In that case, would Blood Sword 19 dare to accept the challenge? Blood Sword 19's expression turned ugly. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, which was the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. The bloodline he had awakened was also at the 1st level of the divine level, and his combat strength was about the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Even Ghost Moon had been crushed. If he went up, wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Zhou Yu. There are many divine-level prodigies at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier in our Heavenly Corpse sect who are stronger than Zhou Yu. It's just that they didn't come today. Do you dare to go to the gathering in half a month? The 19th Blood Sword said coldly. Hee, it seems like you don't dare to fight. If you don't dare to fight, then say you don't dare to fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get lost. Lu Ming kicked Zhou Yu, who was like a dead fish, towards Blood Sword 19. A disciple of the Heavenly Corpse sect walked out and caught Zhou Yu's body. Let's go. Blood Sword 19 shouted, and then the group of people from the Heavenly Corpse sect fled with their tails between their legs. Many people looked at Lu Ming in awe. He had crushed Ghost Moon and forced Blood Sword 19 to retreat with a single sentence. What kind of power was this? This was especially true for Luan Fengyun and the other Luan family disciples. They were all extremely terrified. Luan Fengyun looked at Lu Ming in a daze. He still could not believe it. Half a year ago, Lu Ming was still suppressed by him and could only use the formation to resist. However, half a year later Lu Ming could easily defeat those god-level prodigies, let alone him. A divine bloodline. He must have used the token to enter the blood pool and awaken a divine bloodline. Otherwise he can't be this strong. Luan Fengyun's mind whirred, and then he quietly retreated with the other Luan family youths. Brother Lu, thank you. Long Qianli stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Long, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, you've really shocked me. In just half a year you've actually reached such a realm. I'm ashamed. Long Qianli sighed. Lu Ming's rapid progress showed that his potential was much greater than his. His future was unpredictable, just like those who ranked at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents. Especially those in the top 20 or even the top 10. Those were all unpredictable monsters. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly and brushed it off lightly. He did not continue to talk about this topic. Long Qianli didn't say much. He said, Brother Lu, in half a month, there will be an exchange under the divine 9-dragon cauldron in the first dragon's vein. At that time, besides the top 100 geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, most of the people will participate. The powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley will also participate. With Brother Lu's combat power, you will be a great help to our side. The top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, aren't you going to participate? And the Talisman Amulet sect, no one came? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Talisman Amulet sect has been very weak in the past few thousand years. Although it is still one of the 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory, it can no longer be compared to the other 3. In the past few hundred years, it has been very low-key and will not send anyone to participate. It will only send its supreme talents to participate in the War of Providence. Long Qianli nodded and began to explain. And the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents are the key to the Battle of Providence. They won't be exposed easily and are all training and cultivating in secret places. They won't show up before the Battle of Providence. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave then. Long Qianli said. He then looked at Yuan Tingting and said, Tingting, are you going to be Di Tian's royal guard with me or are you going out to accompany your friend? Brother Long, you can go back first. I'll stay here with Xianxia, Lu Ming and the rest. Yuan Tingting said with a smile. N. Long Qianli nodded, then cupped his fists to Lu Ming and the rest before he left. Lu Ming, you're so powerful. You're much more powerful than you were half a year ago. Zhou Xian flew in front of Lu Ming, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her face full of admiration and worship. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed drily and rubbed his nose. He was a little embarrassed by Zhou Xian's stare. Humph, pervert, let's go. Xianxia walked over and snorted. He held Lu Ming's arm and pulled him forward. Hee, Miss Xianxia is jealous. Zhou Xian's voice came from behind. Of course. Xianxia, you're too mischievous. Why don't you check if Miss Xianxia is present? Yuan Tingting's soft voice came through. Tingting, come, I'll hold you. Fatty's voice rang out. Go to the side and cool off. Yuan Tingting's voice came out, followed by Zhou Xian's bell-like laughter and Fatty's sigh. Wang Haoxian looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a complicated expression, then followed them. The group of people headed toward the Sea Cloud sect. Following that, everyone would occasionally tour the mountains and rivers and occasionally stop to cultivate. They were all young people and after not seeing each other for half a year, they had many common topics to talk about. They got along very well and even Xianxia started to talk more. During this period of time Lu Ming did not feel too tense. It was a rare moment of relaxation. In the blink of an eye, More than 10 days had passed. There were still 3 days left before the exchange between the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Sky Demon Valley. Lu Ming, are you going to the exchange? Wan Tingting asked. Of course I'm going. All the heaven's favorites from the 3 overlord forces are here. I can't miss such a rare event. Besides, I want to see the powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley. Lu Ming said. The Sky Demon Valley could be said to be the most ancient power in the East Baron. It had existed since ancient times, much longer than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Talisman Sect. The Sky Demon Valley was made up entirely of demon beasts. There were countless powerful demons in it, and there were countless descendants with the bloodline of divine beasts. They were extremely powerful. Some people said that the Heavenly Demon Valley was the strongest force in the East Baron, even stronger than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Moreover, in every generation the Sky Demon Valley would give birth to many descendants with the bloodline of divine beasts. These descendants were undoubtedly the proud children of heaven among the demon beasts with extremely terrifying combat strength. That's great. Let's set off together. If we arrive early we can take a rest there. Wan Tingting said. Tingting, can I go? Zhou Xian blinked her big eyes. Among all of them, Zhou Xian was much weaker and could not be considered a heaven's favorite. And the exchange meeting was attended by geniuses. Chapter 826. 826 The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Go, let's go together. Whoever doesn't let you in, I'll kick him away. Lu Ming laughed. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. Immediately, Zhou Xian spoke to her father Qiao Long and Qiao Long naturally agreed. For Zhou Xian to be able to attend such a gathering, it would definitely increase her knowledge and insight. It would be of great help to her future cultivation. Immediately the group flew toward the center of 9 dragons. A journey of tens of millions of miles was not long for them. They chatted as they flew, neither fast nor slow. They arrived in less than a day. From tens of thousands of miles away, a majestic mountain range could be seen in the distance. It was one of the 3 dragon veins in the center of 9 dragons. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, countless buildings appeared in front of them. There were all kinds of palaces, pavilions and even shops. There was everything one could think of. This seemed to be a city, but this city had no city walls. It was just countless buildings. People were coming and going in the building and it was very lively. The group walked in and found that there were restaurants, inns, shops and everything one could think of. In 9 dragons there were countless people in a vast territory. There were many specialized gathering places. In some places city walls would be built, such as the Grand Gathering City. Some places didn't even need city walls, just like what they saw. The group strolled along the streets. Tingting, is the exchange on the Dragon Vein? Lu Ming asked. That's right, and it's at the Dragon's Head under the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Why don't we go and take a look first? Wan Tingting said. All right. Lu Ming was also very curious. The group of them passed through the buildings and flew in the direction of the Dragon's Head. Not long after, they arrived at the Dragon's Head. At the Dragon's Head, there was an extremely wide flat land. In the middle of the flat land, there was a huge fighting stage with many seats around it. According to Wan Tingting, this was the place where the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had held their grand events in the past. For example, grand events such as a worship to the heavens or a competition between geniuses would be held here. As such, the gathering that would be held a few days later was also held here. However, this was not what attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were completely attracted by a large cauldron in front of the open space. At the forefront of the Dragon's Head, there was a huge cauldron. The cauldron was pitch black and as large as a mountain. It reached into the clouds and was at least several thousand meters tall. From a distance it looked extremely majestic. One could see true dragons spiraling around the cauldron, looking extremely lifelike. This is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. At the head of each of the 9 dragon veins, there is a Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Legend has it that the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was there when 9 Dragon City was built. No one knows how many years have passed since then. It is said that it is a supreme treasure used by ancient experts to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Wan Tingting said. Supreme treasure? Why didn't anyone take it? Lu Ming asked curiously. No one can take it away, not even the strong cultivators of the imperial path. The divine 9 dragon cauldron has been in this world for a long time, never moving. It seems to have merged with the dragon vein and has existed since ancient times. Wan Tingting said. Lu Ming was shocked. He looked at the divine 9 dragon cauldron in the distance in amazement. As for Fatty, Xianxia, Zhou Xian and the others, although they had heard of it before, it was their first time seeing it. They were also shocked. There were 9 huge cauldrons with real dragons carved on them. They were several thousand meters tall and had existed since ancient times. It was indeed a magnificent sight. Lu Ming and the rest were not the only ones nearby. There were many other people who stopped in their tracks to watch. It seems that someone is approaching the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Xianxia said. The others also saw that a burly young man was walking toward the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron exudes a huge pressure. Unless you're an expert, you can't approach it. Wang Haoxian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Let's go up and take a look. Lu Ming said and strode forward. When they were within 10,000 meters of the divine 9 dragon cauldron, they felt a huge pressure emanating from the cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Just as he was within 10,000 meters of the divine 9 dragon cauldron, he suddenly felt that the bloodline of the 9 dragons was somewhat strange. Seemed to be a little anxious but also a little excited. What's going on? Is it because of the divine 9 dragon cauldron that the bloodline of the 9 dragons is different? The divine 9 dragon cauldron is known as the 9 dragons. There are pictures of real dragons carved on it to suppress the dragon veins. Perhaps it really has something to do with dragons, which is why the bloodlines of the 9 dragons are abnormal. Lu Ming secretly guessed in his heart. They endured the pressure and continued forward. Very soon, Zhou Xian could not take it anymore and stopped in her tracks while Lu Ming and the rest continued forward. The closer he got, the more he felt the magnificence of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. It was tall and magnificent, full of vicissitudes, as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. The 9 dragon bloodline in Lu Ming's body seemed to be even more anxious and excited. The power of the bloodline seemed to be boiling. Bang! Bang! In front of him was a burly young man who kept walking forward. His muscles were tight and his qi and blood were soaring. The qi and blood formed a dragon that was roaring. That's not a human, it's a demon, a flood dragon. Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the burly young man in front of him was not a human, but a flood dragon. He must be a genius from the Sky Demon Valley. Demonic Beast Level 6, able to transform. The demon youth walked forward step by step until he reached the bottom of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. He took a look at the divine 9 dragon cauldron and actually reached out his hands to hold a corner of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Ah, that flood dragon is really whimsical. He actually wants to hold the divine 9 dragon cauldron. In his dreams, that's a treasure that even emperors can't touch. Someone sneered in the distance. Sure enough, the flood dragon roared at the sky, but the cauldron didn't move. In the end, the flood dragon even revealed its true form. It was a scarlet flood dragon over 200 meters long. It grabbed the cauldron with its claws, but the cauldron didn't move at all. In the end, the flood dragon had no choice but to return to his human form, and step by step he retreated. At this moment, the 9 dragon bloodline in Lu Ming's body became even more violent, as if it was about to rush out of his body. Lu Ming had an idea. He controlled the 9 dragon bloodline. He could not let the 9 dragon bloodline appear here. Otherwise it would be troublesome if word got out. Lu Ming immediately retreated. Roar. At this moment the 9 dragon bloodline seemed to let out a shocking roar. The roar came from Lu Ming's body, but no one else could hear it. But at this moment a shocking scene happened. Thump. The divine 9 dragon cauldron in front of him suddenly shook. Suddenly the dragon veins trembled and the wind and clouds changed. A terrifying pressure burst out from the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming and the rest hurriedly retreated. After retreating 10,000 meters, the pressure was much less. After the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook for a while, it became still again as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, the scene was already in an uproar. Everyone felt it. It couldn't be an illusion. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which hadn't moved for ages, actually moved. What was going on? Chapter 827. 827 Chapter 827 Fighting the Flood Dragon. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which even sovereign path experts couldn't move, actually moved. Why? Why did it suddenly move? Countless people speculated in shock. There were even many people who had already passed the news back to the elders in their families. Is it because of the nine-dragon bloodline? The divine nine-dragon cauldron moves because of the bloodline of the nine dragons? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Let's go, we're leaving this place. Lu Ming said. He estimated that there would be a big shot coming soon to check on the situation. After all, the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, suddenly moved. It was too abnormal. Bang! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Lu Ming and blocked his way. It was the monster flood dragon. Your Excellency, why are you blocking my way? Lu Ming frowned. The flood dragon exuded a powerful aura. It glared at Lu Ming with a look of surprise and greed. Your bloodline is very special. If you let me strip you of your bloodline, I can spare your life. The flood dragon said coldly in an overbearing manner. Its greed grew even stronger. It seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the nine-dragon bloodline in Lu Ming. Whoa, is there something wrong with this reptile's brain? Who does he think he is to want to take away someone's bloodline? The fatty was instantly enraged when he heard that. He glared at the flood dragon with an unfriendly gaze. Demon race insect, how dare you be so arrogant here? This is nine dragons. Wan Tingting also said coldly. How dare you insult me? You're courting death. Die. The flood dragon shouted coldly, a cold light in its eyes. Nest, this stinky bug is still so arrogant. I suggest that we behead him and roast him. The fatty shouted and even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You're looking for death. The flood dragon roared and threw a punch at Fatty. I'm not afraid of you. Fatty rushed forward with his battle axe and swung it down. Clang. The flood dragon's fist hit the fatty's battle axe with a loud bang. The fatty's expression changed and his fat trembled violently. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The flood dragon's level had reached the peak of the 6th level, equivalent to the peak of the 6th level spiritual ocean realm, while the fatty was only at the 5th level spiritual ocean realm. None of you will leave today. The flood dragon's eyes glowed with a cold light. This flood dragon's bloodline purity has already reached 20%. It's extremely powerful. Wang Haoxian appeared beside Lu Ming and said. A demon beast possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Depending on the purity of the bloodline, their talent and strength would be different as well. Ordinary descendants were said to contain the bloodline of a divine beast, but the very thin ones might only have 1% or 1/10 of it. It was extremely rare to reach 1/10, which was 10% purity. Such descendants were extremely powerful and could even compete with god-level geniuses who had awakened a god-level bloodline. The flood dragon in front of him had the bloodline of a true dragon, and it had already reached 20%, which was even more terrifying. However, the flood dragon that Lu Ming had encountered on the Golden Sand Island in the chaotic astral ocean only contained 1/10 of the true dragon's bloodline at most. Bang! The flood dragon strode toward Lu Ming. On the side, Xian Yanqing and Wang Haoxian were about to make their moves. Let me do it. Lu Ming waved his hand and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Boom! The flood dragon was very domineering as it threw a punch at Lu Ming. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself. The flood dragon's lips curled into a sinister sneer. A murderous intent flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Fatty, let's have flood dragon meat tonight. Then he took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm and the flood dragon's fist collided. Bang! There was a muffled boom in the air. The flood dragon's expression changed drastically, and its body trembled as it retreated. Thump! Lu Ming took a step forward and covered 100 meters in an instant. He caught up with the flood dragon and struck out with his palm again. Roar! The flood dragon roared and transformed into a 200-meter-long crimson flood dragon. It was covered in thick scales and its claws were as sharp as knives. It tore at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, clashing with the flood dragon's claw. The flood dragon roared and its huge body retreated madly. One of its finger bone was broken by Lu Ming. This worm dragon had 20% of the true dragon's bloodline, which was about the same level as Jiu. Naturally, it was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode forward and grabbed one of the flood dragon's claws. With a loud shout, he flung the huge flood dragon's body into the air and it crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. However, the ground here had been suppressed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron all year round and was already indestructible. The huge flood dragon's body smashed down, but the ground only shook, not cracked at all. A series of crackling sounds rang out and the flood dragon cried out in pain. It was unknown how many bones had been broken and blood was flowing all over its body. Nearby, the others who were watching were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too violent. Such a powerful worm dragon was like a useless worm in Lu Ming's hands. Let me do it. Let's have flood dragon meat tonight. The fatty shouted as he raised his battle axe and hacked at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and struggled. The moment the fatty slashed down, its body continued to shrink. At the same time, its body was filled with a bloody light, like a blood-colored flame burning. However, he was still a step too slow. As blood splattered in all directions, one of his legs was cut off by the fatty. Buzz! In the next moment, the water dragon turned into a ray of blood light and disappeared. Lu Ming had wanted to give it to the fatty, but the moment he relaxed, the flood dragon ran away. He actually burned the divine beast bloodline in his body. Even if he doesn't die, his future will be cut off. Lu Ming muttered. The flood dragon had burned the divine beast bloodline in its body to increase its speed. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Ming had let his guard down. Otherwise, the flood dragon would not have been able to escape even if it had burned its divine beast bloodline. It actually ran away. Fortunately, it left a leg behind. The fat man cried out gloomily and ran towards a flood dragon's leg that was dozens of meters long. Let's go back and roast some flood dragon meat. Fatty held onto the flood dragon's leg and carried it on his shoulder. He laughed so hard that he almost drooled. Nearby, the others were speechless. This group of people couldn't really be planning to roast the flood dragon's leg, right? Many people even swallowed their saliva. The flood dragon meat that contained the bloodline of a true dragon was a great supplement. Fatty, let's go back and roast some meat. But you should keep it first. Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty put away the leg and the group left happily. They came to a small mountain peak hundreds of thousands of miles away and started a bonfire to roast the leg. Fatty was a bone-ash-grade glutton, and his roasting skills were top-notch. Furthermore, he always carried sauce, vinegar, oil, salt, and other condiments in his storage ring. Not long after, the dragon's leg turned golden yellow. Oil dripped down and a fragrant smell assailed the nose. The flood dragon meat was cut into pieces and everyone began to eat. Flood dragon meat contained the blood of a true dragon, so it was definitely a great tonic. The taste was also surprisingly good. Even Xianxia, Ruan Tingting, and the other girls had a great appetite. Chapter 828. 828 Chapter 828 Defeng. When the flood dragon meat entered his stomach, it turned into a warm energy that spread throughout his body. The wisps of true dragon blood in it circulated through his body, which was extremely beneficial to the body and could increase its strength. If it could be consumed in the long term, the benefits would be endless. Lu Ming, how can there be no wine when there's meat? Here you go. The fatty waved his hand and jars of fine wine appeared. They flew towards Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest. Everyone opened the wine jars and began to drink in big gulps. Fatty, I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Wan Tingting took a few sips of wine, but she didn't use her internal energy to force the wine out. Immediately, 2 red flowers floated on her beautiful little face, making her even more beautiful. Fatty was stunned and almost drooled. Tingting, how is it? Follow me from now on and I guarantee you'll have a good life every day. Xianxia, Zhou Xian and the rest looked down on Fatty. This reason was too shallow. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were gobbling down the food and wine, many important figures came to the dragon's head, below the divine 9-dragon cauldron. They received the news that the divine 9-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, had moved. They immediately rushed over to check the situation. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, there was no movement from the divine 9-dragon cauldron. They didn't know why the divine 9-dragon cauldron had moved. In the end, they could only leave it at that. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ming had his fill. As for the rest of the flood dragon meat, the fatty put it away in the name of storage. Just like that, they sat cross-legged on the small mountain peak and cultivated on their own, waiting for the exchange meeting 2 days later. Wang Haoxian wasn't cultivating and she was in a mess. In the past, she had been focused on cultivation and the only person she was close to was her brother. She had no other friends and was out of place with the other Wang family geniuses. However, in the past few days when she was with Lu Ming and the rest, she felt very relaxed and comfortable. She suddenly felt that she enjoyed such an atmosphere. Is this what friends are? Wang Haoxian muttered and shook his head. He told himself that he was only following Lu Ming because he had no other choice. If there was a chance, he would still avenge her brother. Although she tried her best to convince herself, her heart could not calm down, and she did not have the mood to cultivate. Naturally, the others did not know that Wang Haoxian was having wild thoughts. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, the huge platform under the divine 9-dragon cauldron was bustling with people. Many handsome and beautiful young men and women with different auras flew into the sky and landed on the seats around the open space. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Fatty arrived at the place. They found an area and sat down. There are so many Heaven's favorites. Most of the top 300 Heaven's favorites have appeared. Wang Haoxian looked around and said softly. Among them, only Wang Haoxian was on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, he knew more people than Lu Ming and the rest. Not long after, tens of thousands of people gathered around the open space. Of course, most of the young people were here to watch the show. It was impossible for them to participate in the exchange meeting. The exchange this time was destined to be a battle between the top figures. The Heavenly Corpse sect is here. Someone shouted. From the north, a group of more than 200 people, all dressed in black robes and wrapped their bodies, flew over. Of course, all the people here were young people and there were no elders. The most eye-catching person was the one flying in the front. He was tall and carried a coffin on his back. The coffin was pitch black. Even though it was broad daylight and there were so many people, everyone still felt that it was gloomy and very scary. He's Corpse Demon, ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's refining corpses like a devil. Wang Haoxian's face was unusually serious. The others' faces also revealed a grave expression. The 102nd place on the list of top 1,000 talents was absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Shuremo was the leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect this time. More than 200 people from the Sky Corpse sect stood in the void, motionless. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds came from the east as young figures flew over. The number of people was also about 200. However, these young men all had different auras. Some revealed a fierce look, some were full of heroic spirit, some were extremely cold and some were extremely charming. The clothes they wore were also of strange shapes and colors. The demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley also stood in the sky, exuding a powerful aura as they looked down. Their gazes swept across the entire place with faint disdain. The heavenly talents of the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley had the bloodline of the divine beast. They thought they were superior and looked down on human warriors. It was only a rumor in the past, but it seemed that it was true. It's that flood dragon. The fat man clicked his tongue and whispered. Among the demons they saw a burly young man with a broken leg. He was the flood dragon that Fatty had cut off 2 days ago. The flood dragon's eyes were extremely gloomy as he swept his gaze across the entire scene. In the next moment he saw Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the rest were also in the east. As soon as the flood dragon saw Lu Ming and the rest, a cold killing intent appeared in its eyes. It whispered a few words into the ear of a young man in red armor next to it. Then the red-armored young man looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze. Buzz. Buzz. The flood dragon and the young man in red armor appeared above Lu Ming and the others in an instant. Their powerful and violent auras exploded and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? At the side the others were shocked. Lu Ming and the group sat still. You guys were the ones who crippled Zhou Xian's leg. The young man in red armor said coldly as he looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. Flood dragon meat. Tastes really good. The fat man licked his lips and sneered. You're looking for death. The red-armored young man shouted in anger. His aura became more violent as if he was going to kill someone in the next moment. The other young demons looked on with cold smiles. Friends from the monster race, the exchange hasn't started yet. Please go back now. Right at this moment, a voice that was as clear as the wind drifted over from the distance. As the voice faded, a figure appeared in the air. It was a young man wearing a green robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and a handsome face. He had a gentle smile on his face, but there was an invisible majesty coming from his body. Di Feng, it's Di Feng. Many people cried out in alarm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Di Feng, who was ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was said to be a descendant of martial Emperor Di. He had the talent of his ancestor and was extremely powerful. Di Feng. The red-armored youth's eyes were filled with fear. Di Feng looked at the red-armored youth and the flood dragon and smiled. You two please return. If you want to fight, wait for the exchange to begin. There will naturally be a battle. Since Di Feng had spoken, the red-armored youth naturally had to give him face. He snorted coldly and looked at Lu Ming and the rest. You broke one of Zhou Qian's legs, I will pay you back double. With that, he and Zhou Qian flew back to the demon team. Chapter 829. 829. Lu Ming failed to be selected. Brother Shirimo, Brother Peng, how should we proceed with this exchange? Why don't you give us your opinion? Di Feng smiled as he looked at a golden-robed young man among the corpse demons and demons. In 9 dragons, your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace definitely has the advantage in terms of the number of geniuses. If all of you go up, we'll naturally be at a disadvantage. How about this? For each level, each of the 3 sides will send out 10 people and take turns to compete. When one side is completely eliminated, the side with the most people remaining will win. What do you think? The demonic corpse opened his mouth. His voice was extremely hoarse, like the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Good, this is exactly what I want. The golden-robed young man of the demon clan spoke. Clearly he was the leader of the geniuses of the demon clan. Alright, I have no objections either. However, let's forget about the lower 3 levels of the spiritual ocean tier. How about we start directly from the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Di Feng said. Alright. The demonic corpse and the golden-robed young man of the demon clan both nodded in agreement. In that case, let's choose our own candidates. With that, Di Feng flew down from the stands and began to discuss the candidates with a few other human geniuses. This battle could be considered the most intense clash before the Battle of Providence. It could test the other side and also take the opportunity to suppress the other side's momentum. None of the 3 sides dared to be careless, and they would send their strongest candidates. After a while, a young man flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. After he arrived, he cupped his fist at Kong Jin and said, Brother Kong Jin? It's me. Fatty was slightly taken aback. Brother Kong Jin's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, right? Young Master Di Feng, I would like to invite Brother Kong to participate in the 5th level spiritual ocean realm competition. What do you think? The young man said. Me? Ah, I'm honored by young Master Defeng's high regard for me. I agree. The fatty laughed heartily, feeling a little smug. So many people had chosen him to fight, so he was naturally proud. Lu Ming and the rest were moved. It was probably because Fatty had displayed his powerful combat strength in the battle with the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect some time ago. That was why he was invited to fight. Many thanks. The young man laughed, then turned around and left. Why didn't you invite Lu Ming? Wan Tingting was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Ming had displayed even more powerful combat strength in the battle with Guiyu of the Heavenly Corpse sect half a month ago. Why was Lu Ming not invited to the battle at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier? Xian Yanqing, Fatty, Zhou Xian and the others were also surprised. Most of the God-tier geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. I guess that because there are too many God-tier geniuses at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm, and they don't know Lu Ming's bloodline level, they didn't choose him. Wang Haoxian said. Many of the God-level geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm, such as Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli. With enough people, it was normal that they didn't choose Lu Ming. For example, Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli, who had only awakened first-class divine bloodlines, were not selected. Lu Ming smiled. Since he did not need to fight, he could relax and watch the battles between the other geniuses. It was good to broaden his horizons. Not long after, the candidates for the 3 parties were selected. This time, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will be the host. Let us begin. Defeng laughed as he announced a name. Buzz. A young figure flew up to the center of the fighting ring. His body was like a blade and an extremely sharp aura filled the air. This person's cultivation was at the peak 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Looking at his cultivation technique, he was the Jiang family's chosen one. Who wants to fight me? The Jiang family's sovereign looked in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley and shouted. I'll do it. From the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect, a figure flickered out and landed on the fighting ring. The aura he revealed was also at the peak 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Thump. Without saying anything, the young man from the Jiang family stepped forward. The sharp aura around him became even more intense. His entire person was like a battle blade. His arm was like a saber, slashing toward the young man from the Sky Corpse sect. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect quickly retreated, distancing himself from the Jiang family's sovereign. With a wave of his hand, 9 refined corpses appeared in front of him. The 9 refined corpses exuded an ancient aura. They were wearing metal armor and holding bronze spears. The aura that the 9 refined corpses emitted had actually all reached the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect was only at the peak 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, yet he was able to control 9 refined corpses at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. He was absolutely terrifying and had an unparalleled talent in refining corpses. Kill. The Jiang family's chosen had a serious expression on his face as he struck out with his palm. Thump. He clashed with a refined corpse and sent it flying. The refined corpse's skin was as tough as iron and it was invulnerable. The Jiang family's paragon had only sent the refined corpse flying, but he hadn't cracked it. After the first refined corpse was sent flying, the other 8 refined corpses pounced toward the Jiang family's chosen. 8 long spears pierced through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom as they flew toward the Jiang family's chosen. The Jiang family's paragon let out a long howl as his body glowed with a black light. He was like an incomparably sharp divine weapon as he slaughtered his way through. The 2 of them were definitely extremely powerful geniuses. Although they weren't god-level geniuses, their battle prowess was definitely terrifying among those of the same level. The 2 of them engaged in a great battle and dozens of rounds passed in the blink of an eye. The Jiang family's elites charged forward, trying to break through the refined corpse's defense and attack the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciples. The best way to break a refined corpse was to defeat the person controlling it. However, it would be extremely difficult for the Jiang family's elites to break out of the 9 refined corpses, which were 2 levels higher than him and were not afraid of death. The situation turned into a stalemate. After more than 100 rounds of fighting, the Jiang family's chosen one ran out of true yuan and was thrown off the fighting stage, ending in defeat. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had already lost the first battle in the exchange. This caused the expressions of many people to turn unsightly. After the young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect won, he also flew down the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged to recover. He could have chosen to continue fighting, but it was clear that he had used up a lot of his energy. He could only fight again after he had recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect had won this round, so they should send one more person to fight. Buzz. Another young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect stepped onto the fighting ring. This time, it was the Sky Demon Valley's turn to fight. This time the Sky Demon Valley sent a tall young man. He was a demon tiger with the bloodline of the divine beast Sky Tiger. However, the concentration of the bloodline was not even 10%. Among the demonic beast descendants, it was very rare for a bloodline to reach 10% purity, just like how it was rare for humans to awaken a divine bloodline. However, even if it did not reach 10% purity, it was close. This demonic tiger was very powerful and defeated the disciple of the Heavenly Corpse sect after a few dozen moves. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley each won one battle. I'll continue to battle. This time, it's the turn of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, right? The eyes of the demonic tiger turned to the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I'll do it. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a young man flew up. This time the chosen one was the Dongfang family, which ranked first among the 6 great ancient families. He was the pride of the Dongfang family. It was said that the Dongfang family had inherited 2 extremely powerful god-tier cultivation techniques. This elite cultivated the 9 gods heaven-shattering scroll, which could borrow the power of a god. It was as if a god had possessed him, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. This time the elite of the Dongfang clan had defeated the demonic tiger. Chapter 830. 830 Fatty's Battle. Just like that, the 3 sides took turns to fight, each with their own wins and losses. Most god-tier geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents had reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. For example, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, who were ranked at the bottom of the list, had reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Therefore, it was rare for god-tier geniuses to appear at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. In the end, a new talent emerged in the Heavenly Corpse sect. He had awakened a first-class divine bloodline, and his combat strength was so strong that he could sweep away everyone. In the end, the battle for the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was won by the Heavenly Corpse sect. This caused Di Feng's face to darken. In the past, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley had the same strength, while the Heavenly Corpse sect was the weakest among the 3 forces. However, this time the Heavenly Corpse sect had won. Next, let's have the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Di Feng announced. The battle at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier was even more intense and terrifying. However, this battle platform was covered in inscriptions and arrays. Not to mention spiritual ocean tier, even spirit embryo realm experts couldn't damage it, so everyone could do as they pleased. The battle of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier started with wins and losses on all 3 sides. However, not long after, the Sky Demon Valley sent out a powerful descendant whose bloodline purity had reached 10%. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and he suppressed the other 2 sides. This person had the bloodline of the ancient heavenly crocodile. His defense was terrifying and he was extremely strong. 3 people from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been defeated by him. Damn it! Does the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace not have any 5th level spiritual ocean tier prodigies who have awakened divine bloodlines? The geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents seem to have all broken through to the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. If there are any, they must be newly rising geniuses. The crowd was in a heated discussion. I'll do it. At this moment, a figure flew into the arena. Someone recognized that this young man was one of the supreme talents of Di Tian's Imperial Guards. What made people excited was that this heaven's favorite had awakened a first-class divine bloodline. His combat strength was so strong that he was able to fight against the demon race's heaven's favorite. In the end, they fought for hundreds of rounds without a clear winner. In the end, everyone discussed and decided that the two were tied. However, what made people depressed was that another young man from the Sky Demon Valley went up. This young man was a flood dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon, and he had also reached 10%. He had defeated several geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in a row. Can't be, right? The Sky Demon Valley has so many powerful existences at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Could it be that they're going to lose this battle again? In that case, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley will each win a game. This is very disadvantageous for the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Indeed. The 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm is the battlefield for God-ranked geniuses. God-ranked geniuses are as numerous as the clouds and none of them are weak. It's too difficult to win in the end. It's the same for the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. In this case, wouldn't our Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace fall behind this time? Many people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were discussing, feeling worried. I'll go and meet this flood dragon. Maybe I can get another piece of flood dragon meat. This flood dragon seems to be of the wind attribute, Fatty said as he licked his lips. The surrounding crowd was speechless. Fatty, can you do it? The other party is a descendant with 10% of a divine beast's bloodline. Wan Tingting was a little worried. Fatty's third bloodline had yet to awaken. Could he defeat his opponent? Tingting, don't worry. This Fatty isn't that weak. Lu Ming smiled. The Fatty's combat strength was extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming had awakened his divine bloodline, he was not confident that he could defeat the Fatty. In a battle of the same level, even if the other party had a 10% concentration of the divine beast bloodline, Lu Ming still believed in Fatty. The flood dragon from last time was too high in level, reaching the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm and having 20% of the divine beast bloodline. That was why Fatty was suppressed. Haha, Lu Ming knows me best. The Fatty laughed. Carrying his axe, he flew up. Little bug, let this lord fight you. Fatty chuckled. Fat pig, you're looking for death. This monster race worm dragon was wearing a green robe and had a gloomy expression. Ao Feng, cripple this Fatty for me. In the demon race area, Ao Qian's cold voice rang out. Last time, one of his legs had been cut off by Fatty's axe. What is it called? The flood dragon meat does taste good. There's still some left. When we're done, we'll go back and continue barbecue. The Fatty grinned. This infuriated the entire monster race. Damn it, this Fatty deserves to die. Kill this fat pig, this is preposterous. Many of the demon race's paragons shouted in anger as they looked at Fatty with killing intent. As for those from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, all of them had dumbfounded looks on their faces. Could it be that this Fatty had really roasted the flood dragon meat? This is true, I saw it with my own eyes. Last time, someone saw Lu Ming and the others cutting off one of Ao Qian's legs and confirmed it. Many people looked at Ao Qian and found that he was indeed missing a leg. Their expressions became even weirder. Fatty, you're dead. I'll cripple your limbs. Ao Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. Nonsense, eat my axe. The Fatty raised his axe and slashed at Ao Feng. A long spear appeared in Ao Feng's hand and he thrust it towards the Fatty. Clang. A loud sound rang out and the long spear buzzed. Ao Feng's long spear trembled violently, and he was actually forced back a step by the Fatty. How is that possible? Ao Feng roared in anger and waved his spear to fight again. Heaven-suppressing demon axe. The giant axe in the Fatty's hand turned into a sky-splitting axe, and like a storm, it chopped toward Ao Feng. Clang. Clang. A continuous roar rang out on the fighting ring. The battle axe and the spear kept clashing, and Ao Feng had to take a step back every time they clashed. The other people on the scene were extremely shocked. It was obvious that Fatty had not awakened a divine bloodline, but he was able to suppress Ao Feng, whose bloodline concentration had reached 10%. This combat power was too terrifying. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. From the looks of it, his third bloodline hasn't awakened yet. If his third bloodline can awaken a divine bloodline, he has endless potential. We must find a way to rope him into our camp. Di Feng said to the person beside him. Martial Emperor De had many descendants. They were also competing with each other and were divided into many camps. That's right. However, this person's third bloodline hasn't been awakened yet. If he can't awaken a divine bloodline, everything will be for naught. Another person said. Let's observe him for a while longer. Lu Ming and the beautiful Xianxia are also rare talents. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming should have awakened a divine bloodline. We should keep an eye on him. Di Feng instructed. The other man nodded. Roar. At this moment, Ao Feng roared loudly and directly transformed into his original form, pouncing towards the fatty. Only when a demonic beast reverted to its original form could its combat strength be fully unleashed. Insect, watch me cut you. The fat man shouted. His fat body swelled up, and the battle axe in his hand became even more terrifying. It became a sky-splitting axe and slashed at the flood dragon. Bang! Bang! A violent collision was heard. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. The fatty became fiercer as he fought. He raised his head and howled, and the axe radiance shook the sky. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere as a huge flood dragon claw was chopped off by the fatty's axe. Chapter 831. 831 50% Divine Beast Bloodline. Ao Feng let out a shrill scream. His huge body struggled madly and retreated. In a few breaths he was out of the fighting ring and returned to his human form. He looked at Fatty with hatred. A huge dragon claw was left on the fighting ring. Damn it, you should die. Ao Feng shouted. Bang. At this moment, a figure landed heavily on the fighting ring, exuding a strong killing intent. The figure was wearing red armor. It was the young man who had provoked Lu Ming with Ao Qian. Damn Fatty, you've completely angered me. The red-armored young man's voice was cold, and there was a hint of madness in it. The aura it revealed was also at the peak 5th level spiritual ocean realm. My name is Aokuan. Fat pig, do you dare to fight me? The red-armored youth stared at the fatty. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this young man was not simple. He was indeed at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, but he was extremely arrogant. He knew that Lu Ming had defeated Ao Qian, yet he still dared to provoke Lu Ming. He was definitely not simple. Fatty, be careful. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fatty. Fatty's eyes flashed and he grinned. Why wouldn't I? Bang. The moment Fatty said that, Aokuan stepped forward and punched out. Fast, it was too fast. Aokuan's body and fist seemed to be connected. With a punch, he appeared in front of Fatty and his fist was aimed at Fatty's arm. He was going to cripple Fatty's arm. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. At the critical moment he could only lift his axe to block. Clang. Aokuan's fist landed on Fatty's battle axe, causing it to shake violently. Fatty's face changed and his body was sent flying. Bang. Aokuan stomped heavily on the ground. He was like an ancient beast charging towards the fatty in a brutal way. He punched towards the fatty's arm. Fatty roared in anger. His body swelled up and he swung his battle axe like the wind. Thump. Aokuan's fist was even harder than a divine weapon. When it collided with the battle axe, a loud boom was heard. In the violent shaking, Fatty let out a pained cry. He couldn't hold the battle axe and it flew far away. He retreated and blood spurted out of his mouth. Countless people's expressions changed. The scene was too shocking. Just now Fatty's combat power was obvious to all. Although he had not awakened a divine bloodline, he still defeated a flood dragon that had 10% of a divine beast bloodline. It could be said that he had shocked everyone. But now in front of Aokuan he couldn't even fight back. Without a doubt, Aokuan was a descendant with a strong god-beast bloodline. The key was, how thick was it to be so terrifying? I'll cripple your 4 limbs. Aokuan shouted coldly and charged towards Fatty. Fatty, step down from the fighting stage and admit defeat. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the Fatty. On the side, Xianxia's brows were tightly furrowed, while Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian's hearts were in their mouths. Bang! Fatty took a step forward and his fat body retreated rapidly. However, Aokuan's speed was too terrifying. He caught up to Fatty in an instant and threw out another terrifying punch. He didn't do anything, just a simple punch. However, Aokuan's physical strength was just too terrifying. The fat man roared as an ancient shield appeared in his hand. Boom! Aokuan's fist landed on the ancient shield and sent it flying. The ancient shield smashed into Fatty's body and almost flattened him. His body was also sent flying. This time he was thrown out of the fighting ring and fell heavily out of the ring. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian immediately flew over and helped Fatty up. Fatty, you're not dead, are you? Wan Tingting asked with concern. Fatty coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "It's fine, it's no big deal. My skin is thick." "Humph, you're lucky this time." Aokuan stood on the battle stage and looked down at Fatty, saying coldly, "What are you so arrogant for? If I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll torture you like an insect." The fat man shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Fatty was not one to suffer losses. This time he had been defeated so miserably by someone of the same level, mainly because he had not awakened his 3rd bloodline. "Fatty, I'll avenge you after the exchange." Lu Ming walked over and cast a cold glance at Aokuan. Aokuan looked straight into Lu Ming's eyes and smiled coldly. Lu Ming, Fatty and the rest returned to the grandstand. Fatty began to heal his injuries. Who else wants to come up for a fight? Aokuan looked around and planned to continue challenging. There was complete silence. Although there were still a few people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect who had yet to fight, they were all ordinary Heaven's Pride experts. The combat strength that Aokuan had displayed just now was simply too terrifying. If they went up, wouldn't they just be looking for a beating? No one from either side went up. Let the Heavenly Demon Valley win this round. Di Feng helplessly replied. In the battle of the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, the Sky Demon Valley won. However, Aokuan had no plans to head down. He looked around and said, "Since that's the case, I'll challenge your 6th level Spiritual Ocean tier expert now. Let's fight." "What? You're at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, and you want to challenge someone at the 6th level? He's too arrogant." The surrounding crowd shouted unhappily. "Brother Peng, he's at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. Is he really going to participate in the battle of the 6th level?" Di Feng frowned as he looked at the golden-robed young man. "That's right. Among the 10 people at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm, Aokuan's name is there. Among the 6th level, Aokuan's name is also there. It should be fine for a lower level to participate in a high-level battle, right?" The golden-robed youth laughed. "Of course you can." Di Feng nodded. It was naturally fine for a lower level to participate in a high-level battle as long as he was willing. Aokuan wanted to participate in a battle at the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm as a 5th level Spiritual Ocean realm. Who's going to fight? Aokuan looked around. "I'll do it." A voice rang out. From the side of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, a young man flew up onto the battle platform. There was no lack of geniuses in the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had many experts. This young man was the supreme talent of Di Tian's Imperial Guards. He had awakened a 2nd-rank divine bloodline and was extremely powerful. The next moment the two figures collided. However, the result of the battle was shocking. In just a few moves, the Imperial Guard was forced to retreat. In the end, he even used bloodline fusion, but it was also useless. He was forced back to his original form and was thrown off the fighting stage while coughing out blood. Everyone was shocked. With a cultivation base 1 level lower, he actually defeated a prodigy who had awakened a 2nd-level divine bloodline. This was too terrifying. 50% Divine Beast Bloodline. Di Feng's eyes flashed as he announced a shocking result. Countless people gasped. This Aokuan actually had 50% God-Beast bloodline. That was too terrifying. This meant that half of Aokuan's blood was no different from that of a God-Beast. If a human martial artist could not awaken a 5th-level divine bloodline, they would not be able to fight against someone of the same level. Even if they were one level higher, they would have to at least awaken a 4th-level divine bloodline. Furthermore, there were strong and weak divine beasts. Aokuan was obviously a flood dragon. His bloodline was inherited from a true dragon, so he must be even more terrifying. His body was invincible and his strength was boundless. Chapter 832. 832 Challenging Lu Ming. Fuck, so he has 50% true dragon bloodline. No wonder he's so arrogant. But if I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll definitely beat him up. The fatty was cursing, but he was very confident. Fatty, you're just bragging. You can awaken a bloodline that's above divine level 5? Wan Tingting attacked. The scene was in an uproar and there were all kinds of discussions. A 50% concentration of the divine beast bloodline was equivalent to a human's 5th-level divine bloodline. In the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, only the top geniuses had such a bloodline. Even Di Feng and Shi Mo, who were the strongest at the scene, were said to only have 4th-level divine bloodlines. If Aokuan's cultivation increased, he would be able to compete with the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who else is coming up? Aokuan looked around arrogantly. Everyone was silent. After a long time, one person from the Heavenly Corpse sect went up. This person was an extremely famous Heaven's favorite, ranked 189th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had awakened a 3rd-level divine bloodline and had a cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual ocean realm. This person fought with Aokuan for nearly 100 moves. In the end, Aokuan transformed into his original form, a 500-meter-long blood-red flood dragon. His aura was soaring like a real dragon. With one strike he sent the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect flying. Another victory. At this moment, the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were both silent. Could it be that even this round at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier was going to be won by Aokuan? There were still a few people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace who had awakened 3rd-class divine bloodlines. However, even the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect had been completely defeated. Wouldn't they who had 3rd-class divine bloodlines be defeated as well? There were also a few people who had awakened 4th-level divine level bloodlines, but their cultivation had all surpassed the 6th-level spiritual ocean tier. Both sides fell silent. They had not expected such a terrifying monster to appear in the Sky Demon Valley. Furthermore, he was a new monster with a low cultivation. On the list of top 1,000 talents, geniuses of the same level as him already had extremely profound cultivation, far exceeding the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Aokuan transformed back into his human form and looked around. Suddenly he looked at Lu Ming and pointed at him. Weren't you very arrogant? You injured a heaven's favorite of my flood dragon race and crippled his leg. Now I challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Following the direction of Aokuan's finger, almost everyone looked at Lu Ming. Aokuan was taking the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. It was obvious that there was a grudge between the two of them. You want to challenge him? He's not in our 10-person list. Di Feng frowned. It's fine. This time it's not counted in the competition. It's a personal grudge between me and him. Aokuan shouted and looked at Lu Ming. Brat, if you have the guts, come up and fight me. If you don't, you can directly admit defeat and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lu Ming stood up, a cold smile on his face. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Aokuan to challenge him. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Originally, if he wasn't in the list of 10, he wouldn't be able to fight. He was still thinking that after the exchange he would find trouble with Aokuan, who knew that he would send himself up. I accept this battle. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared on the fighting ring. This surprised many people. Aokuan's combat strength was obvious to all. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was one level higher than Aokuan, he would not be able to defeat Aokuan. Lu Ming actually dared to accept the challenge. What was his confidence? Or was he provoked by Aokuan and couldn't put down his face? Wasn't this too unwise? Wasn't he just looking for a beating by stepping onto the fighting stage? I didn't think that you would really dare to go up the stage. In that case, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me? Aokuan's eyes flashed with greed. Last time, Zhou Xian told him that there was something in Lu Ming's body that had a strong attraction to him. It was very likely that it was Lu Ming's bloodline, which made him very tempted. Something that could make Zhou Xian unable to resist the temptation and attack was definitely not an ordinary sound. It might be able to increase the purity of his true dragon bloodline to another level. Although Lu Ming had already restrained himself and he could not sense it, he still decided to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming and seize his blood meridian. Therefore he proposed a life and death battle. The surrounding people were also shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had a deep enmity with the Flood Dragon tribe. Otherwise, Aokuan would not have suggested a life and death battle. A life and death battle was different from the sparring just now. In the previous battle, one would usually stop at a certain point and at most one would be seriously injured. There would not be any deaths. However, in a life and death battle, one party must die before it would end. Would Lu Ming agree? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Life and death battle, life and death battle. Fatty, this whole flood dragon meat is enough for us to eat for 10 days to half a month, right? Lu Ming suddenly smiled and looked at the fatty. That's enough, that's enough. If you eat sparingly, it should be enough. The fatty grinned. However, his eyes were solemn. He secretly transmitted a message to Lu Ming, telling him to be careful. He had felt Aokuan's power just now. It was not a small matter. The conversation between the two of them stunned the people around them. Also, did Lu Ming agree to it? You're looking for death, kid. Did you agree or not? Aokuan said coldly. There's flood dragon meat to eat, why wouldn't you agree? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Right, so you agree. Then go to hell. Aokuan's laughter was filled with killing intent. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really agree to it. He had only casually mentioned the death match. He initially thought that Lu Ming would definitely reject him out of fear. He was even thinking that if Lu Ming did not agree to it, he would find ways to find trouble with Lu Ming after the exchange. He did not expect that Lu Ming would agree to it. He was overjoyed. Boom. He did not want to waste any more time. He strode forward like an awakened primordial beast and rushed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming. Bang. Lu Ming also took a step forward and threw a punch at the flood dragon. This shocked many people. Lu Ming actually dared to use his fist to receive Aokuan's fist. Everyone had seen how powerful Aokuan's fist was. Even a level 6 spirit weapon would be shattered by him. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight Aokuan head-on with his own fist. How was this possible? Wasn't this courting death? Many people had the same thought. Even Wan Tingting, Zhou Xian, Wang Haoxian and the others widened their eyes and stared at the fighting ring with a hint of worry. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing was the calmest. She had known Lu Ming for a long time and understood him the best. Since Lu Ming was so calm, it meant that he was confident. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the two fists finally collided. Boom. A terrifying explosion was heard, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions with the fist as the center. It formed a violent storm and many people had to make a move to break the storm. Thump. The fighting ring shook violently. Then, everyone saw a figure step on the ground and take 7 steps back. Chapter 833. 833 Chapter 833 Suppressing Aokuan. Everyone's eyes opened wide in shock. The person who retreated was actually Aokuan. Aokuan was actually forced to take 7 steps back by Lu Ming's punch. How was this possible? On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. In a fist-to-fist exchange, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. Was Lu Ming still human? He was simply a beast in human form. As expected of a flood dragon with 50% true dragon bloodline. It's really powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Aokuan's. and he had already used 80% of his vital essence. With the prison-suppressing heaven technique, which was equivalent to a high-grade divine martial technique, he was so powerful that even Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone the geniuses who were one level lower than him. However, Aokun only took 7 steps back. This was the first time Lu Ming had met someone whose cultivation level was lower than his but could still block his attack. Lu Ming was shocked. Aokun was extremely shocked. However, after the shock it was followed by endless anger. Aokun was a god's favored one. He had 50% of the true dragon's bloodline in his body and his talent was heaven-defying. Now in a head-on collision he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. This was unforgivable. Roar. Aokun let out a dragon's roar. The muscles on his body tightened and swelled up, pushing up his red armor. His blood rushed into the sky and he actually turned into a true dragon roaring in the sky. Thump. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist, wrapped in a layer of red light, was aimed at Lu Ming. This punch was even more overbearing and shocking. Boom, boom, boom. In Lu Ming's spirit ocean, the primordial qi in his body churned. The primordial qi in his body burst out and let out a tsunami-like sound. He used his fist to activate the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. Boom. The two fists collided for the second time, stirring up a storm. Tens of thousands of eyes were once again fixed on him. Who would have the upper hand this time? In the hurricane, a figure stepped onto the battle stage and retreated. This time he retreated 9 steps. It was still Aokun. Aokun was forced back once more and even further. As for Lu Ming, his figure only swayed a little. But other than shock, there was more shock. Lu Ming had actually suppressed Aokun. In the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace, the eyes of Di Feng and a few of the strongest people shone brightly. Although they had already heard that Lu Ming had easily defeated Jiu Yu of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they did not think too highly of him. His name was not even on the list of 10 people at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming's ability. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was hard to find someone stronger than him among the experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect were also shocked. The most shocked ones were the Sky Demon Valley's elites. They knew how strong Aokun was. With 50% true dragon bloodline, if he grew up he would definitely become one of the pillars of the Sky Demon Valley. Now he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I want you to die. Aokun howled and his body grew rapidly. In the end he turned into a 500-meter-long red flood dragon. A dragon's roar was heard. Its huge claws, which were as large as mountains, swiped at Lu Ming, causing the space to tremble. Bang! Lu Ming's punch collided with the flood dragon's claw. His body trembled and he took a few steps back. Aokun, who had returned to his original form, was stronger in all aspects. Aokun's huge dragon body gave off a blood-red light. It was like the will of blood. This was the natural fighting technique of dragons. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming again. Then I'll suppress you. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared above his head, and 2 rays of golden light shone brightly. Many people were shocked. They were not shocked at how advanced Lu Ming's blood meridian was. Instead, they were shocked that his blood meridian was too low level. Today was a gathering of geniuses. Divine-level bloodlines had appeared frequently and everyone was already numb to it. A second-level divine rank bloodline was nothing. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. Everyone had thought that Lu Ming's blood meridian should be a 4th-level divine-level blood meridian, or at least a 3rd-level divine-level blood meridian. They had never expected that Lu Ming's blood meridian was only a 2nd-level divine-level blood meridian. It was unbelievable that a 2nd-level divine bloodline could be so powerful. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled. Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and merged with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline exuded a terrifying pressure. It was vast and heavy as if it could suppress everything. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and collided with the water dragon's claw. Aokun hollered. His giant dragon body actually shook like a wave and he retreated. The prison-suppressing steel continued to shake and flew into the sky. It grew rapidly and finally became 10,000 meters tall. Like an ancient mountain, it pressed down on Aokun. Aokun hollered in rage. He felt a terrifying pressure and his body was filled with energy. He hollered and charged into the sky. The dragon was in the sky trying to fight with the prison-suppressing steel. Boom. In the end, Aokun was like a crawling worm. He was suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel and smashed into the fighting ring. A strange sound was heard. It was like a toad being hit by an iron hammer. It was accompanied by a shrill scream. The battle stage rumbled and the heavens and earth shook. Aokun cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. He was almost crushed alive. Blood spurted out from his huge mouth like it was free. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and continued to attack. The sound of the bone armor breaking could be heard. Aokun spat out even more blood. The flood dragon's blood dyed the fighting stage red. Aokun cried out in pain. He was already half dead and laid on the battle stage without moving. Only his eyes were still filled with shock. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed back into Lu Ming's figure, stepping on the dragon's head. Many people gasped in shock. He won. After Lu Ming used the blood meridian fusion, he easily defeated Aokun and won. It was shocking that the demon race's prodigy, who had a 50% true dragon bloodline purity, was defeated by Lu Ming. Many people were guessing what Lu Ming's blood meridian was. Prison guarding steel? What kind of bloodline was it? He had never heard of such a bloodline. It was too terrifying and its power was shocking. The moment he used bloodline fusion, he easily suppressed Aokun. The divine monument expanded to 10,000 meters, and a flood dragon was suppressed below it. It was like a myth. Now I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear was aimed at Aokun's forehead. No, don't help. Aokun hollered. He had half of the true dragon's bloodline. He was a peerless genius of the monster race. He didn't want to die. He still had a bright future. With his talent, it was certain that he would advance to level 8 in the future and stand shoulder to shoulder with the human spiritual god realm. He could even break through to the supreme realm. He also had an ambition to break through to the supreme demon emperor's position and become an emperor ruling the world. He still had so many goals that he had yet to achieve, so how could he die? Chapter 834. 834 Chapter 834 Domineering Kill. He had come to 9 dragons to train himself and see if he could obtain any opportunities. He had not come here to die. He had never thought that he would face such a situation. At this moment he was extremely terrified. Stop. A long and sharp cry was heard, spreading for hundreds of miles. The golden-robed young man in the Sky Demon Valley spoke. Lu Ming, right? I advise you to stop. Even if you win this battle, you can't kill Aokun. The golden-robed young man's eyes seemed to be golden. He stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back looking down at Lu Ming. A faint majesty exuded from his body, like an emperor looking down on his people. And NBSP, this young man was no small matter. Even Corpse Demon and Defeng were very polite to him. The demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was unfathomable, and the geniuses of the younger generation were also very frightening. Because the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, no one knew how many powerful descendants there were in the Sky Demon Valley and how pure their bloodline was. This golden-robed young man was the same. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Ordinary people would be more or less afraid. However, Lu Ming did not buy it. He glanced at the gold-robed young man indifferently and said, I can't kill him? What a joke. Aokun and I had a life-and-death battle. One side will die and the other side will die. Don't you understand this logic? The light in the golden-robed young man's eyes grew brighter, and a faint golden light emanated from his body. He said coldly, I advise you to let Aokun go. He's a rare genius of the demon race and the son of some big shot in the Flood Dragon tribe. If you kill him, even if you hide in 9 dragons, you'll definitely take part in the Battle of Providence with your talent. Then if you meet someone from the demon race in the Battle of Providence, you'll definitely die. This was a blatant threat. The heavenly monster tribe was filled with geniuses, and they had never been weaker than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In this generation, there were many geniuses and descendants with extremely dense bloodlines. If they targeted someone in the Battle of Destiny, anyone would be afraid. Hehe, you've lost and now you're threatening me from behind. What a joke. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He continued, I just want to ask, if I lose this battle, will Aokuan show mercy? The heavenly monster tribe quieted down. The demon race was brutal. If Lu Ming was defeated, Aokuan would not let him go. Your identities are different, the golden-robed young man said after a moment of silence. Dogs hit. Lu Ming only replied with 2 words. Boom. His aura exploded and he raised his infinite dragon spear high, stabbing it fiercely at Aokuan's glabella. No. Aokuan hollered, his huge body wanted to struggle. In the next moment, the infinite dragon spear pierced through Aokuan's forehead. The entire spear entered and the powerful spear light pierced through Aokuan's head. One spear pierced through Aokuan's head. Aokuan hollered, a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. His huge dragon body struggled for a while before he stopped moving. Aokuan dead. Damn it. You're looking for death. Several angry roars came from the Sky Demon Valley. Buzz. Buzz. 3 figures flickered and appeared around Lu Ming. Their violent auras enveloped Lu Ming. The peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. These 3 figures were all equivalent to the demonic race's prodigies at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm and were extremely powerful. In the sky, the golden-robed young man didn't move, but his killing intent was so strong that he didn't even try to hide it. Everyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect looked on coldly, their eyes flashing with anticipation. They hoped that more of the heavenly demon valleys and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's geniuses would die. That way it would definitely be beneficial to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Brother Ping, this is too much. Di Feng frowned as he spoke. After all, Lu Ming was a genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He could not just sit by and do nothing. That's right. It's a battle of life and death. It's normal for Lu Ming to kill Aokuan. What's the meaning of you sending a few 7th-level spiritual ocean tier elites? Do you think that there's no one else in our Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? My brothers, go. The fat man seized the opportunity to shout, trying to encourage the others to help Lu Ming. Fatty, you're right. Lu Ming is at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. If you have the ability, send out an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier to fight him. Xianxia agreed with Fatty. Not bad. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. Wan Tingting and the others chimed in. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand and the fatty and the rest quietened down. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He glanced at the 3 demons and said, if you guys want to fight, then fight. So what if you're 1 level higher? So what if he was 1 level higher? His voice reverberated throughout the entire area, filled with Ling Yun's heroic spirit. If Aokuan dared to fight an expert 1 level above him, how could Lu Ming not? To Lu Ming, it was not rare for him to be able to fight someone of a higher level. So what if the other party was an extremely powerful heaven's favorite? Alright, you're the one who's looking for death. Don't move, I'll kill him. A blue-robed young man stepped out, his eyes flashing with lightning. Buzz. The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline reappeared. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes explained everything. Die. The blue-robed young man turned into a huge bird. His wingspan was more than 30 meters wide, and his body was covered with dense lightning. This is the lightning bird. It has the bloodline of the thunder god bird. This lightning bird already has 30% of the bloodline power. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. Although the bloodline density of this lightning bird wasn't as high as Aokuan's, its cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. Its battle power was much stronger than Aokuan's. The lightning bird's speed was astonishing. It was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past. Endless lightning bolts filled the air and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming performed blood fusion and turned it into the prison-suppressing steel, which collided with the lightning bird. Boom! The lightning bird was sent flying, but the prison-suppressing steel also trembled slightly this time. Buzz! Then the prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly and continued to suppress the lightning bird. In the process of suppressing it, the prison-suppressing steel burst out a terrifying devouring power and enveloped the lightning bird. Arg! What's going on? The lightning bird cried out in alarm. It felt the blood in its body boil. Its strength had been reduced by several % due to the devouring power. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel hit the lightning bird heavily. The lightning around the bird was destroyed. The bird spat out a mouthful of blood and its huge body fell onto the fighting ring. Everyone present was dumbfounded again. The lightning bird that had reached the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier had been defeated. It had been defeated so cleanly in just a few moves. 2 huge demonic beasts lay on the huge fighting ring. The lightning bird screeched and transformed into its human form. It retreated quickly and looked at Lu Ming in shock. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. Next, which one of you will fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other 2 demons. Chapter 835. 835 Xianxia's true identity. The 2 demon race heaven's favorites had ugly expressions. Their battle power was on par with the lightning bird. Even the lightning bird had been defeated, so what could they do? In the sky, the golden-robed young man's expression was unsightly. Fatty and the others cheered. Hee hee, it's really lively here today. At this moment, a faint voice came from the distant sky. This voice clearly came from a distance, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. In the crowd, Xianxia's expression changed when he heard the voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A total of 5 people stepped through the air. 3 of the 5 were young men. There were 2 men and a woman. Among the 3 young men, it was obvious that the young man in the purple and gold robe was the leader. Another man and a woman stood behind the young man. There were 2 old men beside the young man in the purple gold robe. The 2 old men gave people the feeling that they were ordinary people. They were like 2 ordinary old men who didn't know martial arts. There was no aura coming from their bodies. Naturally, they could not be truly ordinary people. Their cultivation was too high, giving others an illusion. The 2 old men chatted and laughed as they looked down. One of the old men seemed to be introducing something to the other. That seems to be Black Wind Knight. Suddenly someone exclaimed. What? Black Wind Knight, the Black Wind Knight of the Imperial Sky Guards? That's him. I've seen him once. It's really Black Wind Knight. As soon as he said that, it caused more exclamations. Countless eyes turned to one of the black-robed elders. A venerable, it was actually a venerable. Venerable was a respectful title for a spiritual god realm master. In other words, this black-robed old man was a peerless master in the spiritual god realm. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the strongest. At the martial emperor realm, they dominated the world. The spiritual god realm was the closest realm to the martial royal realm. Usually it was rare to see one, but at this time one had appeared. Then who were the other people? He actually wanted a venerable to accompany him. The arrival of Black Wind Knight eased the tense atmosphere on the fighting ring. Greetings, Black Wind Knight. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace stood up and paid their respects. No need to be so polite. We have an important guest here today. I heard that there is an exchange meeting here, so I brought him here to take a look. Black Wind Knight said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. Honored guest? Who could be called a distinguished guest by Black Wind Venerable? The paragons of the 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Sky Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley were all here. Naturally, they were not from either side. Talisman sect. Impossible. The Talisman Amulet sect was in decline. It was not qualified to be called an honored guest by Supremacy Hei Fengyun. Other than the 3 forces, who else in the Eastern Barren Territory was qualified to be called a distinguished guest by the Venerable Black Wind? They are from the Central Continent. Black Wind Knight said with a smile. What? Everyone was shocked, including the paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley. The Divine Wilderness continent was divided into 5 huge regions. Central Continent, Eastern Barren, Southern Nether, Western Desert, Northern Plains. The Central Continent had been the most prosperous and powerful region among the 5 regions since ancient times. The Central Continent was a vast land with many talents and experts. It was the best in the 5 regions. These people were actually from the Central Continent. These people are from the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent. This is a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. Black Wind Knight even threw out a bombshell. The scene was in an uproar. Those who knew the distribution of forces in the Central Continent were even more shocked. The Central Continent was different from the Eastern Barren territory, where the 4 forces ruled. The Central Continent's ancient Saint dynasty had been passed down for countless years. It had suppressed the entire Central Continent and unified it. The entire Central Continent was under the control of the ancient Saint dynasty. It was said that the secret chamber of commerce was established by the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent. Even though some people had heard that the situation in the Central Continent had changed and that the royal family had weakened, the ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful force. The young man in the purple and gold robe was a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. No wonder Black Wind Knight called him an important guest. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Back then, Lian Song had mentioned that Xianxia was from the Central Continent. However, Xianxia did not go into detail when Lu Ming asked him. The purple-robed young man took a step forward and cupped his fists. I'm Xianxia, a prince. I heard that all the top talents of the East Barren are gathered here today, so I came to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. Your Highness is too polite. I am Di Feng. Di Feng stepped forward and cupped his fists. So it's Brother Di, nice to meet you. Xianxia returned the greeting with a smile. Then Mo and the golden-robed young man from the Heavenly Demon tribe greeted Xianxia. The ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent was not to be underestimated, and they naturally wanted to build a good relationship with it. The Eastern Barren territory was vast with hundreds of large regions. However, geniuses on the level of Di Feng, Mo, and the golden-robed young man would have limitless potential. If they reached a certain level, they would be able to clash with the geniuses of the other regions. Now that they had the chance to befriend the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty, they would not miss it. Lu Ming, I'm leaving. Let's leave this place together. At this moment, Lu Ming heard Xianxia's voice. His voice was filled with anxiety. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Xianxia hiding in the crowd. His eyes were filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. He sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Let's go, there's no time to explain. Xianxia's figure kept retreating in the crowd, as if he wanted to quietly leave this place. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xianxia suddenly frowned. Then his eyes lit up and he turned around. His eyes were filled with 2 rays of light as he looked in Xianxia's direction. Ah, little sister, why didn't you say hello when you saw your brother? You still want to leave quietly? Xianxia laughed and in a flash he appeared above Xianxia's head. Xianxia's face turned pale. One of the old men and the 2 young men behind Xianxia also looked at Xianxia with lightning-like eyes. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned and revealed doubtful expressions. Xianxia called her little sister. Could it be that Xianxia's younger sister was still here? When did Xianxia's sister get mixed up in the crowd? The crowd followed Xianxia's gaze and finally landed on Xianxia. It's her. At this moment, many people's eyes lit up. It's actually her. The lady who has been walking with Lu Ming is actually Xianxia's younger sister? Doesn't that mean that she is the princess of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent? Many people were discussing in shock. Wan Tingting, Zhou Xian, Fatty, and the rest also looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia actually had such an identity. Lu Ming was also a little stunned. Although he had always felt that Xianxia's identity was very mysterious and had some speculations, he did not expect that she was the princess of the ancient sage dynasty of the Central Continent. The scenes of the past could not help but surface in Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 836. 836. Then you get lost. He suddenly understood many things, but he had more questions. No wonder Xianxia didn't tell you the truth. No wonder Xianxia was so talented, but he wasn't a disciple of any force in the East Continent. No wonder Lian Song could see through him. However, if Xianxia had such an identity, why did he travel so far to the East Continent and even to a rural corner of the Burning Sun Empire? What was the purpose of all this? Xianxia looked at Xie in the sky. His face was pale and his expression was bitter. You came here specifically for me? You're half right. We're here at the request of our father to form an alliance with the big forces in the East Continent and take you back. We thought we would have to ask them to help us with the investigation. We didn't expect to see you here. We didn't have to do that. Xie chuckled. I'm not going back. Xianxia said calmly. Xie's gaze turned cold. I knew you would say that, but it's best if you don't refuse. Obediently seal your cultivation and come with us. Don't make things difficult for me. Xie, don't call me brother all the time. You are not my elder brother and you are not worthy to be my elder brother. To become your tool and be humiliated by you? Go back and tell Xie Qitian that he's not worthy of being my father. I'd rather die than go back. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted. How audacious! How dare you call His Majesty's name? You're courting death. Do you really think you're a princess? The two young men and the old man shouted in unison as they glared at Xianxia. The eyes of many people in the surroundings flickered. The situation didn't seem right. Was Xianxia really Xie's sister, the princess of the ancient Saint dynasty? Why did even a few servants dare to berate her? Xie's expression completely darkened as he said coldly, You're getting more and more daring. You're the son of a lowly servant and you're a xenogeniac. If it wasn't for my father's kindness, I would have killed you and fed you to the dogs. Xie, you dare to insult my mother. I will kill you sooner or later. Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Insult your mother? She's just a lowly servant, how could she be worthy of being humiliated by me? Xie coldly said. You're looking for death. Die. Xianxia roared as his destructive cutting power exploded. A beautiful arm shot towards Xie. A cold smile appeared on Xie's face. His body glowed with a dazzling white light. He waved his palm and a huge palm print formed from white light crushed Xianxia's attack. Xianxia's delicate body trembled as she retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. You lowly xenogeniac, how dare you resist? This time no matter what you have to go back. My father was too kind before, but this time I will report this to my father. I will send you to hell and you will be burned by the demonic flames. Let's see if you still dare to come out and embarrass the Xie family. Xie's eyes were cold and even a little disgusted. It was not the look of a relative at all. It was like a high and mighty prince looking at a beggar. He slowly walked out, his body emitting a pure white light. It was even more holy and aloof. A powerful pressure enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia retreated, his face turning paler. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. The powerful aura dissipated Xie's terrifying pressure. Everyone's eyes shifted. Lu Ming had appeared in front of Xianxia. Xie's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, who are you to stop me? Get lost. Lu Ming's posture was as straight as a mountain. He stood there and a powerful aura emanated from his body. His eyes flickered as he looked at Xie and said, I don't care who you are, whether you are Shao Qing's relative or not, but as long as you dare to hurt her, you are my enemy. Now, since little Qing doesn't want to go with you, then you can get lost. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it was very clear. It was clearly transmitted. Especially the last sentence, then you should get lost. It made people's hearts beat violently. Lu Ming actually told Xie and a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent to scram? Such courage. Xie was also slightly stunned. After a while he finally reacted. A shocking killing intent filled his eyes, as if he was a high and mighty emperor looking down on his people. His cold voice rang out, "You lowly ant, how dare you speak to me like this? When you say this, no one in the world can save you. Today I will cut you into 8 pieces and feed you to the dogs." Boom. A dazzling white light emanated from Zhou Xian's body, like a white sun. A sword condensed from the white light cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward, activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art, and struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth shook violently and a dazzling white light scattered in all directions, so piercing that the others couldn't help but close their eyes. The white light dissipated. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 3 steps back. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Xian's eyes. He seemed to be a little surprised that Lu Ming could actually block his attack. Lu Ming, leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you. Xianxia called out anxiously from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Xianxia. What are you talking about? Your business is my business. Xianxia's body trembled. There seemed to be tears in his eyes. He bit his red lips and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. For a moment he seemed to be in a daze and was speechless. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Zhou Xian again. So it turns out that you have a man outside. Brat, your talent isn't bad. It seems like you're a heaven's chosen from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, no matter which power you're from, you must die today. After Zhou Xian finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Di Feng and said, Brother Di, I'm going to kill this man today. You won't interfere, right? Di Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, I'm not familiar with this person and he's not a core member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I'll hand him over to the Prince's Palace to deal with. Ah, that's good. Thank you, Brother Di. Zhou Xian laughed. Nest, who do you think you are? Why should my brother be punished by you? The fatty was unhappy. His figure flashed and he came to Lu Ming's side. Wan Tingting and Zhou Xian also came to Lu Ming's side. Wang Haoxian's eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and came to Lu Ming's side. This has nothing to do with you, you should leave this place first. Lu Ming said to Fatty and the rest. This matter concerned the ancient sage dynasty of the Central Continent. It was no small matter. Lu Ming did not want to implicate Fatty and the rest. Nest, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? You don't treat me as a friend? Or do you think that my cultivation is too weak to help? Fatty pouted unhappily. Chapter 837. 837 Chapter 837 Battling Zhou Xian. Wan Tingting and Zhou Xian's gazes were firm. Although their cultivation levels were low, they chose to stand by Lu Ming's side. Looking at Fatty, Wan Tingting and the rest, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. Xianxia was the same. She had always been eccentric, but now her eyes were red. Good, a group of lowly ants dare to block a chariot with their mantis arms. They are overestimating them slaviers. Today I will kill them all. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. 8th Prince, there's no need for you to kill them. Just leave it to us. With a flash, the man and woman who had come with Zhou Xian appeared beside him. One of the women asked. Good. You can do it, but I've changed my mind. I won't kill them yet. I'll cripple their cultivation first. I'll bring them back to the Central Continent and sell them to the land of barbarians as slaves. Zhou Xian coldly said. Yes, sir. The man and woman responded. Zhou Xian retreated. Following that, 2 sword hums were heard. One was black and the other was white. 2 rays of sword light were aimed at Lu Ming. Fatty, you guys retreat. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and stepped forward, striking out with his palms twice. With 2 loud bangs, the sword light collapsed. The man and woman's expressions changed drastically. They shouted and their sword chi increased dramatically. The 2 of them were both experts at the peak of the 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Furthermore, they had awakened 3rd level divine rank bloodlines. It was a pity that they were a step too late. They did not witness the power of Lu Ming's attack and had no idea how terrifying he was. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. They thought that with the two of them joining forces, it would be more than enough to take down Lu Ming. However, they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, his palm continuously striking out. The black and white sword gleam was shattered and the two of them quickly retreated. Damn it, kill! The two of them roared in anger. Two huge swords, one black and one white, appeared above their heads. 3 golden chakras curled around the two huge swords. The two of them merged with the giant sword and the sword howled. Buzz! Buzz! The black and white giant sword slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Roar! At this moment, a faint dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. His aura surged and dense scales appeared on the surface of his skin. A violent aura burst out like a beast. Scales appeared on Lu Ming's hands as well. Even his nails had become long like dragon claws. Buzz! Buzz! His hands turned into claws and he grabbed the black and white swords. As the sword aura whistled, Lu Ming firmly grabbed the blades of the two giant swords. The two giant swords trembled violently, but they could not fly out of his hands for the time being. Break! Lu Ming growled and exerted force with his claws. With 2 clangs, the black and white giant sword was crushed by Lu Ming and turned back into human form. The two figures, a man and a woman, flew far away and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes as they looked at Lu Ming and the scales on his body. What's going on? What was with Lu Ming's scale armor? It's like a demon. Could it be that he's not a human but a demon? That's impossible. He's cultivating martial arts and has comprehended the will of heaven and earth. He's definitely a human. That should be some kind of secret technique. There are many mysterious secret techniques in the world that can make people transform into beasts, even completely into the shape of a beast. There are even some. That's right. It should be a secret skill. What a terrifying secret skill. Lu Ming didn't even cast it just now. It turns out that Lu Ming still has a trump card. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley all widened their eyes in shock. It turned out that Lu Ming had not used his full strength in the battle against the Sky Demon Valley's paragon. How powerful was Lu Ming, a prodigy who had awakened a second-level divine-level bloodline? The coldness in Xianxia's eyes became even more intense. He glanced at the man and woman and berated, "You're really trash. I even have to take action personally." With that, Xianxia strode towards Lu Ming. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. In the distance, Black Wind Knight and the Elder from the ancient Saint Dynasty watched silently. They did not make a sound nor did they stop him. "Lu Ming, be careful. He has awakened a 5th-level divine-level blood meridian." Xianxia reminded her softly. "Bitch, so what if you remind me?" Xianxia shouted coldly. A burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. This burly man was 100 meters tall and looked like a god. He was holding a golden spear in his hand. The burly man in golden armor was surrounded by 5 dazzling golden chakras. Divine level rank 5 bloodline. Kill. The burly man in golden armor held a long spear in his hand. He looked down from above and smashed it toward Lu Ming. Before the long spear even reached him, the terrifying pressure had already completely exploded. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th-level spiritual ocean tier. With such a cultivation, fusing with a 5th-level divine-level bloodline was too powerful and too terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying Aokun's battle power was when he was at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Xianxia definitely wouldn't be weaker than Aokun in a battle of the same level. Could be seen how terrifying his battle power was. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from within Lu Ming's body once again. Lu Ming had also unleashed the second wave of dragon energy. The 2 dragon powers exploded at the same time and the power multiplied. Bang. Lu Ming stomped his feet and his body soared into the sky. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and punched the huge golden spear. Clang. The terrifying vibrations formed sound waves that spread out like a storm. The faces of those with weaker cultivations changed drastically, and their eardrums were almost burst from the vibrations. They quickly circulated their cultivation to resist. Zhou Xian's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The fatty beside her quickly supported her and released his Jin Yuan to help her block the terrifying sound wave. In the sky, the huge spear vibrated and hummed. The huge body of the golden-armored man actually trembled and took a step back. Boom. This step caused the space to ripple like water. The air was compressed into liquid and blasted onto the fighting ring below, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming's body only took a step back. Damn it, you lowly ant, die. Xianxia, who had executed the blood fusion, was actually forced back by Lu Ming's punch. He let out an angry roar. Demon-suppressing divine fist. The burly man in golden armor roared. The long spear in his hand disappeared and a huge fist blasted toward Lu Ming. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. He used blood fusion to merge his body with the prison-suppressing steel. At the moment of fusion, the two dragon powers were also integrated into the prison-guarding steel, making it stronger than before. The prison-suppressing heaven art. The prison-suppressing steel enlarged and pressed toward the golden-armored man. The golden-armored burly man's terrifying fist radiance was also aimed at the prison-suppressing steel. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying tremor exploded in the sky. Even from thousands of miles away, one could hear the shocking fluctuations. Dozens of explosions sounded in succession. In the beginning, the two were evenly matched, but everyone was shocked to find that as the number of attacks increased, the size of the prison-suppressing steel became larger and larger. Chapter 838. 838 The Spirit God takes action. Suppress them. Be it demons, gods, ghosts, or demons, suppress them all. A deafening sound came from the prison-suppressing steel. The steel expanded to 10,000 meters in size and pressed down on Xianxia. The golden-armored burly man that Xianxia had transformed into roared angrily and punched out with both fists. But in the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of fear. The prison-suppressing steel crushed the fist radiance and smashed toward the head of the burly man in golden armor. Hold on. The burly man in golden armor roared. He tilted his head and dodged the attack. He used his shoulders to block the prison-suppressing steel and supported it with his hands. However, the prison-suppressing steel could suppress everything. It was like an ancient divine mountain containing infinite weight. How could the burly man in golden armor withstand it? Kneel down. Lu Ming's voice came from the prison-suppressing steel. Boom. The burly man in golden armor couldn't withstand it at all. His body fell and stepped out of the fighting stage. Then his body trembled and he knelt down. Ah! The burly man in golden armor let out an extremely furious roar. He, the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, was actually suppressed by Lu Ming in public and knelt on the battle stage. It was a disgrace, a great humiliation. I want you to die, I want you to die. Xianxia's voice sounded. Then I'll kill you now. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the prison-suppressing steel glowed and trembled slightly. The burly man in golden armor let out a furious roar and immediately lay down. His body shrank rapidly and turned into Xianxia's appearance. He looked at the prison-suppressing steel above his head in fear and anger. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on Xianxia. How audacious! At this moment, a voice rang out, rumbling in the heavens and earth. It was the old man who was standing with Black Wind Venerable. He snorted coldly and extended a thin palm, pointing out a finger. A huge finger as long as 10,000 meters, appeared out of thin air and pointed at the prison-suppressing steel. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an unbelievably powerful force engulfing him. In the face of this force he had no way to resist. Bang! The finger touched the prison-suppressing steel. In an instant the prison-suppressing steel exploded and turned back into Lu Ming's figure. He flew out like a cannonball and flew 10 miles away before hitting the ground. Boom! The ground exploded and a huge pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in it, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He felt that all his bones and bones were almost broken and he was in excruciating pain. That old man was too strong, unrivaled and unfathomable. It was very likely that he was also a spiritual god realm master like Black Wind Knight. Lu Ming. Xianxia cried out and rushed towards Lu Ming. In an instant he was 10 miles away and appeared beside Lu Ming. He helped Lu Ming up as tears fell from his eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia supported Lu Ming as his essential core continued to flow into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He smiled and said, "Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm fine." Lu Ming. At this moment Fatty and the others also rushed over. "Damn it, a venerable actually attacked you. At most I'll call my old man over and slap him to death." Fatty roared. "Fatty, don't get involved in this. Leave this place quickly." Lu Ming said. The other party was too strong. With a Supreme Realm expert, their current cultivation level was no different from ants in the eyes of a Supreme Realm expert. If they resisted they would all die. Lu Ming did not want to implicate Fatty and the rest. "Lu Ming, I'll go back with them. You should recuperate and stop fighting." Xianxia's tears continued to fall. "No, little Qing. I can feel that if you go back you'll definitely suffer. Even if I have to risk my life, I don't want you to go back and suffer." Lu Ming struggled, wanting to get up. Xia Zhen and the others didn't treat Xianxia like a family member. They treated him like an enemy or even a servant. Even a few servants dared to berate Xianxia. It was obvious that Xianxia's days when he returned would not be good. If it was a normal family member, Lu Ming would not stop them. However, in such a situation it was obviously not the case. Although Lu Ming did not know the inside story, Xianxia's "I'd rather die than return" was enough to explain everything. He would rather die than return. In Xianxia's heart, returning was worse than death. Buzz. The old man took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming and the rest. Kill them all. I want them all dead." Xia Zhen shouted hysterically. He was the prince of the ancient sacred dynasty in the East Continent. He was high and mighty, but he was suppressed by Lu Ming and knelt down on the spot. How humiliating was that? He was furious. The old man frowned and looked at Xianxia. "Princess 16, please come back with me. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." As a spiritual god realm supremacy, it was embarrassing for the elder to attack a few juniors. Therefore he did not use much strength when he attacked Lu Ming just now. He only stopped Lu Ming from killing Xia Zhen. If he had used some of his strength, Lu Ming would have died even if he had 10 lives. The difference between the spiritual ocean realm and the spiritual god realm was too great. "All right, Guardian. I'll go back with you, but you have to let Lu Ming and the rest go," Xianxia said. "No, that bastard must die." Xia Zhen glared at Lu Ming with killing intent. "If you want to kill him, I'd rather die than return. At most you can bring my corpse back." With a flick of his hand, a short sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. He pressed it against his chest with a determined look on his face. "Little Qing, don't." Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. "Miss Xianxia." Fatty and the others were also shocked. "Bitch, you dare to threaten me?" Xia Zhen roared. That protector frowned even more. "No matter what. I'm also Xie Qitian's daughter. If you bring my corpse back, I believe Xie Qitian will not be happy." Xianxia's eyes were firm as he looked at the old man and Xia Zhen in the air. Xia Zhen's expression froze. Among the princes he was not the most outstanding one. If he really brought Xianxia's body back, his position in his father's heart would be affected. Even if it was just a little, it was a big deal for him. The venerable guardian pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, I promise you. It doesn't matter if I kill these people or not. Many thanks." Then Xianxia turned to look at Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen gritted his teeth and finally said, "All right, I agree as well. I'll let that piece of trash off. However, you have to agree to seal your cultivation and obediently return with us." "All right, I'll do as I say." Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Silly, I'm leaving." Xianxia smiled slightly with a trace of sadness, as beautiful as a summer flower. Little Qing. Lu Ming exclaimed softly, his fists clenched tightly. In the end he still couldn't make Xianxia stay. He still needed Xianxia to save his life. At this moment he hated himself. He hated himself for being powerless. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he had the power to rule the world, how could Xie and the others take Xianxia away? Why would he let her do something that Xianxia didn't want to do? However, he was still too weak. Chapter 839. 839. When you rule the world. Recently he seemed to have made rapid progress and competed with the talents of the Eastern Barren territory. However, he was only among the younger generation. Moreover, even among the younger generation he might not be a match for Di Feng Shiremo and the others, not to mention that there were still geniuses in the top 100 on the list of top 1000. He was only from the younger generation. If he were to be compared to the ancient families, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, or the ancient sacred dynasty of the Central Continent, he was still far from them. He seemed so powerless in the face of such a force. Power, power. Lu Ming kept growling in his heart. 16th Princess, I've already agreed. Please leave with me now. The venerable protector said. Xianxia's delicate body trembled. Suddenly she leaned over and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. At this moment, their lips were touching each other and the two of them seemed to be one. Bitch. A cold glint flashed in Xianxin's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. However, at this moment no one was paying attention to Xianxin. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming and Xianxia. After a long time the two lips separated. 2 drops of tears fell on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. I won't die no matter how much I've suffered. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you rule the world. When you rule the world, we'll hold hands and be together, never to be apart. His voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears, but Xianxia had already left and landed beside the venerable guardian. Little Qing. Lu Ming felt as if there was a huge rock blocking his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Miss Nianqing. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Wang Haoxian also looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with a complicated expression. Ah, damn it, I'm going to call that old fart over. The fat man growled, his fat trembling. A sovereign descending to the world? What a joke. An ant wants to defy the heavens? What a good dream. Venerable one, let's go. Xianxin laughed coldly and came to the side of the venerable guardian. Bitch, beast race, when I return this time I'll definitely make you go to the demon realm of hell. Just you wait. With a wave of his hand, the venerable guardian took Xianxia, Xianxin and the man and woman, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Little Qing. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Xianxia had left in and felt lost. Let's leave this place. Fatty said. That was because someone from the Sky Demon Valley was looking at them with an unfriendly gaze. The combat strength displayed by Lu Ming was too terrifying. Even the prince of the ancient sacred dynasty of the Central Continent, Xianxin, who had awakened a 5th-level divine-level bloodline and reached the peak of the 7th-level spiritual ocean realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. He was too powerful. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, they had other thoughts. Let's go. Fatty wrapped Lu Ming up with his vital essence and in a flash they left the place, followed by Wan Tingting and the rest. The eyes of the Sky Demon Valley cultivators flickered, but they did not pursue. After all, this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Sky Demon Valley. If they chased after the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace openly, would the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace allow it? Otherwise he would lose all his face. What an interesting little fellow. Black Wind Knight smiled and continued, you guys can continue with the competition. I'm leaving. A gust of black wind blew past and Black Wind Knight's figure disappeared. The two of you, now that Aokuan is dead and Lu Ming has retreated with serious injuries, why don't we start the competition again from the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Di Feng looked in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had left in, then turned to the corpse demon and the golden-robed young man. "I have no objections," the demonic corpse said. "All right." The gold-robed youth could only nod. The exchange continued, but Lu Ming and the rest had nothing to do with it. A million miles away in a hidden valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, fully focused on healing his injuries. Previously, when he was pointed at by the protector of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, even though the other party did not use much strength, he was still severely injured, and his bones were broken into hundreds of pieces. Fortunately, it was only a physical injury. His internal organs were only minor injuries. With Lu Ming's current physical strength and cultivation, he could recover very quickly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries had already healed and he was at his peak. In a flash, Wang Haoxian appeared beside Lu Ming. "How's the investigation going?" Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxian. 2 days ago, Lu Ming had asked Wang Haoxian to investigate the whereabouts of Xia Zhen and the others, and whether they were still in Nine Dragons. Previously, Xia Zhen had said that they had come to the East Baron mainly to form an alliance with a few major forces. Forming an alliance was a major event. Lu Ming guessed that Xia Zhen and the others would not leave so soon. Thus he sent Wang Haoxian to investigate. "The people from the Central Continent are still here. They haven't left and are living in the Sea Wave's ancient garden on the other dragon vein." Wang Haoxian answered honestly. "Highland Ancient Garden? I know." Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes again. Not far away, Fatty, Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian were discussing something. "Why do you think Lu Ming sent Wang Haoxian to find out where those people from the Central Continent are staying? Don't tell me you want to save Miss Nianqing? With Lu Ming's cultivation level, he will definitely die if he goes." Wan Tingting said in a low voice. "That's right. The other party has a venerable. We'll definitely die if we go. We still have to keep an eye on Lu Ming and don't let him mess around." Fatty nodded. Another day passed. Lu Ming sat still. At this moment, Xianxia's image kept flashing in his mind. The two of them had first met in the ruins of the Dongyi ancestors in the Blazing Sun Empire. At first they had fought and Xianxia had suffered a great loss. Later on in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the two of them met again. After that, the two of them experienced many things together. The sentence, "I want to step on you," kept echoing in Lu Ming's ears. After going through so much together, Xianxia's image had been deeply engraved in his heart. Similarly, his image had also been deeply engraved in Xianxia's heart. It was difficult to erase it. "When you rule the world, you and I will hold hands and never separate." Xianxia's words still rang in her ears. However, it would be many years before he could rule the world. Moreover, there was still the Mountain De and Martial Emperor standing in front of Lu Ming. It was still unknown whether he could overcome the great mountain of De and Martial Emperor. If he failed, wouldn't Xianxia have to stay in the ancient dynasty of Central Continent for the rest of her life, in the place where she had suffered? "Little Qing, when you suddenly disappeared for 2 years, were you also brought back to the Central Continent? But then you ran out again. Since you don't want to go back to that home and that home will make you suffer, I won't let you go. When I rule the world, that's too long. I only strive for the present." All of a sudden Lu Ming opened his eyes. There seemed to be 2 rays of spear light in his eyes, piercing through the air and into the clouds. With a flash, Fatty and the rest appeared beside Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries?" Fatty asked. "All right, I'm done." Lu Ming nodded. "You guys leave Nine Dragons first. I have something to do," he continued. The Fatty's expression changed as he said, "Lu Ming, you're not going to save Miss Nianqing, are you? No, if you go like this, you're just going to die." "That's right. Lu Ming, you can't go," Wan Tingting also said anxiously. Chapter 840. 840. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moves again. Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I have my own ways. I won't send myself to my death." "What is it?" Lu Ming, you don't have to lie to us. Is there any way to fight against a venerable? If you want to go, we'll go together. The fat man shouted. Fatty, why do you have to do this? Lu Ming sighed. All of a sudden he took a few steps back and stomped on the ground. Buzz. Inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a large array that trapped Fatty and the others. Lu Ming had long known that Fatty and the rest would not leave. He had secretly carved an inscription earlier. The formation appeared like a cage and trapped Fatty, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting and Zhou Xian. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're despicable, using a formation to trap us. Let us out, I want to fight you one-on-one. The fat man roared. Ruan Tingting and the others also shouted anxiously. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his heart was filled with warmth. He could take the risk, but he could not let Fatty and the rest take the risk. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wang Haoxian. I lied to you about something back then. If anything happens to me, I'll break the soul-splitting formation on my own. With that, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the air. Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left with a complicated gaze. Let's do it and break this formation. The fat man roared and used all his strength to break the formation. Lu Ming walked in the air at an extremely fast speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. He didn't go to the ocean wave's ancient garden, but to the dragon's head. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was crossed in no time. Lu Ming returned to the place where the exchange was held previously. At this time the exchange had ended and the crowd had dispersed. Only a few people were still looking at the huge divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Within 10,000 meters the divine nine-dragon cauldron exuded a huge pressure, but it could not stop Lu Ming. Step by step he walked toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron with determination. Soon he was within 1,000 meters of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. That seems to be Lu Ming. It's really him. It seems that his injuries have already healed. What is he doing here? I don't know. Some people recognized Lu Ming and looked at him curiously. After the last battle, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout Nine Dragons. Many people believed that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, some people felt that Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the second level of the divine level and his potential was limited. His future achievements could not be compared to the top 100 geniuses. Lu Ming had no idea about this, nor was he in the mood to know. He approached the divine nine-dragon cauldron step by step. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons in his body roared and roared continuously. However, outsiders could not hear it. The closer he got to the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the more violent his 9-dragon bloodline became. It was as if it wanted to rush out of his body and rush toward the divine 9-dragon cauldron, but it was firmly suppressed by Lu Ming. He was getting closer and closer to the divine 9-dragon cauldron. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. A layer of blood-red light emanated behind Lu Ming. Thump. At this moment, the divine 9-dragon cauldron let out a vibration that spread thousands of miles away. The entire dragon vein seemed to have trembled. Not far away, the others widened their eyes. The divine 9-dragon cauldron is shaking. The divine 9-dragon cauldron, which has never moved since the ancient times, is actually shaking. I heard that there was a huge commotion a while ago. I thought that it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Unbelievable. Why is the divine 9-dragon cauldron shaking? These people cried out in alarm. They did not expect that this was because of Lu Ming. How could a young man make the divine 9-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, shake? The divine 9-dragon cauldron, which even a martial emperor couldn't move, was shaking. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and determined as he strode forward. The distance was getting closer and closer. Thump. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook again. The people in the surroundings were even more shocked. In the distance, rainbow lights were flying over. These people had all rushed over because they had heard the commotion. My God, the divine 9-dragon cauldron is really moving. The people who rushed over from behind were also extremely shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming had already walked to one of the feet of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had 4 legs, all of which were extremely huge. That seems to be Lu Ming. What is he doing? The people who came later also recognized Lu Ming. Look, he's hugging the cauldron's leg. He's going to move the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. What a joke. Throughout history, countless paragons have tried to move it, but to no avail. How can he move it? Someone sneered. However, the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming hugged the cauldron's leg with both hands. Of course, he could not hug it completely. He could only hug a corner. Rise. Lu Ming roared loudly, his long hair flying in the wind as he exerted his strength. Thump. As Lu Ming exerted more force, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron shook again. This time the vibration was louder and more shocking than the previous 2 times. The vibration was like a storm spreading far and wide. The entire dragon vein started to shake violently. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is moving again, and it's even more intense. It can't be. Could it be that the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is moving because of Lu Ming? Some people guessed. No way. It's impossible. It must be a coincidence. Some people found it hard to accept and shook their heads, thinking it was a coincidence. Rise. Lu Ming roared again. Thump. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moved again. One could clearly see that the huge body of the cauldron was shaking. On the ground there were huge rocks that shattered and stones that flew everywhere. Oh my god, it's moving again. It's really because of Lu Ming. This is unbelievable. Someone shouted while more people were watching the scene with dumbfounded looks. In the sky, rainbow light flashed and more people flew over. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is covered in dust. What are you waiting for? Now come and fight with me. Lu Ming howled, his voice shaking the heavens. The others were horrified. Lu Ming actually wanted to pull out the cauldron and fight? Who was he going to fight? Some of them recalled the grudges between Lu Ming and the ancient dynasty of the Central Continent a few days ago and gasped. Was Lu Ming planning to challenge the powerful cultivators of the ancient dynasty of the Central Continent? Such courage, such boldness. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, I know you have a spirit. Fight with me. Lu Ming continued to roar, and the Nine-Dragon bloodline in his body roared wildly. The voice of the Nine-Dragon bloodline seemed to be constantly transmitted into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, Lu Ming could feel that there seemed to be a spirit in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron that was resisting. It was unwilling to leave the ground and fight with Lu Ming. You are too weak. Suddenly, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It seemed to come from the ancient times and was filled with vicissitudes of life. This voice could not be heard by outsiders except Lu Ming. I'm too weak, but in the future I will rule the world. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his fighting spirit unparalleled. Clang. At that moment, the lightning cauldron in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness suddenly shook. Chapter 841. 841 Chapter 841 Borrowing the Cauldron's Might. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the lightning cauldron shook and a leisurely voice was transmitted into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Thump. At this moment the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron shook even more violently. The mountain that he was standing on exploded and countless rocks shot into the distance. Rise. Lu Ming hugged the cauldron's leg and shouted. Then to everyone's shock, the cauldron that was as large as a mountain actually left the ground. Yes, Lu Ming carried her and lifted her off the ground. At this moment the entire place was dead silent. Divine Cauldron, fight with me. Lu Ming roared again. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The blood came from the bloodline of the Nine Dragons. It flowed down Lu Ming's throat and onto the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Thump. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron trembled even more intensely. It emitted a brilliant light as Lu Ming lifted it up high. Heavens, heavens, what did I just see? Lu Ming has lifted the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He has really lifted the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Could it be that the divine nine-dragon cauldron has acknowledged him? Unbelievable. Almost everyone was shouting like crazy. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's vein shook violently, as if it was about to turn into a dragon and leave. At this moment, it was not only this dragon's vein. The other 8 dragons' veins in Nine Dragons City were also shaking violently. At the head of each dragon's vein was a huge cauldron. Now those huge cauldrons were all shaking. What's going on? What's happening? Above the dragon vein, countless experts who were in seclusion opened their eyes one after another, revealing a look of horror. The dragon veins are shaking and the divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. What's going on? Countless voices were heard. At this moment, countless top powers in Nine Dragons were alarmed. In the depths of the 6 ancient families, 6 middle-aged men opened their eyes. These 6 middle-aged men were the family masters of the 6 ancient families who had been summoned by Martial Emperor De last time. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. What happened? Bewildered voices came from the 6 people. In the depths of De Tian's imperial guards, Yan Kuangtu was gulping down wine. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a brilliant light as he stood up and looked into the distance. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has never moved since ancient times, is actually moving. Interesting. Yan Kuangtu's voice was filled with curiosity. On the dragon's head, Lu Ming pulled out the cauldron and stood up. Everyone's eyes fell out in shock. The divine nine-dragon cauldron actually became lighter after the blood of the 9 dragons fell on it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He took a deep breath and stepped into the air. Bang! The space trembled. Lu Ming carried the cauldron and stepped into the void, causing the space to shake violently. However, Lu Ming stood firmly in the void. Let's go. Then Lu Ming took another step forward. Although the void trembled, Lu Ming stood firmly. Little Qing, I'm here. Lu Ming quickened his pace. He stepped on the void and headed towards the ocean wave's ancient garden. At this moment the sky was filled with people, but they were all dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. Lu Ming could actually carry the cauldron and walk in the air, walking into the distance. What was he doing? Countless people followed behind Lu Ming, wanting to see what was going on. Lu Ming, the divine nine-dragon cauldron is the most precious treasure in Nine Dragons. What do you mean by carrying the cauldron? Why aren't you putting it down? A few elders appeared in front of Lu Ming and berated him. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of a spirit embryo realm cultivator. It's an expert from the Imperial Guards of De Tian. Some people recognized that De Tian's Imperial Guards were the closest to this place, and an expert had rushed over. Get lost. Lu Ming berated and took a step forward. Boom. This step seemed to borrow the power of the cauldron, and endless pressure pressed down on the powerhouses. How is that possible? Countless people gasped. Lu Ming took a step forward and actually made a few spirit embryo realm experts cough up blood as they were sent flying. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming seems to be able to borrow the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Terrifying, terrifying. How did he do it? The divine nine-dragon cauldron can't be touched by emperors. Not only can he lift it, but he can also borrow the power of the cauldron. How can this be? The surroundings were in a clamor. The experts who wanted to stop Lu Ming had a terrible look on their faces. They did not dare to make a move. Lu Ming stepped on the void and walked faster and faster. In the end, he directly ran, covering dozens of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Lu Ming was surrounded by people. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and the person who was carrying the cauldron in a daze. Compared to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming's size was really small. However, he could carry the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. We've arrived at the ocean wave's ancient garden. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed ahead. After 3 hours, Lu Ming finally arrived at the Highland Ancient Gardens. In front of them, the palace was located on a mountain peak. The clouds were misty, making it look like a paradise. This was the ocean wave's ancient garden, the place where the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was used to receive important guests. The commotion outside had obviously alerted the Hylon Ancient Garden. Buzz. Buzz. A figure flew out. It was Xianxia as well as the man and woman. The protector was also there, and there were also two middle-aged men. At this moment, Xianxia and the others were looking at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was actually carrying a huge cauldron over. Lu Ming, it's you again, you bastard. What are you doing here? Are you here to die? Xianxia coldly shouted, his eyes flickering with an ice-cold light. Hand over little Qing. Since little Qing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Little bastard, you still haven't given up? Fine, since you've come to die, I'll send you on your way. Take him down. Xianxia waved his hand. The two middle-aged men stepped out and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies. The Spirit Embryo Realm. These two burly men were Spirit Embryo Realm experts. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. An endless pressure exploded. The two men's expressions changed drastically. They screamed and were sent flying, coughing up blood. How did this happen? Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open in disbelief. Thump. Lu Ming took another step forward and a violent pressure pressed down on Xianxia. Eighth Prince, be careful. The Guardian moved and appeared in front of Xianxia. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. With a punch, the world shook and the space trembled violently. A pillar of air shot up into the sky and blocked Lu Ming's stomp with the power of the cauldron. Spiritual God realm powerhouses were terrifyingly powerful. Lu Ming could not do anything to them even with the power of the cauldron. The legendary divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron of 9 dragons was pulled out by you. Unbelievable. I can't let you live today. A killing intent flashed through the eyes of the Guardian Knight as he stepped forward. Boom. As the Guardian stepped forward, his aura soared into the sky and reached an unbelievable level. Endless pressure spread out and covered a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like the might of heaven. Chapter 842. 842 Suppressing the Spirit God. In all directions, countless people's expressions changed drastically. They felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Not good, the Venerable One is about to show his might. Let's retreat. Retreat. A series of terrified screams rang out in the surroundings, and countless figures were forced to retreat like ants. I've already spared you once, but you still don't know how to repent. Then I'll behead you. And NBSV, die. The Venerable Protector reached out his palm and struck down. A dazzling sword light appeared and slashed at Lu Ming. Selah. The sound of space tearing was heard. The sword light slashed down, directly tearing the space apart, and a dark spatial crack appeared. In the distance, countless people widened their eyes. It was said that the spiritual God realm masters could really break open space and tear open space cracks. However, if there was no major battle, ordinary people would not have the opportunity to see the spiritual God realm masters in action. Now he had finally seen it. It was just like the rumors. How terrifying was the power of a palm that could break space. How could Lu Ming resist it? Break. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He grabbed the legs of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron with both hands and actually lifted it up. Boom. The huge divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron crashed toward the sword light. Clang. The sword radiance hit the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, but it only made a sound and was destroyed. There was not a trace of damage on the cauldron. Hand over little Qing. Die. Lu Ming roared. He grabbed the cauldron and strode forward. Then he lifted the cauldron and smashed it at the Guardian like a hammer. Evil creature. Die. The Dharma Protector roared as his hair and beard stood up. His aura became even more terrifying. A giant sword appeared in his hand. As he crazily poured in his true essence, the giant sword grew to 10,000 meters long. Like a divine sword, it slashed toward the giant cauldron. Clang. The 10,000-meter-long sword collided with the cauldron, creating an earth-shaking boom. A storm of energy tore through the sky, leaving a black crack. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi slashed down on the ground, creating a crack that was hundreds of miles long. It was too terrifying. Such a great battle could definitely destroy the heavens and earth. A figure stepped in the air and staggered. It was the Venerable Guardian, a spiritual god realm powerhouse. He was actually forced to retreat. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming, a young man in his 20s with the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, had actually lifted the cauldron and repelled a powerful spiritual god realm expert. This was too unbelievable and felt unreal, as if he was dreaming. Xiaxin's eyes widened and he was almost scared to death. The ancient Saint Dynasty's protector was actually forced back by Lu Ming. If the cauldron were to smash at him, wouldn't he be turned into ashes? His back was drenched in cold sweat as he retreated towards the Ocean Wave's ancient garden. The Ocean Wave's ancient garden had an extremely powerful formation, so it would be safe. Hand over little Qing. Lu Ming strode forward and the huge cauldron smashed at the guardian again. Die! Guardian Knight roared. A giant sword with 5 golden chakras appeared above his head. This was the bloodline of a Guardian Knight, a 5th-level divine-level expert. This bloodline was already extremely terrifying when it was unleashed by a spiritual god realm expert. The Guardian's figure rushed into the huge sword. The huge sword whistled and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted the huge cauldron and smashed it down. There was another deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth. The giant sword was deflected away, but Lu Ming also staggered back. His qi and blood were in turmoil and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the strange thing was that when he spat out a mouthful of blood, it was directly absorbed by the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron glowed and Lu Ming felt that the weight of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had become lighter. It was more convenient for him to swing it. He took a step forward, and the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron once again smashed toward the Venerable Guardian. The huge sword shook and collided with the huge cauldron. Bang! This time the giant sword was sent flying hundreds of miles away. It turned back into a human and crashed into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep pit. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was simply going against the heavens. He had actually beaten a spiritual god realm powerhouse to the point where he was half dead. Lu Ming did not pay any more attention to the guardian. He carried the huge cauldron and walked towards the Ocean Wave's ancient garden step by step. Evil creature, you're really audacious. He should be killed. Kill. 2 shouts came from the Ocean Wave's ancient garden. 2 figures rushed out of the garden and stood in the void. These 2 old men exuded terrifying auras that were no weaker than the Venerable Guardians. In fact, they were even stronger. There was more than one spiritual god realm expert from the ancient sage dynasty of the Central Continent. These 2 old men were also powerful cultivators from the Gu Empire of the Central Continent. The 2 elders appeared and charged at Lu Ming without a word. I told you to hand over Xiaoqing. Otherwise, I'll raise the Ocean Wave's ancient garden to the ground today. A low roar came from Lu Ming's mouth and his eyes revealed a crazed look. Boom. Boom. He was fearless. He carried the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and started a shocking battle with the 2 elders. More and more people came from all directions, but no one dared to come within 3,000 miles. A spiritual god-level battle was too shocking. Anyone below the spiritual god realm would only die if they got close. In a room deep within the Hailon Gardens, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her aura was extremely weak. Her true essence and spirit fire had been sealed. She looked like an ordinary person. She sat on the bed quietly, her eyes filled with longing. Lu Ming, how are you? I originally thought that with the battle of karmic luck drawing near, those fellows wouldn't come again. I didn't expect that it would still come. I can't hide from it. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that home, that disgusting home. Xianxia murmured. The ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent had a long history. Legend had it that it had been passed down from the ancient times for countless years. The Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty had the bloodline of the ancient human emperor. The bloodline that they awakened was a pure and holy bloodline. However, Xianxia had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. To the pure and holy Xia family, it was a lowly and dirty bloodline. Moreover, Xianxia's mother was only a maidservant. Her father had given birth to Xianxia. However, after Xianxia awakened his foreign bloodline, her mother was regarded as a heretic and killed. After all, Xianxia was the descendant of the emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty, which was why he managed to survive. However, she was mocked and humiliated. Xianxia had lived in the shadow of that family since she was young. She hated that family and wanted to escape. In the Xia family of the ancient sacred dynasty, there were also examples like her in history. The back of the so-called light was darkness. Among the divine bloodlines, there would occasionally be a completely dark bloodline. In history, there had been such a bloodline that had caused chaos in the world and almost destroyed the Gu dynasty. As such, all those with such a strange bloodline had a miserable ending. Xianxia hated that family because of her mother. She also knew that if she continued to stay in that family, she would not have a good ending. In the dark, there were countless people who wanted to get rid of her. That was why she wanted to escape. Chapter 843. 843 Chapter 843 Experts taking action. She had escaped a few times, but every time she would be found and brought back. To put it nicely, they would not allow an alien like her to ruin the reputation of the Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty. What a joke. She had never said that she was from the Xia family of the ancient Saint dynasty. She did not want to be a member of the Xia family. Those people from the Xia family just didn't want her to live in this world. If not for the fact that the current emperor of the ancients was her father, she would have died long ago. Lu Ming, no matter what kind of environment I'll face when I go back, I won't die. I'll work hard to cultivate. When you're the king of the world, come and pick me up. Xianxia mumbled, her eyes glimmering. He believed in Lu Ming. He would definitely be able to do it. Hand over little Qing. Since little Qing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Suddenly an angry roar came from outside. Xianxia's delicate body trembled. It was Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anxiety as he stood up and rushed out of the door. Unfortunately, this room was surrounded by arrays. Her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't get out. As soon as she touched the wooden door, there was a flash of lightning on the wooden door. Her whole body flew out as if she had been struck by lightning. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, why did you come? Leave quickly. Xianxia shouted, but his voice could only echo in the small room. Hand over little Qing. From time to time, Lu Ming's angry roars could be heard from the outside. Along with the angry roars, there were earth-shaking rumbles. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. Xianxia screamed, tears streaming down her face. She rushed to the wooden door again, but just like before, she was struck back by the lightning and spat out blood. She did not know what method Lu Ming had used to be able to fight against the experts of the ancient sage dynasty. However, she knew that the Xia family of the ancient saint dynasty had sent a few spiritual god realm experts. Moreover, this was 9 dragons, and the Xia clan of the ancient sacred dynasty was the Detian Divine Palace's distinguished guest. How could the Detian Divine Palace allow Lu Ming to deal with their distinguished guest? Lu Ming was destined to be in danger. Indeed, not long after, 2 more powerful cultivators from the Xia clan of the ancient saint dynasty charged out. The battle outside was even more intense. Lu Ming, you idiot! Xianxia murmured. No matter what, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down his cheeks. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, a mixture of blood and tears, and she was as beautiful as a flower. In the sky above the ocean waves' ancient garden, the battle had entered a state of white heat. Lu Ming used the divine 9-dragon cauldron to fight against 2 spiritual god realm powerhouses. The whole world was boiling and spatial cracks appeared in a flash. Lu Ming had actually suppressed 2 spiritual god realm powerhouses with the help of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Yes, he had the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you attack the guests of the ancient saint dynasty? Are you trying to frame the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Take him down and hand him over to His Majesty. A series of cold shouts came from the sky, and more than a dozen figures descended. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Spiritual God Realm. These dozen figures were all peerless powerhouses of the spiritual God Realm. The spiritual God Realm experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived. This evil creature can actually move the divine nine-dragon cauldron that even emperors can't touch. He must be an evil demon. We should capture him, get the secret out of him, and then put him to death by 1,000 cuts. One of the old men shouted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. This old man was wearing a starry robe. He was the elder with real power in the Shangguan family, the grandfather of Shangguan Wuqian and Shangguan Wuling, Shangguan Zhongyun. Half a year ago he had repeatedly sent experts to kill Lu Ming, but they were all killed by Lu Ming. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming completely. Now it was the right time for him to take action. Thump. Shangguan Zhong took a step forward. Starlight fell from the sky and turned into a starry sword, slashing violently at Lu Ming. As one of the few spiritual god powerhouses in the Shangguan family, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Boom. Boom. At the same time, a few other spiritual god realm powerhouses also made their move. A terrifying attack was directed at Lu Ming. In total, there were 6 powerful cultivators, including the 2 from the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, who attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The entire sky was shattered and cracks appeared in space. Lu Ming felt an unparalleled pressure. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline in Lu Ming's body howled and emitted a thick blood qi. Lu Ming spat another mouthful of blood onto the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It was the blood of the 9 dragons. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook. Lu Ming swung it and swept it out. Boom. 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 All 6 attacks were blocked by Lu Ming, but his body shook violently. His bones and armor seemed to be breaking and his body went numb. However, in the end he still managed to block it. In the surroundings, the others gasped. Lu Ming had actually fought against 6 great spiritual god powerhouses alone and survived. Although it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, being able to use the divine 9-dragon cauldron was a very terrifying thing in itself. Everyone, this kid is evil. Let's attack together and capture him. We'll hand him over to His Majesty to deal with. Shangguan Zhongyuan called out. In the sky, there were still 7 spiritual god realm powerhouses who had not made a move. They had disdained to attack a junior together. However, after hearing Shangguan Zhongyuan's words, their eyes flickered. The divine 9-dragon cauldron is of great importance. It hasn't moved since ancient times, but it moved because of him. We really have to take him down and ask him. Someone said. Not bad. Someone replied. Thump thump. More people stepped out, their auras violent. Come. Today I'll slaughter the spiritual god. Lu Ming roared, his eyes filled with madness. He had wanted to use the divine 9-dragon cauldron to defeat the venerable guardian and take Xianxia away from 9 dragons. However, the high and mighty spiritual god realm experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had actually joined forces to deal with him without asking for the reason. In that case, he could only fight today. Attack. This time, a total of 9 spiritual god realm powerhouses attacked. The terrifying power was vast and mighty. 9 attacks of various colors enveloped Lu Ming. The attack had yet to reach Lu Ming, but he already felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if his body was about to explode. If he had not used the power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron to protect himself, he would have been crushed into pieces. Roar. Roar. In his body, the 9-dragon bloodline was roaring non-stop. At this moment, Lu Ming could no longer suppress it. The 9-dragon bloodline soared into the sky and roared. The roars of the dragons resounded throughout the world. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline expanded rapidly, becoming more than 10,000 meters long, and entangled the divine 9-dragon cauldron. That's a divine bloodline. My God, what's going on? Wasn't Lu Ming's blood meridian a stone tablet? How did you become a true dragon? 2 divine level bloodlines, how is that possible? How is that possible? Some people who had seen Lu Ming's moves shouted in disbelief. A single person actually had 2 divine-level bloodlines. Could it be that his second bloodline was a divine-level bloodline? That talent was too terrifying. There were only a few people in ancient times. Chapter 844. 844 Killing the Spirit God. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and they roared into the sky. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also shook violently and light filled the air. And NBSP, boom boom. Lu Ming swung the divine 9-dragon cauldron and swept it across, destroying the 9 attacks again. The 9-dragon bloodline roared again and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. At this moment, the true dragon carvings on the divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to come to life, and dragon roars came from it. At this moment in 9 dragons the 9 dragon veins were shaking violently, and there were also dragon roars. Countless people were shocked. Clang, clang. On 8 of the dragon veins, there were 8 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. All of them were shaking. All of a sudden the divine 9-dragon cauldron closest to Lu Ming shook the most intensely, sending gravel flying. The divine cauldron actually left the ground, tore through the void and disappeared. At this moment in the depths of the 6 great ancient families, the eyes of the 6 family heads suddenly flashed. The strange bloodline of a true dragon. This is the child that His Majesty was talking about. The 6 of them spoke almost at the same time. Then they stood up and stepped forward. When they took a step forward, a crack automatically appeared in the space. They stepped into the crack and disappeared. A million miles away Fatty was roaring. "I'll break." His chubby body swelled up and his eyes turned red. The battle axe in his hand slashed out crazily. At the same time Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting, and Zhou Xian also assisted him in attacking the formation that trapped them. The fat man spat a mouthful of blood onto the battle axe, causing it to become even more powerful. A terrifying axe light shot out as if it could split the heavens and earth. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The formation was broken. "Let's go to the ocean waves' ancient garden." The fatty roared as the group of them flew towards the ocean waves' ancient garden at high speed. In the sky above the ocean waves' ancient garden. "This kid is demonic." Shangguan Zhongyuan roared. At that moment the remaining spiritual god powerhouses appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. There were a total of 13 spirit god experts. Attack! Clang! Just as they were about to make a move, a tremor came from the sky, and another huge cauldron descended. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron? How is that possible? The second one. Could it be that Lu Ming can control the second one? Everyone was so shocked that they almost jumped up. "Come, accompany me in battle." Lu Ming let out a long howl and stretched out his right hand, grabbing one of the legs of the second divine 9-dragon cauldron. He grabbed one in each hand. The 2 huge divine 9-dragon cauldrons were like 2 huge iron hammers in Lu Ming's hands. "You old man, I'll kill you first." Lu Ming fixed his eyes on Shangguan Zhongyuan and strode forward. The cauldron was like a giant hammer, smashing toward Shangguan Zhongyuan. This old man was filled with killing intent the moment he appeared. He could not wait to kill Lu Ming. It was because of his instigation that the other spiritual god realm powerhouses took action one after another. Otherwise, there would not be so many spiritual god realm powerhouses besieging him. "Let's attack together." Shangguan Zhongyuan's expression changed drastically. He let out a loud roar and the starlight began to boil. A huge crack seemed to have appeared in the sky, and a beam of starlight fell down onto Shangguan Zhongyuan's body. The light of the stars gathered and turned into countless starry swords, which were aimed at Lu Ming. At the same time the other Tulavir experts also made their moves. All sorts of attacks were launched at Lu Ming. The 2 cauldrons danced in Lu Ming's hands. One of them was mainly used to block the attacks of the others, while the other one was used to smash Shangguan Zhongyuan. He only focused on one person and madly attacked. The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a long roar. It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, causing its power to increase greatly. Boom. A purple flame sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 845. 845 Chapter 845 Supreme Martial Artist takes action. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel a terrifying pressure from the flaming sword. This pressure was even stronger than the combined pressure of dozens of spiritual God realm powerhouses. It was a fatal threat to him. Lu Ming roared in anger. He mustered all his strength and swung 2 huge cauldrons at the flaming sword. Boom. A deafening boom was heard as the cauldron shook and the void shattered. Endless flames filled the air and the terrifyingly high temperature twisted the space before it cracked. The raging flames burned through the space and the scene was extremely shocking. Interesting. The majestic voice continued. Then a middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped out of the spatial crack. He stood in the void with a flame sword in his hand. His body was also covered in purple flames. A huge black hole appeared in the area where he was standing. There was nothing in the black hole, only an endless void. That was because the space had been burned through by the terrifying temperature of the middle-aged man's body. Paragon. That's a paragon. It's the patriarch of the Wang family. The supreme martial artist of the Wang family has arrived. At the scene, waves of exclamations and roars of disbelief could be heard. Some people's eyes were wide open and they shouted loudly because they were too shocked. Lu Ming had actually lured out a supreme being. A supreme being was someone who stood at the peak of the spiritual God realm. They had even surpassed the spiritual God realm and were half a step away from the martial royal realm. Each of such a figure was an overlord and an invincible figure. Without martial emperors, supreme martial artists were the strongest. In the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, there were only a handful of people like this. Even such a character had appeared. However, everyone's shock had only just begun. Selah. Selah. In the sky, the space cracked continuously and figures stepped out of the cracks. There were 5 of them. Including the patriarch of the Wang clan, there were 6 of them in total. The 6 figures stood in 6 different directions, each of them exuding a terrifying and overbearing aura. There was one person who stood there like a peerless divine weapon. His sharp chi directly cut open the space. One of them was filled with fighting spirit like a god of war. Another one was rather refined. The 6 of them each had their own unique characteristics, but they had one thing in common. They were too powerful. Their auras were vast and mighty. Even from thousands of miles away one could feel the terrifying pressure. Heavens, heavens, those are the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. They are all supreme martial artists. All the supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families have come out. Someone shouted crazily. More people were silent. They were already numb to it. The 6 great masters had only appeared when they were facing an enemy Imperial Dao powerhouse. But now they had all appeared because of Lu Ming. Little guy, you're really something. You're the first person in history who could make the divine 9-dragon cauldron move because of you. Now come with me. His Majesty Force Emperor wants to see you. One of the middle-aged men spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with dignity. Some people recognized him as the head of the Dongfeng family. At the scene, countless people were shocked once again. Martial Emperor De had been alerted and sent 6 supreme martial artists just to see Lu Ming. Many people were having difficulty breathing. What had happened today was beyond their imagination. Perhaps it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Many people were guessing. As expected, he's here? He's so fast. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and his mind raced. Just as the 9-dragon bloodline rushed out and resonated with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming knew that the nine-dragon bloodline might be exposed. However, the other party's speed was faster than he had imagined. Others might think that it was because of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but Lu Ming knew very well that Martial Emperor Di was looking for him because he had found the nine-dragon bloodline. Di wants to see me. Ask him to come here himself. Lu Ming shouted. Since he had come this far, fear was useless. He might as well face it directly. However, his words caused an earthquake. Countless people's eyes were wide open, and their hearts were about to jump out. Lu Ming actually dared to call Martial Emperor Di by his name and even asked Martial Emperor Di to come and see him. Lawless, this was lawless. A mere spiritual ocean tier martial artist actually dared to call a martial emperor to see him. If a martial emperor wanted to see him, that would be his supreme glory, something countless people would wish for. They could not figure out where Lu Ming got his courage from. Lu Ming sneered. He knew very well that if he went to see Martial Emperor Di, he would be in grave danger. Therefore he had nothing to fear. Evil creature, how dare you? You're just an ant, yet you dare to talk so big. You deserve to be killed. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted coldly. He was extremely overbearing and filled with killing intent. This child is too arrogant and unruly. No matter how talented he is, if he has any achievements he will definitely not be controlled. It's better to just cripple him and hand him over to His Majesty. The Jiang family's patriarch also spoke coldly. His voice was like a divine weapon being polished, making people's hearts beat faster. Since you're so stubborn, then take him down. The master of the chaotic family also spoke. All right, we who will attack? The Jiang clan leader said. I'll do it. The patriarch of the Wang family said, his eyes burning with fire. The other 5 people nodded and took a step back. All of you retreat and protect the surroundings. The Wang clan master's gaze swept across the dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. Yes. Dozens of spiritual god realm masters retreated to various corners, ready to protect the mountains and rivers. Junior, since you're so stubborn, I'll take action personally. Boom. As he spoke, an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Purple flames spread out, burning through even more space. The flame sword in his hand grew rapidly and became 10,000 meters long. Retreat, retreat. The people who were watching the battle from afar were extremely frightened and retreated madly again. The supreme martial artist was about to make a move. If even a wisp of energy leaked out, it would probably be a disaster. It could kill ordinary martial artists countless times. They had no choice but to retreat. Buzz. The master of the Wang family swung the sword in his hand at Lu Ming. Wherever the sword passed, the space was turned into nothingness, revealing the terrifying dark void. Buzz. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook and the nine-dragon bloodline roared. Lu Ming grabbed the 2 cauldrons and smashed them at the Wang family master. Boom. A terrifying clash resounded once again. The heavens and earth trembled, the cauldron shook and endless energy scattered in all directions. Stop. Dozens of spiritual god realm masters shouted as their hands emitted light, blocking the terrifying force. Lu Ming could feel the endless heat surging towards him. Even with the protection of the 2 divine cauldrons, he still felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. He took a big step back and stepped into the void. The Wang family's supreme martial artist has the upper hand. Lu Ming is going to be defeated. Many people were shouting madly. Who could not die in a battle with a supreme martial artist? Chapter 846. 846 Fighting a Supreme Being. That's for sure. The head of the Wang family is a supreme martial artist. As long as a martial emperor doesn't show up, a supreme martial artist is invincible. Even if Lu Ming can control the 2 divine nine-dragon cauldrons, they're still external objects. How can he fight against a supreme martial artist? That's right. This brat can actually control the divine nine-dragon cauldron. After we capture him, we must ask him about the secret within. If the experts of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, or even His Majesty the Martial Emperor, can control the divine nine-dragon cauldron, how powerful will it be? Wouldn't he be able to sweep through the heavenly corpse sect and the heavenly demon valley? Indeed, this secret must be revealed. Many people in the surroundings said coldly, especially the disciples of the Wang family, Jiang family and other ancient families. Lu Ming, Fatty, Wan Tingting and a few others appeared in the crowd. They had finally rushed over, but when they saw the scene of Lu Ming fighting against the Supreme Being, they were shocked and worried. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, even with the help of the divine cauldron, how could he fight against a Supreme Being? Old fart, you must call the old fart over. Fatty's throat kept letting out low growls. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is indeed wonderful. But today the divine nine-dragon cauldron can't protect you. The master of the Wang family strode forward with a 10,000-meter-long flaming sword in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming could only use the two cauldrons to resist. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. The power of a supreme being was too powerful. An ordinary spiritual god powerhouse was far inferior to it. The power of the divine cauldron is an external force after all. How much of its power can you unleash? With this, you want to contend with this seat. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, putting up a stubborn resistance. The leader of the Wang family was like a purple sun floating in the sky. He gave off a burning aura, but his voice was cold. As he spoke, he stepped forward and raised his flame sword again. Roar! The bloodline of the nine dragons let out a long roar, and the blood chi in its body spread. It spat out another mouthful of blood, which was absorbed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Clang! Clang! The two divine cauldrons trembled. In the next moment the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone watched in shock as another cauldron descended and pressed down on the Wang clan master. The third cauldron. Lu Ming had actually summoned 3 cauldrons. Boom! The third cauldron flew toward the Wang family master and was sent flying by a single sword strike. The huge cauldron flew towards Lu Ming and trembled slightly. It emitted a radiance that seemed to resonate with the previous 2 cauldrons. The aura that the cauldron emitted seemed to be stronger. It was as if the more divine cauldrons there were, the more powerful they would be when they combined. Buzz! Buzz! The divine cauldron shook and left Lu Ming's palm. It started to spin around Lu Ming. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was wrapped around the first cauldron and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. The other 2 cauldrons were suspended and spinning around Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge cauldron flew out, pressing down on the Wang family master. The Wang family master's eyes turned serious as he slashed out with his flame sword. Clang! The divine cauldron was knocked back, but Lu Ming waved his hand again. Another divine cauldron flew out and suppressed the Wang family master. Boom! Boom! The 2 divine nine-dragon cauldrons pressed toward the master of the Wang family. The master of the Wang family kept waving his sword. Shocking sword radiance was unleashed as he fought against the 3 cauldrons. However, he couldn't win for the time being. The scene was too shocking. Lu Ming could actually summon 3 divine nine-dragon cauldrons and fight to a draw with the master of the Wang family. This was too unbelievable, like a fantasy story. Moreover, many people thought of another point. There were 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons in total. Since Lu Ming could summon 3, could he summon more? How terrifying would that power be? Buzz! As if to confirm everyone's guess, the heavens and earth trembled as yet another massive being descended from the sky. Its target was the Wang clan head. The master of the Wang family's pupils contracted. With a long roar, a wisp of purple flame floated above his head. On the purple flame there were 6 golden chakra. The Wang clan's clan head had a terrifying divine level rank 6 bloodline. The patriarch of the Wang family merged with his bloodline and turned into a ball of purple flame. The purple flame changed again and turned into a giant purple sword. When a supreme being used bloodline fusion, the power would reach a terrifying level. With a wave of his purple sword, he sent a divine cauldron flying. However, the other 2 cauldrons continued to press down. With the addition of the Divine Cauldron, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron's power was further enhanced. It continued to suppress the Wang family master, forming a stalemate. This kid is demonic and can continuously summon divine cauldrons. I must suppress him quickly and not let him summon more divine cauldrons. The Jiang family's master said in a sonorous voice as he stepped forward. He wanted to join forces with the master of the Wang family to suppress Lu Ming. To deal with one Lu Ming, two supreme beings had to join forces. It was like a dream. Buzz. The master of the Jiang family made his move. With a wave of his arm he destroyed everything, even splitting the heaven and earth. It was really split open. It was not just talk. Between heaven and earth, a hideous crack that was hundreds of miles long appeared. Buzz. An incomparably sharp glint slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had no choice but to control a huge cauldron and blast it at the Jiang family's master. Clang. A huge cauldron was sent flying. The master of the Jiang family did not stop. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. He stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Roar. Dragon roars shook the heavens as the 9 dragons coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The divine cauldron trembled and rumbled in the sky. At this moment, another huge cauldron came crashing down. The 5th divine 9-dragon cauldron descended. The 5th divine 9-dragon cauldron pressed toward the master of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's master let out a long roar. His aura was wild as he punched out with both fists, bombarding the 2 cauldrons and sending them flying. Lu Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The other party was a supreme being after all. He had the divine cauldron to protect him, but he still felt immense pressure and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. What are you all waiting for? Are you going to wait for him to summon more divine 9-dragon cauldrons? The cold voice of the Jiang clan's patriarch rang out as he glanced at the other 4 clan heads. That's right, let's capture this brat first. The master of the chaotic family said. He took a step forward and his battle-intent soared. The remaining 3 people's eyes flickered. Then another person stepped out. This man was the head of the Kong family, one of the ancient families. They wanted to join forces and end the battle as soon as possible. Lu Ming was too monstrous and strange. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would summon the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. If the 9 divine cauldrons were gathered, who knew what would happen? You're all supreme martial artists, yet you're actually teaming up to deal with a junior. Have you all lived your lives for nothing? Kill. At this moment an angry roar reverberated through the sky and earth, reverberating for tens of thousands of miles. Many people were shocked. Who was it? He actually dared to scold the supreme martial artists like this. Did he not want to live anymore? See law. The next moment the space in the sky cracked open and a figure stepped out. This figure seemed to be in his 30s. He held a wine gourd in his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. He stood in front of the masters of the Luan and Kong families, his eyes full of disdain. Yan Kuangtu, it's Yan Kuangtu. So it's him, no wonder. Many people cried out in alarm. Chapter 847. 847 Chapter 847 Yan Kuangtu takes action. Yan Kuangtu was a well-known figure in 9 Dragons. He was the disciple of the 9 Sons Supreme and the grand disciple of Martial Emperor Di. Not only did he have a high status, but he was also extremely talented. In just a short 100 years, Yan Kuangtu had cultivated to the supremacy stage, and was not inferior to his master, the 9 Yang supremacy. Moreover, Yan Kuangtu was arrogant, unruly and lawless. He showed no respect to anyone, not even to Martial Emperor Di. He had once almost destroyed a powerful force that was second only to the ancient family in a fit of anger, which shocked 9 dragons. It was normal for such an existence to dare to berate the supreme martial artists of the ancient families. But what did he want to do by appearing here? The heads of the 2 families frowned. Yan Kuangtu, what are you doing? Move aside. The head of the Luan family said coldly, a hint of fear in his eyes. What do you want? You've all lived for thousands of years, Yet you're joining forces against a junior. How shameless. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is my little brother. If you want to touch him, you'll have to defeat me first. Yan Kuangtu took a few sips of wine, his eyes wild. Many people were shocked. Yan Kuangtu had addressed Lu Ming as little brother. So they knew each other. Yan Kuangtu actually knew Lu Ming. Big brother Yan. Yan Kuangtu's appearance surprised Lu Ming and he could not help but call out. Brother Lu Ming, not bad. You can fight against a supreme being at the spiritual ocean tier. Impressive, impressive. You're much more impressive than me. Yan Kuangtu burst into laughter. Yan Kuangtu, are you not going to move out of the way today? The eyes of the master of the chaotic family were cold. Nonsense. Yan Kuangtu's reply was very simple. All right, Yan Kuangtu. I'll see how strong you are, the strongest genius after Zhiyang. The master of the chaotic family's voice was cold, and a violent fighting will burst out. He took a step forward and threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying and the void shattered. Yan Kuangtu opened his mouth and sucked out a mouthful of wine from his wine gourd. At the same time he threw out a punch. This punch wasn't as earth-shattering as the one from the head of the chaotic family. It seemed very ordinary. However, the result of this clash of fists left everyone dumbstruck. The two fists met and a terrifying explosion rang out in the air. A figure staggered backwards. This figure was actually the clan head of the Luan clan. The clan leader of the Luan clan was forced to retreat by a single punch from Yan Kuangtu. How was this possible? They were both supreme martial artists, but how could Yan Kuangtu be so strong? Kill. Die. The master of the Luan family roared. His battle-intent sword. A saber appeared in his hand and he charged at Yan Kuangtu. Buzz. A shocking sword light burst out from Yan Kuangtu's hand. The sword light and the saber light collided. The saber light was shattered, but the sword light continued to slash down. How is that possible? The head of the chaotic family shouted in disbelief. He had to continuously slash out with his saber to block Yan Kuangtu's sword radiance. Like master, like disciple. Zhiyang has taken in a good disciple. Yan Kuangtu, you may be strong in combat, but you can't protect Lu Ming. The master of the Kong family stepped forward and stood next to the master of the Luan family. Why can't I? Yan Kuangtu said. That's because His Majesty the Martial Emperor has specifically requested for Lu Ming. We're just following orders to bring Lu Ming to His Majesty. The master of the chaotic clan said. What does His Majesty want Lu Ming for? Yan Kuangtu said with a frown. This we don't know. So it's better for you to move away. Otherwise, if you make His Majesty unhappy, none of us can bear the responsibility. The head of the Luan family sneered. Yan Kuangtu's brows furrowed even more. He turned to Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu Ming, do you know why His Majesty the Martial Emperor is looking for you? Could it be because of the Divine Cauldron? Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and fought the masters of the Jiang and Wang families. The battle was intense. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, You came to me because you wanted my bloodline and wanted to take it for your own use. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but it was like a storm, stirring up thousands of waves. What? What did Lu Ming say? How dare you call His Majesty Force Emperor in this way and slander His Majesty Force Emperor? Evil creature, what an evil creature. Such audacity, who does he think he is? He dares to say that His Majesty Force Emperor wants his bloodline, but it's just a second-class divine bloodline. How could His Majesty Force Emperor take a fancy to it? Slander. Nonsense. This person should be cut into pieces as a warning to the others. Countless people roared and looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Evil creature, how dare you slander His Majesty? You're courting death. The patriarch of the Wang clan roared as he fought with all his might. Yan Kuangtu, you've seen this kid's heart. He's simply lawless. We can't keep him here. Why aren't you moving? The Luan family said. No. Unless the Grandmaster comes and explains everything, I, Yan Kuangtu, will not let you take Lu Ming away. Yan Kuangtu did not move. Yan Kuangtu's words stunned many people. Arrogant, he was really arrogant. He actually wanted Martial Emperor De to explain it in person. He was too arrogant. The crowd finally understood why Yan Kuang-tu and Lu Ming would address each other as brothers. The two of them were the same kind of people. They were equally lawless, arrogant, and unruly. Yan Kuang-tu, how dare you? Since that's the case, we'll have to take you down first. Everyone, if we don't join forces now, when will we? The master of the Jiang family looked at the last two people. That's the only way. The master of the Dongfang family sighed and stepped forward. Brother Nangong, you go and help Brother Jiang. Brother Wang, take down Lu Ming. Leave Yan Kuang-tu to us. All right. The head of the Nangong family stepped forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Master Dongfang, Master Luan, and Master Kong's auras erupted and enveloped Yan Kuang-tu. The supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families were about to join forces. Get lost. Die. Yan Kuang-tu shouted coldly as his sword chi exploded. At this moment, his sword chi was filled with blazing flames. The temperature of the flames seemed to be even higher than that of the patriarch of the Wang family. At the same time, the supremes of the Luan clan, Dongfang clan, Kong clan, and the other 3 clans also made their moves. Violent energy burst out and blasted toward Yan Kuang-tu, trying to restrain him. 3 old fogies, what can you do to me? Yan Kuang-tu let out a long cry as golden flames suddenly burst out of his body. The terrifying temperature spread out for tens of thousands of miles. The golden flame burst out with the sword chi. Golden Crow's fire. The 3 supreme martial artists of the Luan family looked grave as their 3 attacks collided with Yan Kuang-tu's sword chi. After the explosion, Yan Kuang-tu did not retreat a single step. This was extremely shocking. Yan Kuang-tu was actually able to fight against 3 supreme martial artists without even retreating a single step. This was unbelievable. They were both supreme martial artists, but why was Yan Kuang-tu so powerful? One must know that those who could reach the supreme being realm were all rare geniuses, and they were all invincible existences among their peers. Otherwise, how could they have reached the supreme being realm? But now Yan Kuang-tu's combat strength was even stronger and more terrifying. On the other side, the head of the Nangong family burst out and attacked Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the sky trembled and another cauldron descended, crashing toward the head of the Nangong family. The 6th Divine Cauldron. Chapter 848. 848 Gathering of the 9 Cauldrons in an attempt to slaughter a supreme. Out of the 6 divine cauldrons, 1 was for protection while the other 5 were for attack. Lu Ming used the 6 divine 9-dragon cauldrons to fight against the 3 supreme martial artists. Yan Kuang-tu had blocked 3 great masters by himself. The 6 ancient families and the 6 supreme martial artists were all blocked. This scene had left countless people in the sky dumbfounded. Everything that had happened today was simply unbelievable. Buzz. The master of the Jiang family was like a divine weapon. He knocked away 2 divine cauldrons in a row and performed the bloodline fusion. After that, the head of the Nangong family and the head of the Wang family, the supreme martial artists of the 3 ancient families, all used their bloodline fusion to take Lu Ming down in one go. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was pierced through. The 3 great supremes had joined forces and unleashed their most powerful attack. It was too terrifying. Few people below the martial emperor realm could withstand it. The divine 9-dragon cauldron kept shaking, and the connection between them seemed to be on the verge of being broken. The pressure Lu Ming felt was getting stronger and stronger. His bones cracked and fine beads of blood seeped out of his skin. He can't hold on much longer. The master of the Wang family transformed into a huge purple flame sword. The flames were blazing and his heavenly fire burst out, spreading towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared again and again, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron shook. However, it was still difficult to withstand the attacks of the 3 supreme martial artists. Buzz. The master of the Jiang family broke through the attack of one of the divine cauldrons and charged toward Lu Ming. The first divine cauldron above Lu Ming's head trembled and emitted a brilliant light that blasted toward the Jiang family's master. Thump. A violent boom was heard. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. Together with the first divine cauldron, he was sent flying and blood spurted from his mouth. Brother Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu was shocked. He wanted to rush out to save Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu, do you really think the three of us are just for show? Kill. Die. The master of the Luan family roared. He used the fusion of his bloodlines and turned into an invincible god of war, charging toward Yan Kuangtu. At the same time, the head of the Kong family and the head of the Dongfang family also used their bloodline fusion. The bloodlines of the three great family heads were all at the 6th level of the divine level. The three of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. No matter how strong Yan Kuangtu was, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of three great supremes. He let out a long cry and a huge golden divine bird appeared. This divine bird was shaped like a crow, and its entire body was golden in color. It was suffused with golden flames, and the temperature of these golden flames was even more terrifying than the Wang family's purple heavenly fire. This divine bird had 3 legs and 8 dazzling golden chakras. Divine level rank 8 bloodline 3-legged golden crow. According to the legends, the sun was formed by the 3-legged golden crow. It was an extremely terrifying divine beast. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was the 3-legged golden crow, and it was a level 8 divine level expert. He was 2 levels higher than the family head of the ancient family clan. It was simply terrifying. No wonder his combat power was so strong. Yan Kuangtu used his bloodline fusion and turned into a 3-legged golden crow. He fought with the 3 sovereigns and the sky and earth shook. Endless power formed a terrifying wind that spread in all directions. Fortunately, more spiritual God realm experts had appeared and spread out to resist the spreading force. Otherwise, with so many supreme martial artists attacking, everything within a radius of several million li would have been blown up. A supreme martial artist was too powerful. He could destroy a country with a flip of his hand. An empire like the Blazing Sun Empire could be destroyed by a supreme martial artist with a single palm. He was unimaginably powerful. Yan Kuangtu was fighting against 3 great supremes. It was difficult to determine the victor at the moment, so he could not withdraw to save Lu Ming. For a moment, Lu Ming was completely suppressed and the situation was precarious. 6 divine cauldrons is his limit. He can't summon any more. The voice of the Wang clan leader rang out, and his attacks became even more terrifying. This incident had completely exceeded their expectations. They had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to lift the divine 9-dragon cauldron and summon 6 of them. This was unprecedented in history. In the end, even they had no choice but to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. No matter what the outcome was today, it would be a terrible blow to the reputation of the supreme martial artists. All of this was because of Lu Ming. As the master of the Wang family who was the first to attack, he hated Lu Ming even more. Little bastard, don't put up any pointless resistance. Since His Majesty has spoken, your fate has already been decided. The patriarch of the Wang clan continued to speak, his killing intent cold. Don't make it sound so grand. Even if the sky wants to suppress me, I will break it, not to mention D9-dragon cauldron, fight with me. Lu Ming roared like a dragon. The body of the 9 dragons twisted and blood mist filled the air. Bang! All of a sudden, one of the golden chakras on the body of the 9-dragon bloodline exploded with a bang. The chakra exploded, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared as if it was in extreme pain. Lu Ming growled as well. His eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if his soul was about to split apart. It was too painful. But his gaze was still determined and determined. The chakra exploded and turned into a wisp of golden radiance, which seeped into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook, and the dragon-shaped carvings on the cauldron shone brightly. The 6 divine 9-dragon cauldrons roared. Boom! The sky trembled and the void collapsed. Another behemoth flew over and pressed down on the Wang clan leader. The 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. The bloodline of the 9 dragons exploded a chakra and summoned the 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, this was not the end. The cauldron. Lu Ming howled, his voice shaking the heavens. The sky trembled and then another divine cauldron descended. The 8th statue. Impossible! The patriarch of the Wang clan exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The sky shook again as the patriarch of the Wang family shouted. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron descended. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons had all descended. When the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons gathered, they seemed to have produced a strong resonance. All of them were shining brightly and the roars of dragons shook the sky. The 9 cauldrons were centered around the one above Lu Ming's head. The other cauldrons surrounded him and an unbelievably powerful aura spread out. The 9 cauldrons gather, suppress the heavens. A voice seemed to come out of the divine cauldron. Suppress. Lu Ming waved his hand and the 8 cauldrons around him pressed down. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 loud bangs, the master of the Wang family and the other 2 supreme martial artists were sent flying. Impossible! The master of the Wang family shouted in disbelief. I'll kill you today. I'll slaughter the supreme martial artist. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, at least 6 of the 8 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang family. The other 2 defended the other 2 supreme beings. Boom! Boom! The 6 divine cauldrons continued to attack the Wang family. The purple sword that the patriarch had transformed into exploded with a shocking sword chi as he used all his strength to block the attack. However, every time he blocked, he would be sent flying and the sword would shake continuously. After the 6th time, the flames on the purple sword's body were much weaker, as if it had been severely injured. Lu Ming waved his hand again and the 6 cauldrons continued to press down. Evil creature! Don't you dare! The Jiang family's master shouted in anger and joined forces with the Nangong family's master to attack Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming controlled the 2 cauldrons and blocked their attacks. Chapter 849. 849 Martial Emperor Di takes action. With the 9 cauldrons gathered, the power of each of them increased greatly. 2 cauldrons were enough to block 2 supreme beings. The other 6 continued to suppress the Wang clan master. Boom! 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 The 6 divine cauldrons smashed against the giant purple sword like they were forging iron. The giant purple sword trembled violently and the flames became weaker and weaker. After the 6 divine cauldrons took turns to smash the sword, the giant purple sword shrank rapidly and returned to the appearance of the Wang family master. However, at this moment the Wang family was in a terrible state. Their body fortifications were in tatters and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood was flowing out from their mouths. Tragic! It was too tragic. A supreme martial artist of a generation had been beaten to such a state. This made countless people rub their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Ah! The patriarch of the Wang family was about to go crazy. He roared repeatedly, unable to accept all this. He was the head of an ancient family, a supreme figure who had dominated the Eastern Barren territory. However, he had been beaten up by a young man in his 20s. No matter what method this junior used, he had lost a lot of face and would become a laughingstock. If this were to spread to other forces, they would definitely treat it as a joke. At the thought of that, he was filled with hatred and could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. What are you screaming for? It seems that the repair is not enough, then let's continue. Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and continued to suppress it. The master of the Wang family was shocked and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had already locked onto him. It directly pierced through the void and blasted toward him. The master of the Wang clan could only do his best to resist. Boom! The first divine cauldron had caused the patriarch of the Wang family to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Following that, the second divine cauldron caused the head of the Wang family's hair to be disheveled and one of his arms to be shattered. However, a supreme being's vitality was extremely terrifying. Even if his arm was severed, it would quickly regrow and heal. However, the third divine cauldron continued to smash down. Ah, everyone save me! The master of the Wang clan was finally afraid. and he began to ask the other supreme martial artists for help. A supreme martial artist of his generation was actually beaten to the point where he could only cry for help. This was also rare. The other 5 supreme martial artists all wanted to help. Unfortunately, how could his wish be fulfilled? Haha, brother Lu Ming, good job. Yan Kuangtu laughed. The 3-legged golden crow flew around and blocked the 3 supreme martial artists. As for the other 2 supreme martial artists, they were blocked by the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and could not break through the obstruction at all. Boom! The 3rd divine cauldron smashed half of the Wang clan's patriarch's body, and the 4th divine cauldron continued to press down. From all directions, countless people looked at this scene in shock, including the spiritual god realm powerhouses. Ruthless, too ruthless and too unbelievable. Was Lu Ming really planning to kill a supreme martial artist? Was the patriarch of the Wang clan really going to fall here today? Master! Someone from the Wang family shouted in fear. Haha, good. In the crowd, Fatty laughed loudly, drawing the angry gazes of the crowd. Wang Haoxian's body trembled. This scene had an even greater impact on her. The patriarch of the Wang family was the strongest combat force in the Wang family. Her patriarch was a supreme existence in the Wang family. However, such an existence could not even keep his life in front of Lu Ming. How did this happen? In the sea below ancient garden, Xianxia stared at this scene in a daze. His eyes almost exploded. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming would actually summon the 9 divine cauldrons in a fit of anger for the sake of a beauty and attempt to kill a supreme martial artist. It was too shocking and terrifying. The cauldron was about to fall, and the patriarch of the Wang family couldn't resist it in his current state. He might die on the spot. Enough. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. This voice sounded like it came from the heavens and was filled with endless majesty. However, when they heard this voice, countless people's hearts trembled. It was as if they were facing the heavens and the universe and they wanted to kneel. Then countless people saw thousands of miles-long cracks appear in the sky. A huge arm stretched out from the crack. It was as big as a mountain, like the palm of the heavens. Above it, intent realm curled up and a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, countless people started to tremble. Even the paragons were shaken. The huge palm pressed down on Lu Ming and an endless pressure enveloped him. Lu Ming's body almost exploded. The divine 9-dragon cauldron floating above his head shook violently. 9 cauldrons, protect me. In the face of such a mighty force, he couldn't care less about killing the Wang family master. He controlled the 9 cauldrons to float around him. Imperial power. This is the aura of an imperial power expert. Martial Emperor De. Such a sentence appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming had once felt the aura of an emperor from Lian. Although Lian was only a wisp of his soul, his aura was still like the might of the heavens, high and mighty, dominating the world. This palm was very similar to Lian's, but it was many times larger. In 9 Dragons, Martial Emperor De was the only sovereign realm expert. Grandmaster. Yan Kuangtu's eyes were filled with shock. Your Majesty, Force Emperor. The 6 supreme beings and many spiritual god realm experts were greatly shocked. Martial Emperor De had actually taken action personally. How could this be? How did this happen? Old man, come quickly. The fat man shouted. However, the people around him didn't pay any attention to him. Their eyes were all fixed on the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant palm pressed down, the space crumbled and the intent realm curled up like the hand of God. A terrifying pressure passed through the void and pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled continuously as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons were suspended in the air, but they were shaking non-stop. Lu Ming felt that he could not control them. The pressure he was facing was too strong. So what if you're a martial emperor? Break. A crazed look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He raised his head and roared. The 9 dragon bloodlines roared. The only remaining golden chakra exploded with a loud bang, turned into a golden light, and entered the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He was in so much pain that he felt like his body was about to split apart, but his eyes were still fixed on the ceiling. Clang clang. The 9 divine cauldrons trembled and their auras surged. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the 9 divine cauldrons actually merged into one, erupting with a terrifying power that shot into the sky and rushed toward the imperial palm. The next moment the cauldron and the palm collided. But strangely there was no movement or energy. The cauldron and the palm were motionless in the air as if they were in a stalemate. The heavens. This was the only word in countless people's hearts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and actually blocked a blow from Martial Emperor De. This scene was unbelievable. Countless people felt their hearts in their throats and were about to stop beating. Yan Kuangtu and the other supreme martial artists had stopped fighting. At this moment they raised their heads and looked at the sky. Nine Suns' Supreme Master's voice rang out, and 9 suns suddenly appeared around the Supreme Shrine. The 9 suns were like real suns in the sky, emitting endless light. The 9 suns, together with the Supreme Shrine, collided with the huge palm print. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The space in that area was instantly twisted into pieces, revealing a dark void that swallowed the terrifying energy. Otherwise, the explosion of energy would have turned everything within hundreds of thousands of miles into ashes. Clang. The Supreme Shrine trembled violently as it fell while being supported by a tall figure. The huge palm seemed to have exhausted its energy and collapsed after blocking the attacks one after another. As the light dissipated, the 9 suns around the Supreme Shrine disappeared, and the figure of the 9 suns' Supreme Master was clearly revealed. Master! Yan Kuangtu roared. His body trembled in excitement. Xiajiang, is it really you? Didn't you die? The Jiang family's master shouted as well. The other supreme martial artists and other powerhouses also looked at 9 suns' supreme martial artist in disbelief. Many of the younger generation also widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Who didn't know the name Supreme 9 Suns? The 9 Yang bloodline was unparalleled in the world. When he was alive, he was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His combat strength was unparalleled and he was known as the #1 sovereign in the Eastern Barren Territory. Even the sovereign path cultivators did not dare to underestimate him. Such a magnificent figure had died more than 50 years ago, which shocked countless people and made it hard to believe. However, it was announced by Martial Emperor De himself, so no one doubted it. But now, the 9 Suns Supreme had reappeared and helped Lu Ming fight against Martial Emperor De. What was going on? Fanatic, I haven't seen you for decades and you've already grown to this stage. You're indeed worthy of being my disciple. The 9 Suns Supreme Master looked at Yan Kuangtu with satisfaction and laughed. Master, what happened back then? Why do you only have a wisp of your soul left? Where is your real body? Who did this to you? Yan Kuangtu was so excited that he asked a few questions in a row. The others were also very curious. Back then, Martial Emperor De only announced the death of 9 Suns Supreme, but he did not say much about the specific situation. This was a question that many people had been wondering for decades. The Supreme of the 9 Suns had unparalleled combat power. Who could kill him? Even an emperor would find it difficult to kill the 9 Suns Supreme. Jiang, now that you only have a wisp of your soul left, do you still want to betray me? At this time, a voice full of pressure came from the huge spatial crack in the sky. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man stepped out of the spatial crack. The middle-aged man was tall. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. An unparalleled majesty spread out and pressed down on millions of miles. When countless people saw this figure, they felt as if they were facing the universe. Deep respect rose in their hearts and they wanted to kneel down. That was the pressure of the Imperial Tao ruling the world. Your Majesty, Force Emperor. At this moment, countless people from all directions bowed with deep admiration and respect in their eyes. Even Wan Tingting, Wang Haoxian and the others were the same. Only Fatty stood up straight and did not move. Martial Emperor De glanced around casually and nodded slightly. Betray? De, don't you think it's funny to say this? Supreme Master Jiang burst into laughter. Countless people were shocked. Supreme Nine Sons called Martial Emperor De by his name. It didn't seem like he was talking to his master at all. Why did he do this? But no one made a sound. If someone else had called Martial Emperor De by his name, someone would have jumped out and scolded him. However, it was Nine Sons Supreme who had spoken. He was also a supreme figure, so everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. The eyes of the 6 masters of the ancient families flickered, but they didn't make a move. Among them, the master of the Wang family had already recovered. At this moment, his eyes were the most sinister as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.